Chapter 148, Chapter 147, The Root of Everything. Tony, what is wrong with you? Pepper was startled awake, her heart leaping into her throat. She looked at Tony, who was rigid beside her, his body slick with cold sweat. She reached out, her hand trembling, to check on him. Almost instantaneously, the Mark 7 armor, which stood silently in the corner of the room, came violently to life. A cold, red and gold gauntlet shot out with a terrifying speed and clamped down hard on Pepper's wrist. The touch of the cold, unyielding metal sent a jolt of primal fear through her. She gasped, staring at the helmet's glowing blue optics. "Jarvis, deactivate defensive hold!" Tony roared, pushing himself upright and waving his arms frantically. He realized the trauma had triggered the armor's automated proximity defense. With a series of clicks and groans, the gauntlet released its grip, and the Iron Man suit, designed for quick deployment, began to violently dismantle itself into scattered metal plates on the floor. Pepper was shaking, the image of the cold, mechanical hand clamped around her wrist burned into her mind. "Tony, I swear, if you keep doing this," she whispered, her voice raw with fear and exhaustion, "I'm going down to sleep on the sofa with Hermione. I can't stand it." Tony pulled his hands over his face, his brows furrowed in a mask of profound guilt and self-loathing. "I'm sorry, Pep, I'm so sorry. I had the dream again." Seeing him so utterly broken, her anger dissolved, replaced by a deep, weary love. She sighed, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently stroked his hair. The aliens? Weren't they all vaporized by little Hermione? Tony shook his head, his eyes haunted. "Not the aliens. I dreamed about her." Pepper frowned. "Hermione? What's wrong with her?" "I dreamed the universe ended, Pep. The cities were dust, and the sky was dark. And she was standing on the ruins. Her eyes were cold, and she was radiating this black, terrible magic. She was the root of everything." Pepper reached out and gently touched his forehead. "Tony, honey, you're exhausted. You haven't slept properly in weeks. You're talking nonsense. If the world is destroyed, Hermione is gone too. What reason could she possibly have to destroy the entire universe?" She truly couldn't understand. She saw Hermione as her sister, a girl who, for all her terrifying power, was kind to her, loved snacks, and was currently being used as a shield against political nightmares. Tony knew her reasoning was sound, but the terror in his gut was absolute. "There's no science to it, I know," he muttered, rubbing the sweat from his forehead. But the feeling was real. The fear was real. Maybe it's not science at all. The next morning, Tony dragged himself downstairs, his face pale and marked with dark circles. Hermione was already up, working on her new wand of Winter's Ruin. She sat at a kitchen counter, wearing her pajamas, using a small, specialized hammer to methodically shape the dark, resilient URU metal, the clanging sound echoing softly in the huge, modern space. "Good morning," Hermione said without looking up. She pointed to a plate. "I made a sandwich. Try it." Pepper, following closely behind Tony, picked up the sandwich. Her eyes lit up. "Oh, Tony, try this. It's delicious." "You really don't taste like an English person, Hermione." "I'm from the East, Sister Pepper," Hermione corrected her, slightly smug. Tony took a bite, forcing a smile, then looked at Hermione. "So, the dream," he said bluntly. "I dreamed you destroyed the universe." Hermione's hands paused on her work. She looked at him, surprised. "You mean I was right? You are seriously ill?" She rolled her eyes. "Why would I destroy the world? I'd have to live in a dark alley again. I'm not crazy." Just then, Jarvis's voice cut in. "Sir, Dr. Maya Hansen is here to visit. She is awaiting you in the foyer." Tony's face froze. Maya Hansen. His former flame. Pepper's expression immediately became subtle, though she maintained her generous smile. "Let her in, Jarvis," Tony said, quickly pulling on a clean shirt. Maya Hansen walked in, all sleek professionalism and elegant business attire. She greeted Pepper, her eyes lingering for a second, a silent acknowledgement of their shared past. Then her gaze fell on Hermione, sitting at the counter, swinging a heavy metal hammer, her pajamas covered in faint metallic dust. "Pepper, who is this?" Maya asked, a polite, curious smile on her face. "Oh, this is Hermione, my sister," Pepper introduced with a warm, proprietary gesture. Maya's eyes flickered between the two of them. She knew the history. She knew the depth of Tony and Pepper's unconventional bond. "Sister?" she thought. "No. This is Tony's daughter. Their illegitimate child." The suspicion, once planted, solidified into instant certainty. She was about to ask a business question when her eyes widened in horror. She looked past Hermione, through the massive French windows that overlooked the ocean. "Be careful!" Maya screamed. Almost simultaneously, the roaring sound of jet engines filled the air, and two massive, black military helicopters appeared, hovering menacingly. They launched their payload. Two missiles streaked toward the Stark mansion. Boom! Boom! The world disintegrated into fire and noise. The huge glass windows shattered violently, the ceiling groaned, and the entire cliffside mansion shook with the force of the explosions. Flames and smoke surged into the laboratory, filling the air with the smell of burning metal and fear. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, The Witch and the Sorcerer Supreme. Boom! The explosion was deafening, a concussive wave that shook the very foundations of the cliffside villa. Tony had no time to react. The shockwave lifted him off his feet and threw him across the room like a rag doll. He slammed into the far wall with a sickening thud and slid to the floor, gasping for air, his vision swimming in dark spots. At the exact same moment, two shimmering, transparent shields materialized out of thin air. One wrapped instantly around Pepper, and the other encased Hermione. Maya Hansen, who had been standing close to Pepper, was miraculously caught within the protective radius. The debris glass, concrete, burning furniture slammed into the invisible barriers with terrifying force, cracking and screeching against the magic, but the shields held firm. As the dust began to settle, Maya looked down at her completely unharmed body. She touched her face, then looked up at the shimmering dome of energy above her. Her throat was dry, her mind reeling. "I was just hit by a missile," she thought, the reality struggling to sink in. "Point-blank range. And I'm fine?" She turned her head slowly, her eyes wide with shock, looking at Hermione. The girl stood calm amidst the wreckage, her hand raised, her expression bored. Boom! The second wave of missiles hit. The villa groaned and began to collapse into the sea. Hermione didn't flinch. She grabbed Pepper with her left hand and Maya with her right. With a thought, she telekinetically pulled the scattered pieces of the Mark 42 armor toward Tony's unconscious form. Then, with a loud crack, the three of them vanished. They reappeared instantly on a grassy cliff edge overlooking the burning ruins of the Stark mansion. The sudden displacement was disorienting. Maya Hansen stumbled, fell to her knees, and vomited violently onto the grass. "It's always like this the first time you apparate," Hermione said casually, dusting off her pajamas. "You get used to it." She turned back to the ocean. The two black helicopters were still circling, preparing for a confirmation run. Hermione raised her wand. She didn't shout a spell. She simply flicked her wrist with a sharp, dismissive motion. High above the water, the first helicopter stopped dead in the air as if seized by a giant, invisible hand. The metal fuselage groaned, a screeching sound of tortured steel that carried over the waves. Then, it began to twist. Maya watched in horror as the helicopter was crumpled like a soda can. The rotors snapped. The cockpit imploded. Strands of blood leaked from the cracks in the crushed metal. Then, with a similar motion, the second helicopter suffered the same fate. Bang! Bang! Two massive fireballs erupted over the ocean, the twisted wreckage plummeting into the waves. Maya, pale and shaking, stared at Hermione. Instant teleportation. Invulnerable shields. Telekinetic destruction of military hardware. You're the witch, Maya whispered, her voice trembling. The one from New York. The God-Slayer. Hermione glanced at her, offering no denial, only a cool, terrifying indifference. I'm going to check if Tony is still alive, she said, and vanished again with another crack. Hermione reappeared moments later, shaking her head. Didn't find him. But he's not dead. The armor's automatic defense protocols must have engaged and flown him out. He's alive. Pepper let out a sob of relief, clutching Hermione's hand. Maya remained silent, terrified. She realized with chilling clarity that she was standing next to a force of nature. If this girl found out she worked for Killian, the man who ordered the strike, she would be dead in seconds. The helicopters were proof enough of that. I'll take you both to safety, Hermione said. Pepper, contact Shield Maya, you stay with Pepper. I have business to attend to. Hermione wasn't worried about Tony. He was Iron Man, he would survive. Her real priority lay elsewhere. She concentrated, visualizing the familiar, serene courtyard high in the Himalayas. With a twist of space, she appeared in Camartage. The air was thin and cold, smelling of incense and snow. The Ancient One sat quietly at a low table, sipping tea, her bald head gleaming in the sunlight. Hey, Master Ancient One, Hermione greeted cheerfully, walking over as if she owned the place. Long time no see. The Ancient One didn't look up. Why aren't you rescuing Tony Stark? What are you doing here? Hee, I just missed you, Hermione lied smoothly, sitting down and pouring herself a cup of tea. So, tell me, when are you planning to die? The Ancient One paused, her cup halfway to her lips. She turned her gaze, a look that held centuries of abyssal knowledge, onto Hermione. No, no, no. Hermione corrected quickly, sweating slightly under the pressure. I mean, when do you plan to ascend to a higher plane of existence? You know, retire? Take a vacation? The Ancient One's lips quirked in a faint, amused smile. You want the Time Stone? Hermione nodded frantically, abandoning all pretense. Him. It is not impossible, the Ancient One mused. Hermione's eyes lit up. Hope. However, the Sorcerer Supreme continued slowly, you must wait until I leave this universe. Or. Hermione leaned in, breathless. Or you do two things for me. Name them, Hermione said instantly. The Ancient One set down her cup. First, you must help me find a suitable successor for the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Hey! Hermione blinked, looking around at the monks practicing in the courtyard. There are hundreds of people here. Just pick one. What about Mordo? Or Wong? Why do I have to find one? Chapter 150, Chapter 149, The Green Light of Time. Mordo? Caecilius? Or Old Wong next door? Hermione listed the candidates, raising an eyebrow. Aren't they all your prized students? The Ancient One shook her head slightly, her gaze distant. Mordo is too rigid. He sees the world in absolutes, which makes him brittle. Wong's talent is adequate, but his potential is limited. She paused, a shadow crossing her face. As for Caecilius, he has been corrupted too deeply by the dark dimension. Just like you aren't deep enough. Hermione muttered under her breath, a risky jab at the Ancient One's own dark secret. Before she could finish the sentence, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted violently. The Ancient One's calm eyes instantly turned pitch black, vast, and abyssal. A complex, glowing purple rune slowly etched itself onto her forehead, radiating a cold, eerie aura that made the hair on Hermione's arms stand up. The air smelled of burnt ozone and entropy. Okay, okay. I surrender. Hermione threw her hands up, backing away. You win. Just name Stephen Strange and be done with it. Don't try to scare me with the Dormammu cosplay. It's creepy. The Ancient One blinked, and the purple rune vanished. Her eyes returned to their normal, serene state. Originally, the Ancient One said calmly, as if she hadn't just channeled a dimension-eating entity, I wanted you to be the Sorcerer Supreme. But I knew you would refuse. So, I have no choice but to ask you to bring Strange into the fold ahead of schedule. She took a sip of tea. Also, I wasn't just using Dormammu to scare you. The second condition. Hermione suddenly had a very bad feeling. Is that you must completely destroy Dormammu. Hermione's eyes widened. Kill him? Master Ancient One, are you kidding me? You've only ever managed to expel him. You want me to kill a sentient dimension? Do I look like a cosmic exterminator to you? The Ancient One looked at her, her expression unyielding. Both conditions are indispensable. If you don't agree, you can wait for the time stone until after I leave this universe. Hermione scowled. TCH fine. Keep your rock. Why make such harsh conditions? She turned on her heel and began to walk away, muttering curses about stubborn old wizards. After a few steps, she stopped. Her eyes darted around, her brilliant mind already spinning through the possibilities. A plan audacious, dangerous, and incredibly profitable began to form. Dormammu is massive. If I harvest him, that's infinite soul energy. She spun around, a blindingly bright smile plastered on her face. Master Ancient One. I accept your conditions. The Ancient One raised a skeptical eyebrow. However, Hermione rubbed her hands together, grinning like a goblin. I need to borrow the Eye of Agamotto for a while. Just a little bit. The Ancient One studied her deeply, seeing the ambition and the calculation. You may, she said slowly. But you must use it within the grounds of Camartage. It does not leave the sanctuary. Deal. Hermione chirped. Camartage Library. Hermione found a secluded corner among the ancient scrolls, hidden from prying eyes. With a wave of her hand, she pulled a portable alchemy table from her backpack. She placed the time turner the golden pendant Dumbledore had given her onto the table. The Eye of Agamotto contains the time stone, she thought, her fingers tracing the intricate runes on the pendant. The Ancient One won't let me take it yet. But I can siphon its energy. She didn't need the stone permanently right now. She just needed to supercharge her own device. She began to form the complex hand seals the Ancient One had demonstrated. As her gestures shifted, the Eye of Agamotto, resting on a stand nearby, slowly clicked open. A beam of concentrated emerald light shot out from the green infinity stone within, twisting like a serpent, winding around the golden time turner. The hourglass began to vibrate, emitting a high-pitched hum. The golden casing glowed hot, turning a distinct shade of green as it absorbed the raw temporal energy. It's working. Hermione held her breath, maintaining the flow. 30 minutes later, the process was complete. The eye closed. The time turner lay on the table, humming with immense power. Wondrous object, time converter, supercharged. Note: can physically transport the user back in time. Now capable of withstanding magic level 5 and below. Maximum duration, 30 minutes. Perfect, Hermione whispered. It was a massive upgrade. The duration was shorter, but the power threshold was high enough to accommodate her immense magical core. She packed up her gear, ready to leave, when a movement in the shadows caught her eye. Mads Mikkelsen, no, Caecilius. Why was the master sorcerer sneaking around the restricted section instead of meditating? Hermione crouched low, moving silently. She saw Caecilius hunched over a lectern, engrossed in a dark, ancient book. She recognized the cover immediately. The Book of Cagliostro. The forbidden text that detailed the rituals for summoning the dark dimension. Good heavens, she thought, an amused smirk touching her lips. Is he secretly researching evil magic right under the Ancient One's nose? She crept up behind him, paused for effect, and then slammed her hand down on his shoulder. Smack! Uncle Mads! What are you doing? Caecilius jumped a foot in the air, spinning around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hands flared with defensive mandalas, panic written all over his face. When he saw it was just the annoying little girl who frequented the sanctuary, his shoulders sagged in relief. Hermione, he breathed, his heart pounding. It's you. He quickly tried to hide the book. Nothing. Just some light reading. Hermione's eyes twinkled. Light reading? The man is literally reading the instruction manual for the apocalypse. She chuckled internally. Does he really think the Ancient One doesn't know? The old woman sees everything. Sure, Uncle Mads, she said loudly, winking. Light reading. Don't let me interrupt your hobby. She turned and skipped away, leaving a terrified and confused dark sorcerer in her wake. The game was afoot. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, The Middleman of Magic. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Caecilius quickly tried to cover, his hands shifting the heavy, leather-bound book behind his back. I've had some insights into my spiritual practice recently, he said, forcing a calm smile. Influenced by your academic rigor, Hermione. I simply wanted to read more widely. Hermione crossed her arms, tilting her head with a sharp, knowing half-smile. I have no interest in becoming a follower of Dormammu, Caecilius. So don't try to pin your fan club reading list on me. The sorcerer's pupils contracted violently. The polite facade shattered instantly. He waved his hand in a sharp, complex gesture. The reality of the library, the rows of books, the smell of dust twisted, folded, and refracted into a kaleidoscope of glass and impossible geometry. This is the mirror dimension, Caecilius said, his voice dropping to a cold, resonant baritone. Nothing here can affect the real world. You are isolated. A dark, corrupted sigil, the mark of the dark dimension, burned itself onto his forehead, the skin around his eyes darkening as he drew upon his forbidden power. I have no personal grudge against you, Hermione. I have no wish to make you an enemy. But you have stumbled onto a truth you cannot comprehend. And I cannot let you leave. He was confident. Bursting with the raw, addictive energy of the dark dimension, he felt invincible. He believed that aside from the Ancient One, no mortal could challenge him. He conjured a transparent, razor-sharp blade of spatial energy in his hand and lunged. Hermione didn't even blink. She didn't weave a mandala. She didn't fold space. She just pulled out her wand. Petrificus totalis. The Latin incantation was crisp and bored. Caecilius, mid-lunge, his face contorted in a scream of triumphant rage, instantly snapped to attention. His arms slapped to his sides, his legs locked together, and he fell forward like a felled tree, his face smacking the crystalline floor with a solid thud. Why do all these sorcerers prefer melee combat? Hermione sighed, shaking her head. You have cosmic power, and you try to stab me with a glass shiv? How primitive! She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, heavy alchemical hammer. She walked over to the paralyzed sorcerer, whose eyes were wide with panic, darting back and forth. You like close combat, hey, she muttered. Let's do close combat. Bonk. She brought the hammer down on his nose. Bonk! Bonk! You like melee? I'll give you melee! 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 She proceeded to administer a thorough, rhythmic beating, turning his face black and blue, muttering complaints about martial artist wizards with every strike. When she was satisfied, she stood up and waved her wand. The distorted, beautiful chaos of the mirror dimension shattered like cheap glass. Snap! Reality reasserted itself. They were back in the dusty silence of the library. Caecilius, released from the paralysis but reeling from the spell backlash and the physical beating, coughed violently, spitting blood onto the floor. He tried to crawl away, clutching his chest, staring at the small girl in horror. You! He gasped, his mind unable to process the defeat. He was drawing power from a dimension lord. How had a child with a stick defeated him? Hermione laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. What's the matter, great believer of Dormammu? Can't handle a little kinetic energy? Caecilius gritted his teeth, pulling himself into a sitting position. What is the source of your power? He demanded, his voice hoarse with desperation. Where do you borrow it from? Which dimension? Hermione rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. She pulled a wrapped apple candy from her pocket, tore it open, and popped it into her mouth. Crunch! Crunch! I'm telling you, she mumbled around the candy, you dimensional mages have zero imagination. It's always borrowing. Let's see who can get the biggest loan. You're all just magical middlemen. She swallowed the candy. What? Dormammu tells you, hey kid, download this app, I'll give you free power, and you actually think it's yours. Don't you know borrowed things have to be returned? Usually with predatory interest rates. Impossible! Caecilius roared, blood dripping from his chin. No mortal can generate such power without a source. It violates the laws of nature. I'm different, Hermione said, placing her hands on her hips. I'm a wizard. I cultivate my own core. I grow my own power. I don't rely on cosmic loan sharks. She stepped closer, observing the dark purple hue spreading across his face. And speaking of loan sharks, you should feel it by now. You're injured. You can't make the payments anymore. Dormammu isn't a benevolent god, Caecilius. He's a repo man. And he's coming for your soul to cover the debt. Caecilius's face turned ashen. He felt the cold, tearing sensation in his chest. His vitality was draining away into the void. The immortality he sought was actually a slow, agonizing consumption. You're right. He whispered, tears of despair mixing with the blood on his face. It's pulling me, why? Why can the Ancient One do it? She draws from the dark dimension. She has lived for centuries. Why is she unharmed? Hermione looked at him with profound pity mixed with scorn. Are you stupid? Who is the Ancient One? She's the Sorcerer Supreme. She's a professional deadbeat. She has the power to take the loan and refuse to pay. She scams Dormammu daily. You're just a mark. Caecilius slumped, the fight draining out of him. He was going to die. A pawn discarded by a god he worshipped. I don't want to die, he whimpered, his voice barely audible. I followed him, for eternal life. I just wanted to live forever. To save everyone from time. Hermione's ears perked up. She walked over to him, squatting down so they were eye level. She smiled, and it was the smile of a devil making a deal at the crossroads. Eternal life, she asked softly. Why didn't you say so earlier, Uncle Mads? If you wanted immortality, why go to a chaotic entity like Dormammu? She leaned in close, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. I can do that. And my interest rates are much more reasonable. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, The Pawn and the Phoenix. For 40 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Caecilius's body trembled violently, his vitality ebbing away. He looked at Hermione, desperate for a lifeline but deeply suspicious of the hand offering it. Immortality, he gasped, shaking his head weakly. No sorcerer in history has achieved true immortality. Even the Ancient One simply extends her time. How could you do it? Hermione shrugged, a casual gesture that belied the terrifying offer she was making. All you know is the Ancient One's method, Uncle Mads. But my magic operates on different principles. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a seductive, reasonable whisper. Look, you're going to die anyway. Your soul is currently being foreclosed on by Dormammu. Why not try my method? It can't get any worse than eternal torment in the dark dimension, can it? Caecilius looked down at his disintegrating hands. The tearing sensation in his soul was agonizing. He had no leverage. It was a gamble between oblivion and the unknown. All right, he whispered, his voice gaining a hint of resolve. You're not wrong. I accept. He looked up, a flicker of pride remaining. And my name is Caecilius. Not Uncle Mads. Okay, Uncle Hannibal. I understand, Uncle Hannibal. Caecilius. Never mind, pop culture reference. Not important. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Do you have a totem? Something you cherish above all else? Caecilius paused, surprised by the question. With trembling hands, he reached into his robes and pulled out a worn, slightly crumpled photograph. It showed a woman and a child, his deceased wife and son. The root of his obsession. The reason he feared death. Hermione nodded. Perfect. She didn't chant. She didn't draw a mandala. She simply raised her wand and poked him in the chest. Ixanimo anima. Whoosh. Caecilius's soul was ripped cleanly from his body. It wasn't the messy, agonizing tearing of Dormammu. It was surgical. A silver light flashed as Hermione severed a fragment of his soul and bound it instantly to the photograph. It was as easy as cutting a slice of cake. 1 minute later, the dark purple corruption vanished. Caecilius stood there, or rather, floated there, staring blankly at his own physical corpse on the floor. He looked down at his translucent hands, then at the photograph lying on the table, which now pulsed with a faint, sinister aura. He felt the connection. He was anchored. He finally understood what Hermione meant by immortality. A Horcrux, he realized, though he didn't know the term. This is necromancy. This is darker than anything the Ancient One ever taught. But, he felt relief. The gnawing hunger of the dark dimension was gone. He was dead, yet he remained. He was free of Dormammu. How's it going, Uncle Mads? Not bad, right? Hermione's smug voice broke his reverie. Much better than being an interdimensional snack. She walked right through his spectral arm and patted his shoulder. Now, since I saved you from eternal damnation, you work for me. Go gather the other zealots. Destroy the 3 sanctums. Summon Dormammu. Caecilius's spectral eyes widened in shock. What? You want me to summon him? I thought you wanted to stop him. Hermione smiled, a look of pure, chaotic ambition. Trust the process, Uncle Mads. Just open the door. I'll handle the guest. New York, the ruins of the Stark Villa. Hermione apparat back to the cliffside, the smell of smoke still heavy in the air. Pepper and Maya were safe with Shield, but she needed to check the site one last time. Suddenly, her magical senses flared. A group of distinct heat signatures was moving stealthily through the wreckage. More visitors? Her lips curled into a cold smile. People never learn. Bang! The front door of the ruined living area was kicked open. A squad of fully armed tactical soldiers rushed in, their movements precise and aggressive. "Target is not here," the lead soldier shouted, scanning the empty room. "Intelligence said she returned." "Ahem," a crisp, polite voice said from the shadows. The intelligence was correct. "I'm right here." The soldiers spun around, weapons raised. Hermione slowly materialized from thin air, sitting on a piece of rubble, looking bored. "Target acquired." "Capture her," the leader yelled. He knew she had tricks, but he was confident. He was enhanced. He was extremis. 2 soldiers rushed her, moving with superhuman speed. Hermione didn't move. She just flicked her wand. Fiend fire. It wasn't normal fire. A torrent of living, cursed flame erupted from her wand, twisting instantly into the shape of a giant, screaming phoenix. The firebird flapped its wings, unleashing a wave of heat so intense it turned the concrete to glass. The 2 rushing soldiers didn't even scream. They were instantly engulfed, their enhanced regeneration utterly overwhelmed by the magical fire that consumed flesh, bone, and soul. They turned to ash in seconds. Only the leader remained standing. His skin glowed with a violent, unstable orange-red light as the extremis virus fought to heal the burns, but he was terrified. "Hey," Hermione mused, extinguishing the phoenix with a thought. "An extremis warrior. You handle heat better than most." The leader stared at her, his legs trembling. He watched his squad get vaporized. He looked at the small girl, and the realization hit him like a physical blow. "The Witch of New York. You. He stammered. I surrender." He dropped his weapon, throwing his hands up. "Please. I was just following orders. I'm not paid enough for this." Hermione chuckled. "Smart choice. You have some nerve, trying to kidnap me. Even Hydra doesn't return my calls anymore. You AIM boys are really special forces, aren't you?" The soldier was on the verge of tears. "Killian sent us. He wants you for leverage against Stark." "Killian?" Hermione nodded. "Perfect. I was just wondering where he was hiding." She walked up to the trembling super soldier. "I won't kill you. You're going to be my taxi." She raised her wand, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "Imperio." The soldier's expression went blank. The fear vanished, replaced by a blissful, mindless obedience. "Take me to Killian," Hermione commanded. A massive cargo ship, the docks. Aldrich Killian stood on the deck of the Norco, looking down at the pier as a black SUV pulled up. "Sir," his earpiece crackled. "The extraction team is back. They have the target." Killian smiled. Everything was falling into place. He would break Stark, then he would dissect the witch. The door of the SUV opened, and the extremist soldier stepped out. Behind him walked a small girl in pajamas. Killian's smile widened. He had no idea he had just invited the Grim Reaper onto his boat. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, A Father's Worst Nightmare, but not really. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The Imperio-controlled extremist warrior marched stiffly onto the deck, Hermione walking casually beside him. Killian turned, his eyes scanning the single prisoner and the reduced squad. "Why are so many men missing?" he demanded, frowning. "Did Stark have backup?" The attack on the villa triggered high-level security protocols around the girl, the soldier droned, repeating Hermione's telepathic script perfectly. "We sustained heavy casualties." Killian nodded, satisfied. "I was right. Stark Industries has Black Ops level security on a child. She is definitely Tony's daughter." He walked up to Hermione, a predatory smile on his face. "You didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you, little sister?" Hermione stared at him, feigning shock. "It was you?" The man Pepper fired. Don't blame me, Killian sneered, pacing around her. Blame your father. Blame Tony Stark. His arrogance created this moment. He creates demons, and now his demons have come for his legacy. Hermione blinked, processed the monologue, and then asked, "Do you have any apples?" "I'm hungry." Killian paused, taken aback by her complete lack of fear. Then he threw his head back and laughed. Interesting girl. Staring death in the face and thinking about snacks. Fine. Grant her this last wish. He signaled a subordinate, who confusedly handed Hermione a green apple from a crate. Hermione took a large, loud bite crunch and leaned against the railing, looking less like a hostage and more like a tourist bored with the tour guide. Boom! A massive sonic boom tore through the night sky. Dozens of Iron Man suits, the Iron Legion, screamed overhead, repulsors flaring against the darkness, surrounding the cargo ship in a ring of steel and light. Tony and Rhodes, fully armored, dropped from the sky and landed on the upper deck with a heavy metallic thud. "Tony Stark!" Killian shouted, his voice amplified over the roar of the engines. He spread his arms wide, welcoming the conflict. "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you on the rooftop for a long time." "Killian," Tony's voice came through his helmet speakers, weary and unimpressed. "Stop this. You've gone too far." "Stop? Ha ha ha." Killian laughed, a sound of pure, unhinged vindication. "You still think you're untouchable? After tonight, I will hold the president and the world's biggest terrorist in one hand. I will control the war on terror. And you won't even be alive to see it." He grinned, his skin glowing with the faint orange heat of the extremis virus. "By the way, I have leverage. Your precious daughter is in my hands." "Daughter?" Tony froze. "Killian, has the virus cooked your brain?" "Damn it," Tony thought, panic rising. "Thank God Pepper isn't here. If she heard daughter, I'd be sleeping in the ocean." He turned to Rhodes. "Honey Bear, do I have a daughter I don't know about?" Rhodes scoffed. "Maybe one of the Maxim cover girls from '08 came back to claim child support." Killian, sensing the mockery, snapped his fingers. "Bring her out." The mind-controlled soldier pushed Hermione into the light. She took another bite of her apple crunch and waved lazily at Tony. "Open your eyes." Killian roared triumphantly. "Is she not your flesh and blood?" Tony's faceplate retracted. He stared at Hermione. His eyes widened in genuine, abject terror. Holy shit, Tony thought. They actually caught Hermione? His mind raced. Wait. If Hermione is caught, that means she let them catch her. Which means, oh god. She's watching me. She's waiting for me to panic. He saw the glint of amusement in Hermione's eyes as she chewed. That little rascal. Hermione, meanwhile, was rolling her eyes internally. This man has a wild imagination. Me? Tony's daughter? Does he think genetic modification works like that? My bone structure is completely different. He's blind. Tony Stark, what do you have to say now? Killian gloated, mistaking Tony's silence for devastation. Surrender, and I might let her live. Tony snapped out of it. He shrugged, his face a mask of bored indifference. Do whatever you want. What? Killian screamed, his brain short-circuiting. Yeah, I don't really care, Tony said, inspecting his fingernails. Though, honestly, I suggest you don't mess with her. Teenage girls have terrible tempers. It's for your own safety. This was genuine, heartfelt advice. Killian, however, saw it as the ultimate insult. Fine. Fine. Killian raged, his skin burning bright orange. If you don't care about her life, then watch her die. Soldier. Kill her. Burn her. The extremist soldier standing next to Hermione didn't move. He stared blankly ahead. Are you deaf? Killian screamed. I said kill her. The soldier remained a statue. A cold sense of wrongness settled over Killian. He looked at the soldier, then at Tony. Stark? What did you do? Imperious curse, Tony realized. Of course. What does it have to do with me? Tony asked innocently. Maybe your HR department is lacking. Leadership isn't for everyone, Killian. Maybe they just don't respect you. You think this stops me? Killian roared, realizing his leverage was gone. I'll do it myself. He lunged at Tony, his body erupting in blazing heat, tearing through his expensive suit. You asked for it, Tony muttered, his faceplate slamming shut. As Iron Man and the Extremis Enhanced CEO clashed in a shower of sparks and fire, Hermione stood to the side, taking another bite of her apple. Interesting, she mused, watching Killian fight with the desperate fury of a scorned nerd. In a web novel, he'd be the protagonist. The 30 years east, 30 years west archetype. Underestimated, mocked, then gained power to seek revenge. A classic underdog story. She watched Tony blast him with a repulsor beam. Unfortunately, she thought, swallowing the apple, this is the Marvel Universe. And in this story, he's just expensive cannon fodder. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Don't Mess with Teenage Girls. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Bang! 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 The deck of the cargo ship was a chaotic inferno of melting metal and searing heat. Dozens of remote-controlled Iron Man suits swarmed the air, engaging the Extremis soldiers in a desperate, brutal melee. Aldrich Killian, shirtless and glowing with the blinding, molten orange intensity of the virus, moved like a demon. He was the perfect adapter, the apex predator of his own creation. His speed was unnatural, his strength tearing through gold titanium alloy like wet cardboard. Tony, currently piloting a patchwork suit, fired a repulsor blast at Killian's chest. The beam connected, burning a hole through the man's sternum, but the wound glowed angry orange and stitched itself shut in seconds. It's no use, Tony. Killian roared, his grin mannequin heat distorted. He lunged, his fist glowing white-hot. Snap! He punched partially through Tony's chest plate. The armor's internal system screamed in protest, sparks showering the deck. Damn it! Tony grunted, blasting his thrusters to fly backward, crashing heavily onto a shipping container. Jarvis, I need a new suit. This one is toast. Amidst the chaos, Colonel Rhodes, sans armor, sprinted across the upper deck, dodging Extremis fire. He spotted the small girl standing calmly near the railing. Kid! Come with me, quickly! Rhodes shouted, reaching out to grab her arm. He didn't know who this daughter was, but his duty was to protect civilians. Hermione didn't move. She stood like a statue amidst the war zone, ignoring Rhodes completely. The Extremis soldier guarding her suddenly twitched. A flash of green light, silent and unobtrusive, flickered near him. He collapsed instantly, hitting the deck with a heavy thud, dead before he hit the ground. Rhodes's eyes widened. Did he just have a heart attack? SHH, Hermione frowned, brushing Rhodes's hand away. Don't make a sound. I'm watching the show. She looked down at Tony, who was scrambling to his feet as his current suit disintegrated around him. Her eyes were filled with mocking pity. I'm telling you, Tony, she shouted over the roar of battle. Your suit is way too flimsy. It's like it's made of papier-mâché. She paused, taking a bite of her apple. Why don't you stop calling yourself Iron Man? You should change your name to Foil Man. Or maybe the Tin Can. Tony, who was busy dodging a superheated fist, nearly choked. That little brat was roasting him while he fought for his life. Jarvis! Tony screamed, dodging another blow. Battle damage report. Sir, Jarvis's voice was calm but dire. 7 suits have been completely destroyed. The remaining units are sustaining critical thermal damage. They are unsuitable for prolonged combat against this specific thermal threat. Tony's heart sank. His Iron Legion was being melted into scrap. He looked at the swarm of glowing, regenerating soldiers closing in. He looked at Killian, who was practically invincible. He swallowed his massive ego. Okay, fine. Tony yelled, looking up at the upper deck. Stop watching. Help me. Rhodes looked at Tony in shock. Did the great Tony Stark just ask a 12-year-old girl for backup? But the next moment, Rhodes's jaw dropped. Ventus Maxima. Hermione didn't shout, she simply commanded. She floated effortlessly into the air, her robe snapping in the wind. She waved her wand, and the atmosphere screamed. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, spiraling rapidly, feeding on itself until it formed a massive, roaring tornado that connected the dark sky to the steel deck. The sound was deafening, drowning out the explosions and the repulsor blasts. The tornado swept across the deck with surgical precision. The extremist soldiers, who could heal from bullet wounds and regenerate limbs, found themselves helpless against the sheer kinetic force of nature. Ah! Screams echoed as the soldiers were lifted off their feet. The wind was so intense it acted like a billion invisible razor blades. The extremist healing factor triggered frantically, but it couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. They were torn apart, layer by layer, until there was nothing left but dust and bone scattering into the Atlantic wind. What is this? Rhodes stared, his brain refusing to process the visual data. Killian froze. He watched his invincible army, his life's work, being fed into a magical wood chipper. The heat in his veins turned cold. He looked up at the girl hovering in the eye of the storm, surrounded by lightning and power. The pieces finally clicked. The security. The lack of fear. The reports from New York. You are not Tony's daughter. Killian roared, his voice trembling with a terrifying realization. You're the witch. The witch of New York. Hermione flicked her wrist, and the tornado dissipated as quickly as it had formed, dropping the last few bones onto the deck. She landed lightly between Tony and Killian. Bang! While Killian was paralyzed by the revelation, Tony seized the opportunity. He boosted his thrusters and delivered a haymaker to Killian's chest, sending the distracted villain skidding across the deck. It's over, Killian, Tony panted, stepping out of his ruined suit. He walked up to the downed man, regaining his swagger. I told you not to mess with teenage girls. They have terrible tempers. But you wouldn't listen. Killian struggled to his knees, glowing with hate. He knew he was doomed. He couldn't fight magic. Tony Stark, Killian spat, pointing a trembling finger at Hermione. You think you won? If it weren't for her, you'd be dead 10 times over. Tony looked at Hermione, then back at Killian. He knew it was true. But he would never admit it out loud. Killian, stop flattering yourself, Tony scoffed. Even without Hermione, my Iron Legion is more than enough to deal with your glowstick army. Sir, Jarvis interrupted, the Mark 42 has returned. It is inbound. Tony's face lit up. Ah, the prodigal son returns. He looked at Killian with a smirk. Perfect timing. Watch how I finish this. He spread his arms wide, striking a heroic pose, waiting for the pieces of his prototype armor to assemble around him and deliver the final blow. In the distance, the red and gold streaks of the Mark 42 approached rapidly. It flew in fast. Too fast. It hit the deck railing, tripped, and clang crash clatter. The suit flew past Tony, smashed face first into a pipe, and disintegrated into a pile of useless, sparking mechanical junk. Tony. Hermione. Rhodes. Killian. The silence on the deck was profound. Hermione stared at the pile of junk. As expected of the anti-Tony armor. It never fails to fail. She smirked, looking at Tony's frozen, outstretched arms. Come on, Iron Man, finish him. She raised a fist in a mock fighting gesture. Good luck. Then she turned around to walk away. No. No. Don't go. Tony panicked, his facade crumbling instantly. I was just talking nonsense. I was bluffing. He looked at Killian, who was already standing up, his fists glowing hot again. Without a suit, Tony was dead meat. Hermione stopped and looked back over her shoulder. Beg me. Tony's lips twitched. His ego fought a war with his survival instinct. Bye-bye, Hermione waved. Wait. Wait. Tony slapped his hands together in a pleading gesture. Please. Okay? I'm begging you. Just get rid of him already. Hermione nodded, satisfied. That's more like it. She turned back to Killian, who looked like a man watching his executioner approach. He didn't run. He knew he couldn't outrun the wind. Any last words? Hermione asked. Killian gritted his teeth, the orange glow fading into a dull, defeated red. I didn't lose to you, Stark, he hissed. I lost to luck. Hermione tilted her head. You really aren't lucky, she thought. In another life, you lost because you injected Pepper with the virus. In this life, you lost because Pepper hugged me, and you assumed I was a daughter instead of a threat. It seems, Hermione mused, that Pepper Potts is your nemesis in every timeline. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, The Surgeon's Hands and the Beater's Face. For 40+ advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. In that case, farewell. Hermione's voice was soft, barely audible over the roar of the burning cargo ship. She waved her hand gently, a motion as elegant as a conductor cueing a symphony. A small, roiling ball of flame appeared out of thin air. It didn't look like normal fire, it hissed and popped, swirling with the shapes of chimera and serpents, radiating a malevolent heat that distorted the very air around it. Tony, recognizing the heat signatures of the extremis virus, shouted a warning. Extreme warriors are not afraid of fire. Your trick won't work, they feed on thermal energy. His reminder earned him a withering glare from Hermione. This is fiend fire, she corrected him coldly. It is not mere heat. It is a curse. As long as my magic feeds it, it will never go out. It consumes everything. Flesh, steel, and soul. With a flick of her wrist, the small ball expanded into a roaring serpent of cursed flame. It lunged forward, jaws open wide, and instantly engulfed Aldrich Killian. Ah! Killian's scream was a high-pitched sound of absolute agony, abruptly cut short as the magical fire consumed the oxygen in his lungs. The orange glow of the extremis virus fought against the dark crimson of the fiend fire for a split second, but magic reigned supreme. The virus was burned out, the regeneration overwhelmed. A moment later, Hermione clenched her fist. The roaring fire serpent vanished into smoke, leaving only a small, neat pile of grey ash on the scorched deck. The flame warrior, the man who claimed he would own the war on terror, was simply deleted. Tony opened his mouth, his instinct to make a snarky comment battling with his genuine horror. He decided to keep his mouth closed. Colonel Rhodes stood aside, staring at the pile of ash. His memory clicked. The green light he saw earlier. The fire now. That green light. Rhodes whispered. That's the instant death spell the Chitauri were hit with in New York. She's her. The witch. He looked at the small girl in pajamas, finding it impossible to reconcile the harmless appearance with the terrifying reality. Tony, Rhodes hissed, leaning in. You have backup like this, and you didn't call her sooner? It made us fight so hard just now. I almost died. Tony gave a wry, exhausted smile, leaning against a piece of wreckage. Do you think I don't want to? That little brat does whatever she wants. She's uncontrollable. If it weren't for that idiot Killian trying to kidnap her, we'd probably still be in a cell right now. New York City. 11 p.m. The rain slicked the streets of Manhattan, reflecting the neon kaleidoscope of the city lights. Dr. Stephen Strange, the world's foremost neurosurgeon, stepped out of Metro General Hospital. He inhaled the cool night air, adjusting the collar of his expensive coat. Phew! Stephen let out a long breath, the stress of a 12-hour surgery fading. He subconsciously raised his left wrist, checking the time on the exquisite Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. The hands pointed to 11 p.m. Christine should be asleep by now. Stephen muttered to himself, a soft smile touching his lips. The watch was a gift from her. It was more than a timekeeper, it was a tether to the one person who tolerated his ego. It said, "Time will tell how much I love you." He quickened his pace, turning into a narrow, quiet alleyway. It was a shortcut to the private parking garage where his Lamborghini waited. It was dimly lit, damp, and smelled of old garbage and rain, but Stephen Strange was arrogant enough to believe the city wouldn't dare touch him. He was wrong. A dark figure darted out from behind a dumpster, blocking the narrow path. "Hey kid," a gruff voice rang out, carrying a heavy, metallic threat. "Hand over the money." Stephen stopped, startled. A burly man in a hoodie stood before him, holding a gleaming, serrated dagger. The metal caught the faint light from the street lamp. "Robbery?" Stephen frowned. He was annoyed, not terrified. This was an inconvenience. "I don't have any cash on me," Stephen said calmly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Everything is digital. Enough with the nonsense." The robber's eyes were glazed, unfocused, but his aggression was sharp. He pointed the knife at Stephen's chest. "Hand over all your valuables. Now." Stephen sighed. He reached into his coat, pulled out his leather wallet, and tossed it to the man. The robber snatched it, rummaging through the contents with shaking hands. He found only black credit cards and a few bills. "Is this it?" The robber's face darkened with irrational rage. "Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar?" His gaze fell on the watch. The crystal caught the light. "Take off your watch," he commanded. Stephen's heart tightened. The wallet was replaceable. The money was irrelevant. But the watch was Christine. "This watch isn't worth much," Stephen lied, his voice steady but his pulse racing. "It's a cheap souvenir. Sentimental value only. Stop talking nonsense." The robber lunged, grabbing Stephen's left arm. "No!" Stephen shouted. He didn't think, he reacted. He yanked his arm back, trying to protect the timepiece. They grappled in the wet alley. Stephen was tall, but he was a surgeon, not a fighter. The robber was a brute force instrument. He slammed Stephen against the brick wall, pinning him to the damp pavement. The robber raised the heavy handle of the dagger. Snap! With a sickening, sharp crack, the watch band broke. But the sound was masked by a far worse noise, the crunch of delicate metacarpal bones being pulverized. The dagger slashed down, piercing deep into the nerves and tendons of the world's most gifted hands. "Ah!" Stephen screamed, a raw, guttural sound of agony that echoed off the brick walls. He curled into a ball, clutching his ruined, bloodied hands to his chest. He could feel it. The precision was gone. The nerves were severed. The career was over. The robber, his task complete, scrambled up and fled the scene. He ran 2 blocks, turned into a blind spot devoid of surveillance cameras, and stopped. His eyes, previously filled with rage, went blank. High above on a rooftop, hidden by a disillusionment charm, Hermione watched the scene unfold. She lowered her wand. The robber was a pre-programmed puppet. A necessary evil. Flash. A green light flickered in the alley shadows. The robber collapsed silently, his role in the grand cosmic play finished. Hermione listened to the distant, sobbing screams of the future Sorcerer Supreme. It was cruel. It was brutal. But it was the only way to break the man so the sorcerer could be born. She turned and vanished into the night sky. Hogwarts, the Quidditch pitch. The wind howled like a banshee. The rain came down in icy sheets, turning the pitch into a mud bath. Thunder roared overhead, shaking the stands. It was Quidditch season, and the contrast between the Gryffindor scarlet and the Slytherin green was stark against the grey storm. Hermione sat in the stands, wrapped in a heavy waterproof cloak, leisurely eating a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. She looked incredibly cozy. She was not on the team. It wasn't that she didn't want to play. It was that literally no one dared to play with her. 2 years ago, she had been banned from using her custom broom, the Cyberpunk 2077, due to excessive velocity and psychological trauma to the opposing seeker. Last year, after the Chamber of Secrets incident, the reputation of the witch had become so terrifying that opposing beaters would instinctively apologize to her before hitting a bludger. This year, when her name appeared on the roster, the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw teams had collectively threatened to forfeit the season. So, for the sake of the sport, Hermione had graciously agreed to be a spectator. A very active spectator. Beep. Madame Hooch's whistle blew, barely audible over the thunder. The game was on. Without Hermione in the air, the Slytherin team felt brave. They unleashed their traditional strategy, violence. Marcus Flint, the troll-like chaser, grinned maliciously as he saw Angelina Johnson carrying the quaffle. He accelerated, aiming not for the ball, but for her ribs. "Angelina, watch out!" Harry screamed from above. Just as Flint was about to ram her, Hermione, sitting in the front row, suddenly stood up. She didn't cast a spell. She didn't shout. She just stood up. Marcus Flint saw the movement in his peripheral vision. His brain screamed danger. He instinctively slammed on the brakes, jerking his broom handle so violently that he nearly spun out of control, tumbling through the air like a clumsy pigeon. Angelina seized the opportunity, tucked the quaffle, and zoomed past the terrified Slytherin. She threw. Gryffindor scores! Lee Jordan roared into the magical megaphone. The Gryffindor stands erupted in thunderous cheers. The Slytherin stands were deathly silent, glaring at their captain. Marcus Flint, recovering his balance, looked down at the stands. His lips twitched. Hermione stretched her arms, gave a sweet smile, and sat back down, popping another jelly bean into her mouth as if nothing had happened. Psychological warfare, she thought. It's super effective. The game continued. The rain grew heavier. A few minutes later, a brutish Slytherin beater named Bull saw a bludger rocketing toward him. He raised his bat, grinning. He lined up a shot perfectly aimed at Harry Potter's head. Just as he wound up for the swing, Hermione, looking bored, casually pulled her wand out of her pocket to check the time. Bull saw the wand. His eyes bulged. His muscles locked up in pure terror. "She's going to hex me. She's going to turn me into a ferret." He froze. He forgot to swing. Bang! With a sickening, muffled thud, the iron bludger slammed directly into Bull's face. He was knocked clean off his broom, plummeting into the mud below. Hermione checked her wand, shrugged, and put it back. "Ouch," she whispered, munching on a bean. That looked painful. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, My Feelings Are Complicated. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hermione wasn't finished. She raised her wand again, closing one eye to aim like a sniper. The tip of her wand tracked back and forth, following a Slytherin chaser who was desperately trying to avoid her gaze. Marcus Flint's eyes widened in horror. What is she up to now? He couldn't take it anymore. He banked hard, flying directly to the referee, Madame Hooch, who was hovering near the goalposts. Referee! Marcus screamed over the wind, pointing a shaking finger at the stands. That's a foul. Look at her. She's waving her wand around. It's glowing green. She's targeting my players. Madame Hooch, hovering on her broom with the enthusiasm of a wet sock, glanced down at the stands. Hermione was indeed aiming her wand, but she hadn't cast anything yet. What business is it of yours if a spectator takes out their wand? Madame Hooch deadpanned, her eyes like dead fish. She hasn't cast a spell. Get back in the game, Flint. But she might hex me. Marcus wailed, hiding behind the referee's broom. We'll deal with her later. The ministry can handle the paperwork, Hooch sighed, checking her watch. Stop whispering to the referee. People will think I'm biased. Now move. Biased. Marcus roared internally, wanting to cry but having no tears left. She's literally holding a weapon of mass destruction in the front row. The game continued, a nightmare for Slytherin. 1 minute, Hermione would levitate a small hammer. The next, she'd juggle a knife. Every time a Slytherin touched the quaffle, they felt a phantom chill on their spine, expecting a magical sniper shot. As Gryffindor racked up points, Hermione emptied her pockets. She muttered, peering into her bottomless backpack. Is there anything else I can throw? There's nothing left to throw away. 3 weak, feeble voices chorused in unison. Hermione turned her head. Ron, Neville, and Seamus were sitting next to her. They looked utterly defeated, covered in an assortment of alchemical tools, spare wand cores, and enchanted wrenches that she had been handing them to hold for a second. Hey, Hermione frowned. What's wrong with you guys? You look like you've seen a ghost. The 3 boys exchanged a glance, looking at Hermione with the eyes of men who had stared into the abyss and found it holding a screwdriver. High above the pitch, the game reached its climax. Harry spotted the golden snitch fluttering near the cloud layer. He accelerated, his firebolt screaming. Draco Malfoy was close behind, his Nimbus 2001 pushing to keep up. Harry reached out, his fingers centimeters from the fluttering gold ball. Victory was within his grasp. Suddenly, a bone-deep cold washed over him. The rain turned to sleet. Ice crystals bloomed rapidly across his broom handle. This is... Harry's heart hammered. He knew this feeling. The next second, the storm clouds seemed to curdle. Dark, ragged figures swarmed down from the sky like ink spilled in water. Dementors. Dozens of them. Harry's alarm bells rang. He jerked his broom, dodging the first icy hand. But there were too many. He was surrounded. He came face to face with a Dementor. The hood fell back, revealing the rotting, scabbed skin and the gaping hole where a mouth should be. A chill swept through his body. His blood froze. The screaming started in his head, his mother's voice, pleading. His consciousness faded into a grey fog. Harry slumped forward, slipping off his broom. He fell. Malfoy, seeing Harry falter, surged forward and snatched the snitch. Yes, he shouted, the thrill of victory surging through him. Then he saw Harry plummeting toward the hard, wet ground hundreds of feet below. Potter! Damn it! Malfoy's expression twisted. The rivalry, the insults, the hate, it all vanished in the face of imminent death. Without a second thought, he dove. He turned his broom straight down, pushing it into a vertical dive, chasing the falling body. It was too late. He caught up to Harry just 50 feet from the ground. He grabbed Harry's arm, but the momentum was too great. The impact of the catch pulled Malfoy off his own broom. It's over, Malfoy thought, his vision going black. He heard the screams from the stands. Arresto momentum! The incantation was crisp, loud, and absolute. It cut through the thunder like a whip crack. An invisible cushion of air caught them. Their terrifying descent slowed instantly, turning a fatal crash into a gentle, controlled landing. They touched down softly on the muddy grass. The entire stadium looked up. Hermione stood on the railing of the stands, her wand raised, smoke drifting from the tip. Madame Hooch and Dumbledore rushed onto the field. Malfoy lay on his back, gasping for air, clutching the golden snitch in one hand and Harry's unconscious arm in the other. He was shaking, terrified, but alive. Hermione leaped from the stands, flipping in midair to land perfectly on her summoned broom. She zipped down to the field, landing beside the headmaster. She ignored Dumbledore. She ignored Harry. She marched straight up to Malfoy. "What just happened?" she demanded, her voice tight. Malfoy, pale and shaking, held up the struggling snitch. "Potter," he was about to catch it. Then the Dementors, they swarmed him. I caught him." Hermione stared at the golden snitch in Malfoy's hand. The game was over. Slytherin had won. Her face darkened. A rage, pure and volcanic, erupted behind her eyes. So all my hard work was for nothing? All the intimidation? The tactical snacking? The psychological warfare? Ruined by a bunch of soul-sucking rags? She whirled around, her wand pointing straight at the dark, swirling sky. Expecto Patronum. It wasn't a normal cast. It was a declaration of war. A dazzling, blinding white light burst from her wand. It didn't form a wisp. It didn't form a single animal. It exploded into a legion. A dragon roared into existence, its wingspan massive. A phoenix shrieked, trailing silver fire. A tiger, a lion, a bear, a giant serpent, countless corporeal Patronuses surged out of her wand, rushing upward like a reverse waterfall of light. They surrounded Hogwarts, a spectral zoo of pure, protective fury. Each one was distinct, lifelike, and radiating enough power to burn a Dementor to ash. Hermione raised her wand, pointing at the retreating shadows in the sky. Her killing intent was palpable. "Go," she roared. "Slaughter every single Dementor inside and outside Hogwarts. Leave no one alive." The army of light roared in response and scattered, hunting the hunters. The stadium was deathly silent. This is a Patronus charm," a Ravenclaw student whispered, his voice trembling. "Did she just bring a whole zoo?" Everyone stared at Hermione. The Patronus charm was supposed to be unique to the wizard. A reflection of their inner self. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with a mix of awe and deep concern. Snape looked like he might faint. "Hermione," Lupin asked, his voice weak. "Isn't your Patronus an otter?" He remembered the train. The Silver Sea Otter. That was normal. This was madness. Hermione lowered her wand, the light fading from her eyes. She shrugged, looking annoyed. "The Patronus changes depending on the wizard's state of mind, Professor," she explained, dusting off her robes. "My feelings are very complicated right now. So it's reasonable for the Patronus to change 10 times in a second, right?" She kicked the mud, muttering resentfully under her breath, "Damn it, those 150 points should have been Gryffindor's." The crowd. So that's why she's so angry. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, Azkaban? No, St. Mungo's. 440 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The rain had reduced to a drizzle, but the mud on the Quidditch pitch was thick and cold. Hermione landed her broom beside the recovering boys, her eyes still flashing with residual combat magic. "Hey, Malfoy," she said, looking him up and down with a critical eye. "You've always hated Harry more than you hate shampoo. Why did you save him?" Malfoy, sitting in the mud with his expensive robes ruined, glanced at the unconscious Harry. He wiped a streak of grime from his pale face and snorted derisively. Don't misunderstand, Granger. I didn't do this to save him, Malfoy sneered, trying to maintain his dignity. He testified for me. He cleared my name regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I am merely balancing the ledger. I, Draco Malfoy, never owe anyone anything. The students gathering around blinked in surprise. They had expected a racial slur or a boast, instead, they got a code of honor. Suddenly, the Slytherin prince didn't seem quite so villainous. Of course, Hermione thought, he doesn't realize that Harry is only nicer to him because I threatened to turn Harry into a toad if he wasn't. Bang! 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 Dull, muffled explosions echoed from the perimeter of the grounds. One by one, the dazzling, silver Patronuses returned. The dragon, the tiger, the phoenix, they swooped back toward the stadium, their glowing forms swirling with dense, trapped black mist. Inside their translucent bodies, the mangled, dissolving remnants of Dementors could be seen struggling in vain before fading into nothingness. It was a beautiful, terrifying harvest. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. She waved her wand, and the zoo army dissipated into motes of silver light, the job finished. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey rushed onto the field, followed by a team of floating stretchers. She gasped when she saw the scene. Quickly! Get Potter and Malfoy to the hospital wing, she ordered. And us. We need to be checked too. 3 weak, trembling voices cried out in unison. Madame Pomfrey turned. Her eyes widened. Ron, Neville, and Seamus limped forward. They looked like they had been in a Muggle bar fight. Their faces were bruised, their robes torn, and they were weighed down by a ridiculous assortment of heavy alchemical equipment: wrenches, enchanted pliers, hammers, and bags of spare parts. Merlin's beard! Pomfrey exclaimed. How did you 3 get like this? Did the Dementors attack you with construction equipment? Ron, Neville, and Seamus exchanged a haunted glance. They looked at Hermione, then back at the nurse. Don't ask, they said in unison. Asking brings divine retribution. The headmaster's office. The fire in the grate crackled softly, but it did little to warm the room. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his usual twinkle gone, replaced by a cold, hard gravity. Snape stood by the window, looking like a ominous shadow. I will report this to the Ministry immediately, Dumbledore said, his voice low and dangerous. The Dementors entered the school grounds and attacked students. They must be removed. Permanently. Hermione sat in the chair opposite him, picking a piece of lint off her robe. She knew Dumbledore was truly angry. The Dementors had crossed his line. She shook her head, her tone bored. No need, Headmaster. Let them keep sending them. I'll kill as many as they come. I'm actually curious to see how many Dementors the Ministry has in stock. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Once the Dementors are extinct, and Azkaban is an open-concept resort, let's see how Fudge keeps his prisoners. That will teach them to cost Gryffindor the match. Snape glanced at her sideways, his lip twitching. She's not mad about the attempted murder of Potter. She's mad about the Quidditch points. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Actually, Miss Granger, besides the Dementors, there is another matter. The Ministry of Magic will likely summon you in the next few days. They want to inquire about the prophecy you made in Trelawney's class. Hermione rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. It's just a prediction that Voldemort is going to be resurrected. What's so interesting about that? It's not like not predicting it would stop it from happening. The Ministry does not share your logic, Dumbledore sighed. Cornelius Fudge desires stability above all else. He views anything that threatens his administration or his denial as an enemy to be silenced. Hermione scoffed. So, logically, he should be trying to silence you, not me. Dumbledore and Snape both choked slightly. They exchanged a look of helpless agreement. She's not wrong. Dumbledore was the only wizard Fudge truly feared. Fudge is an idiot, Hermione continued, ranting. If Voldemort returns, does he think he can keep his job by ignoring it? The rebels are at the gates, and he's worried about his approval ratings? What is he, the King of Ashes? Dumbledore shook his head. Many men prefer to live in comfortable lies than face hard truths, Hermione. Hermione threw her hands up. Fine. What do you want me to say to them? If the truth doesn't work, I'll just tell them I'm a transmigrator from another dimension who possessed Hermione Granger's body, and this whole world is a fictional construct created by an author, and I saw the resurrection scene in a movie. She looked at them expectantly. How does that sound? Dumbledore. Snape. This girl is really good at talking nonsense, they both thought. She says it with such conviction. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said gently, while that story certainly wouldn't lead to Azkaban, it would almost certainly result in a permanent residency at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. In the Janus Thicky ward. For the permanently insane. Actually, Dumbledore continued, clearing his throat, you can say whatever you wish to the minister. However, I ask that you refrain from starting a war. The ministry, corrupt as it is, maintains order. If you kill all the Aurors, the dark wizards will run rampant before Voldemort even returns. Hermione slumped in her chair. You make me sound like a monster. Am I really that bad-tempered? Snape stared at the ceiling. She mobilized a spectral zoo because she lost a game. She has no self-awareness. Because of the sensitivity of the situation, Dumbledore concluded, I have assigned Professor Snape to accompany you to the ministry. He will ensure diplomatic relations are maintained. Hermione nodded. Ah, the peacemaker. Or rather, the leash. The corridor. Hermione and Snape walked side by side down the stone hallway, their footsteps echoing. The tension was palpable. Snape looked like he was marching to his own execution. Hermione suddenly stopped and turned to look at the potion's master, a sly, knowing grin spreading across her face. Professor, she whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. Be honest. Does Headmaster Dumbledore have some kind of blackmail leverage over you? Why else would you agree to babysit me? Snape's body went rigid. His face turned the color of a cauldron bottom. He pressed his thin lips together until they were white, holding back a torrent of venomous words. He stared straight ahead, refusing to look at her. Ask less, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, The Toad in the Pink Suit. The Ministry of Magic was efficient when panic was involved. They arrived less than 24 hours after the Patronus incident. Hermione was in the middle of Professor Lupin's class, casually taking notes on Boggets, when the heavy oak door creaked open. Severus Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing like smoke. He ignored Lupin entirely, his dark eyes locking onto Hermione. Granger, he drawled, his voice devoid of emotion. Come with me. We have visitors from the ministry. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Fudge moves fast when he's scared, she thought. She gave Lupin a small, apologetic wave and followed Snape out into the corridor. The reception room. The air in the small reception room was thick with tension and the cloying scent of cheap perfume. 3 ministry officials were waiting. As Hermione stepped inside, her gaze swept over the group, and a small, amused smile touched her lips. She knew them all. Gilderoy Lockhart sat in a plush armchair, looking exceptionally dashing in a tailored turquoise coat. He beamed the moment he saw her. Hermione. Long time no see. Lockhart stood up, offering his hand warmly. Professor Lockhart, Hermione replied with a polite nod. Or should I say, Deputy Director Lockhart? It's been a while. Lockhart's smile faltered slightly as he noticed Snape looming behind her like a giant bat. Professor Snape, he greeted, his tone a mix of caution and professional courtesy. Snape gave a cold, dismissive snort. Lockhart cleared his throat and gestured to the woman beside him. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic." The woman interrupted him, stepping forward. She was short and squat, with a broad, flabby face, a wide, slack mouth, and bulging, poachy eyes. She wore a fuzzy pink cardigan over a pink dress, and a black velvet bow sat atop her short, mouse-brown hair. She looked, for all the world, like a large, pale toad that had been forced into a doll's clothes. Hermione recognized her instantly. The pink toad. The woman who makes Voldemort look like a reasonable politician. Umbridge extended a stubby hand, a sickly sweet smile plastered on her face. "Miss Granger. It is a pleasure." Hermione looked at the hand. She didn't move. She didn't smile. She simply stared at Umbridge with a cool, detached indifference. Umbridge's hand froze in mid-air. Her smile stiffened, the corners of her mouth twitching. She felt a surge of indignation. This rude, mudblood child. Does she not know who I am? I am the minister's right hand. She slowly lowered her hand, letting out a high-pitched, girlish giggle that sounded more like a hiccup. My. It seems the standards of etiquette at Hogwarts have slipped terribly. I wonder how Dumbledore manages the students. Perhaps the Ministry needs to take a closer look at the educational standards here. Hermione chuckled softly. "Minister Umbridge, you are mistaken. Etiquette has always been a fine tradition at Hogwarts. However, respect is earned, not titled. If you have concerns about the curriculum, I suggest you take them directly to the headmaster's office. I'm sure Albus Dumbledore would be delighted to discuss your opinions on his school." Umbridge's face went rigid. The threat was subtle but clear. She wouldn't dare confront Dumbledore. Not yet. Fudge and Dumbledore were still nominally allies, and she was just a bureaucrat. But Hermione had called her minister, stroking her ego while dismissing her authority. Idiot, Lockhart, Snape, and Hermione all thought simultaneously. Hee, Umbridge laughed dryly, her eyes cold. The headmaster is a busy man. I wouldn't want to bother him with trifles. Oh, it's no bother, Hermione said, her tone dripping with fake sincerity. I know old Dumbledore very well. I'll just pop up and tell him you're here. He always makes time for me. Umbridge's temple vein throbbed. Was this girl stupid? Or mocking her? She took a deep breath, her voice turning sharp and condescending. "Miss Granger, you are a third-year student of Muggle descent. Do not pretend to have a special relationship with the greatest wizard of the age just to save face. It is unbecoming. You are young, and you do not understand how the world works." Before Hermione could retort, Snape stepped forward. His voice was low, silky, and dripping with venom. "Madam Umbridge," Snape said slowly. "While I personally find Miss Granger's conduct frequently exasperating, I must correct you. Her statement is accurate. In fact, it is conservative." Umbridge blinked, stunned. "Headmaster Dumbledore values Miss Granger highly," Snape continued, his dark eyes boring into the toad-like woman. "It is no exaggeration to say that if she requested a meeting, Dumbledore would likely cancel a session with the minister himself to accommodate her." He paused, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Although I hate to admit it, within the walls of this castle, Miss Granger's influence is vastly superior to your own." The silence in the room was deafening. Umbridge's face turned a mottled, ugly shade of puce. To be humiliated by a student was one thing, to have Severus Snape, a man known for his disdain of Gryffindors, defend the girl was a crushing blow. Hermione smiled, turning her attention away from the fuming Umbridge to the third person in the room. He was a young man, tall and handsome, with an air of quiet competence. He stepped forward, a bright, charming smile on his face. "Hello, Miss Granger," he said, extending a hand. "I am Ethan Hunt, an Auror in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, working under Director Lockhart. I'm new to the Ministry." Lockhart chuckled, patting the young man on the shoulder. "Ethan, remember, I'm still the Deputy Director. We must be precise with titles, lest we offend our superiors." He shot a meaningful look at Umbridge. Hermione chuckled internally. Lockhart was playing the game well. She looked at Ethan Hunt. Handsome. Charming. A spy in the Ministry. Ethan Hunt, she thought, shaking her head internally. "Really, Tom? You're using the Mission Impossible name? You truly are a fanboy." It was Tom Riddle, her Dark Lord in disguise. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, The Dark Lord's Day Job. Hermione looked at the young man standing before her. Ethan Hunt was the picture of magical law enforcement excellence, tall, handsome, with a jawline you could cut glass on and a smile that radiated justice and integrity. But beneath the skin, the soul was pitch black. It was Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord Voldemort. To facilitate her surveillance of Lockhart and to keep her pet Dark Lord busy, Hermione had used the grimoire to perform a high-level soul-reshaping ritual. She had crafted a new physical identity for him, completely severing his connection to the snake-like visage of his past. Under Lockhart's patronage, Tom had joined the Ministry as an outstanding recruit. He was now a registered Auror. Hermione suppressed a snort of laughter. "Voldemort has finally become a productive member of society," she mused. "He's paying taxes. He's filling out paperwork. He's arresting dark wizards. If I told Dumbledore, the old man would have a stroke." Umbridge, oblivious to the fact that she was threatening a girl who treated Voldemort like a Pokémon, gave a sickly sweet, forced smile. "Miss Granger," she simpered, her voice dripping with poison. "It is good to be quick-witted. You may use your silver tongue here at school, but once we arrive at the Ministry, well, things are different. We have plenty of ways to make disobedient little wizards behave." The room went dead silent. Lockhart, Snape, and Ethan Hunt all looked at Umbridge with a mixture of pity and disbelief. "This stupid woman is actively courting death," Snape thought, his face impassive. "Please," Tom Riddle thought behind his sunny facade, "keep talking. I want to see what spell she uses to skin you." Lockhart decided to intervene. Not to save Hermione, but to save the Ministry's reception room from becoming a slaughterhouse. He cleared his throat, stepping into the tension with practiced ease. "Madam Umbridge," Lockhart said, his voice dropping an octave to a tone of serious, professional rebuke. "I believe your statement is inappropriate. As an official institution, the Ministry of Magic operates under the rule of law, not intimidation. We cannot simply break the program because we dislike a student's tone." Umbridge's mouth snapped shut. She glared at him, but she said nothing. She could ignore Snape. She could bully junior officials. But Gilderoy Lockhart was untouchable. Since taking the deputy director position, Lockhart had undergone a transformation. He was no longer just a celebrity author, he was a political juggernaut. He had hunted down 3 A-list dark wizards in his first month, displaying a ruthlessness that rivaled Alastor Moody. His popularity was skyrocketing. He was competent, he was dangerous, and he had the public eating out of his hand. Umbridge knew that if she crossed him, he wouldn't curse her, he would destroy her reputation in the Daily Prophet by breakfast. "Fine," she spat, adjusting her pink cardigan. "Excellent," Ethan Hunt said, breaking the silence with a cheerful, can-do attitude that was terrifyingly convincing. "Now that we are all on the same page, shall we depart?" The gates of Hogwarts. The group walked to the boundary line where the anti-apparition wards ended. Hermione took the lead. After the train incident last year, Dumbledore had pulled strings to get her an unconditional apparition license. She was legal. See you there, Hermione said. With a loud crack, she vanished. Snape followed with a swirl of black cloak. Umbridge vanished with a soft pop. Only Lockhart and Ethan remained. Lockhart looked at his subordinate, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. The great monster hunter flushed slightly. Ethan, you know, I've never been very precise with my apparition. I'd hate to splinch my eyebrows off before a meeting with the minister. Tom Riddle smiled a smile that didn't reach his cold, dead eyes. It is quite all right, Director. I will facilitate side-along apparition. Excellent. Thank you, Ethan. Lockhart grabbed the Dark Lord's arm. The indignity, Riddle thought. I used to fly without a broom. Now I am a taxi service for a peacock. Crack. The Ministry of Magic, Atrium. The golden gates opened, and the group stepped into the bustle of the Ministry atrium. The air smelled of ozone, burning paper, and bureaucracy. As they walked toward the elevators, the difference in status became painfully obvious. Wizards and witches hurried past, clutching memos. When they saw Umbridge, they nodded politely, murmuring, "Undersecretary," but their eyes were cold, filled with undisguised loathing. Umbridge walked with her nose in the air, ignoring the rabble. Then they noticed Lockhart. The atmosphere shifted instantly. "Good morning, Mr. Lockhart." "Director. You look dashing today." "Oh my goodness, it's Gilderoy." "Director Lockhart, could you sign my copy of Voyages with Vampires?" Lockhart slowed his pace, flashing his trademark, blindingly white smile. He waved gracefully to the crowd. "Thank you. Thank you for your support. Please, keep up the good work." He signed a parchment for a blushing witch, winked at an old wizard, and moved with the grace of a seasoned politician. Hermione watched him from the back of the group. "He's getting better," she noted. "The empty boasting is gone. He's replaced it with humility and approachability. He's realized that being the people's hero is a safer shield than any memory charm." The minister's office. The elevator ride was silent. They stepped out onto the top floor, walking down a plush, carpeted corridor to the minister's suite. The door swung open, and a short, stout man in a pinstripe suit bustled forward. "Miss Hermione Granger. I have heard so much about you. It is a delight, truly a delight." Cornelius Fudge's round face was glistening with sweat and enthusiasm. He shook Hermione's hand vigorously. "I am Cornelius Fudge. Minister for Magic. Please, please, have a seat." He guided her to a velvet sofa as if she were a visiting dignitary, completely ignoring his own undersecretary. "I have always heard that Miss Granger is a once-in-a-century talent," Fudge gushed, pouring on the flattery. "Seeing you today, I can confirm the rumors do not do you justice. You have a presence, my dear, a real presence." Hermione sat down, smoothing her robes. She smiled faintly. "You are too kind, Minister." "Someone." Fudge snapped his fingers. "Pour Miss Granger a drink. Pumpkin juice. The best we have." A house elf popped into existence, balancing a tray with a goblet of orange liquid. Hermione looked at the juice. She didn't move to take it. "I don't like pumpkin juice," she said calmly, her voice cutting through Fudge's babble. "I want apple juice." The room froze. It was a petty, small request, but in the language of power, it was a test. Fudge paused, his smile faltering for a microsecond. Then he waved his hand frantically at the elf. "You heard her. Change it. Apple juice." Immediately. The elf vanished and reappeared seconds later with a crystal glass of clear apple juice. Hermione nodded, satisfied. She took a sip, letting the silence stretch just long enough to be uncomfortable. "Minister Fudge," she said, setting the glass down with a soft clink. "Let's skip the pleasantries. I don't think you summoned me all the way from Scotland just to critique the quality of the ministry's catering. She leaned forward, her eyes locking onto his. Speak frankly. What are you so afraid of? Chapter 160, Chapter 159, The Black Quill. Upon hearing Hermione's dismissal of the apple juice quality, Cornelius Fudge's eye twitched. He nodded stiffly, deciding to abandon the pleasantries and get straight to the point. He reached into his mahogany desk drawer and withdrew a small, swirling crystal ball. He placed it on a velvet stand between them. With a gentle, practiced tap of his wand, the chaotic grey mist inside dissipated. The scene cleared instantly. It was the graveyard. The cauldron. The steam rising. The horrific, pale, noseless face of Lord Voldemort rising from the depths. Miss Granger, Fudge asked, his voice tight, beads of sweat glistening on his upper lip. Did you foresee all of this? Hermione leaned back, her expression bored. That's right. Fudge's expression turned sour, as if the apple juice had curdled in his stomach. He coughed lightly, adjusting his lime-green bowler hat on the desk, trying to hide his profound unease. But, Miss Granger, he began, adopting a tone of forced reason. Didn't Deputy Director Lockhart destroy the Dark Lord's Horcruxes last year? We had a press conference. It was very thorough. Logically speaking, this kind of thing, a resurrection, it should not be possible. Hermione looked at the minister with undisguised amusement. So what? She countered, her voice cutting through his denial. Minister Fudge, are you trying to make me admit that my prediction was wrong just because it's inconvenient for your administration? Fudge was left speechless by her bluntness. He spluttered, waving his hands rapidly. No, no, no. That's not what I meant at all. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But, Miss Granger, surely you understand? The wizarding world needs stability. The people need peace. And I. He paused, correcting himself internally. I need to be re-elected. I need to ensure order is maintained. Such a terrible prophecy, Fudge continued, his voice trembling slightly. Even if it were true, it should not be announced to the public in a classroom full of impressionable children. Won't this cause panic? Moreover, prophecy is inherently full of uncertainty. If we want the public to believe such a radical claim, I'm afraid we would need more detailed information. Dates. Locations. Witnesses. Hermione couldn't help it. She laughed out loud, a sharp, cynical sound that echoed in the plush office. Minister Fudge, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You're not joking with me, are you? She gestured to the crystal ball. Have you ever seen a prophecy that allows you to know whatever you want to know, on demand? Do you think prophecy is like ordering food at a restaurant? You can't just look at the menu and say, I'll have the Dark Lord's return, but hold the panic, and add a side of exact coordinates. Hermione spread her hands, her face twisting into an exaggerated expression of mock apology. Sorry, Minister. This isn't a magic restaurant. We don't offer customized prophecy services. If you want a tailored future, turn right after you leave. The Daily Prophet welcomes you. They're much better at writing fiction than I am. She paused, adding a final jab. By the way, remember to make an appointment in advance. After all, there are far more people who read newspapers than those who read true prophecies. Fudge's face turned a mottled red. He knew she was mocking him. He knew his request was unrealistic. But his desperation outweighed his logic. Miss Granger, he said, his voice dropping to a low, threatening register. In that case, we can only treat your prediction as a rumor. A malicious falsehood. He stood up, walking to the window to avoid her gaze. If you admit that your prediction was wrong, a silly classroom prank, you can go back to school. Continue your life. Graduate. Forget this ever happened. He turned back, his eyes cold. But if you refuse, we will consider you to be spreading terror and deliberately causing public unrest. Under the current statutes, you may be expelled from Hogwarts. Your wand snapped. You could be banned from practicing magic for life and confined to your home. The threat hung heavy in the air. Hermione didn't flinch. She leaned back, swinging her legs, her tone languid and unbothered. Minister Fudge, is that all you wanted to say? Expulsion? House arrest? How quaint! Fudge stared at her. He expected tears. He expected fear. He saw only a terrifying, abyssal indifference. He shook his head, picked up his hat, and turned to the door. Before leaving, he paused, looking back one last time. Miss Granger, I hope you will give my suggestion a second thought. For your own sake. He walked out. Moments later, the door was pushed open again. Dolores Umbridge waddled in. She was flanked by two burly Aurors, men with scarred faces and hard eyes. They moved with the steady, predatory grace of veterans. Hermione glanced at them, her magical senses flaring. Elites, she noted. Second only to Moody or Kingsley. She brought the heavy hitters to interrogate a 13-year-old. Umbridge walked up to Hermione, her broad, flabby face beaming with undisguised smugness. She looked like a cat that had finally cornered a particularly troublesome mouse. Miss Granger, she simpered, her voice sickly sweet. Didn't I tell you? Once we're at the Ministry of Magic, the rules change. I have plenty of ways to deal with you here. She smoothed her pink cardigan. Now, you will be formally interrogated by the Ministry as a suspect in spreading seditious rumors regarding the Dark Lord. The reception room. The atmosphere outside was suffocating. Fudge, Snape, Lockhart, and Ethan Hunt sat in uncomfortable silence. Snape stared at the closed door of the interrogation room, his brow furrowed, his face etched with a look of profound, intense worry. Fudge, misinterpreting the look entirely, broke the silence with a light cough. Professor Snape, Fudge said soothingly, pouring himself a drink. You don't need to worry too much. The Ministry is just doing its job. We're just asking some questions. Miss Granger is an underage wizard, after all. We won't do anything permanent. Fudge smiled, trying his best to appear the benevolent leader. We'll just scare her a little. Teach her not to talk nonsense. Honestly, Hogwarts didn't need to send you all this way just to protect her. Upon hearing this, Snape scoffed. The sound was harsh, like tearing parchment. He turned his cold, black eyes onto the minister. You think I'm here to protect her? Fudge blinked, completely bewildered. Well, aren't you? Snape shook his head slowly, a look of grim fatalism on his face. He didn't answer. He just looked back at the door, praying that the Ministry building would still be standing in an hour. The interrogation room. Hermione sat in the hard wooden chair, watching Umbridge with an air of nonchalance that infuriated the Undersecretary. Minister Umbridge, Hermione chuckled softly, the way you're phrasing things makes it sound like I'm already guilty. What, does the Ministry of Magic now judge cases without evidence? Do you convict people based solely on your own insecurities? Umbridge's face darkened, the fake smile vanishing. Miss Granger, please watch your words, she shrieked. This is the Ministry of Magic, not a classroom. You cannot run wild here. She gestured sharply to the two Aurors looming behind her. These men will monitor your interrogation. If you are uncooperative, they have the right to take coercive measures. Hermione raised an eyebrow. She looked at the Aurors, then back at Umbridge. Coercive measures. She smirked. I wonder what measures Minister Umbridge intends to take? Is it the Cruciatus Curse? Or perhaps something more subtle? A piercing hex? A soul-severing charm? She spoke of torture as casually as one might discuss the weather. Umbridge trembled with rage. Her authority was being mocked, her threats ignored. She had never met a child so utterly devoid of fear. "Miss Granger, don't be stubborn. You are asking for trouble," Umbridge hissed through gritted teeth. "I am giving you one last chance. Confess honestly. Admit you lied. Tell us why you wanted to spread panic, and you might get leniency. Otherwise, you will face the most severe punishment the Ministry can administer." Hermione looked up, her eyes flashing with a cold, dangerous light. "I'll say it again. It is not a rumor. It is a prophecy." A ruthless, sadistic glint flashed in Umbridge's poachy eyes. "Very well, Miss Granger. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since that is the case," Umbridge whispered, "don't blame me for being impolite." She turned and winked at the two Aurors. They stepped forward, flanking Hermione, their wands drawn, radiating oppressive magical pressure. Umbridge looked at Hermione smugly, anticipating the begging, the crying, the breaking. "Now," she said softly, reaching into her purse. She pulled out a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. She placed it on the parchment. "Write down in detail the whole process of how you fabricated these rumors to spread panic." She handed the black quill to Hermione. As Hermione's fingers closed around the cold shaft of the quill, a sly, triumphant smile flashed in Umbridge's eyes. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, The Ministry Burns. Hermione glanced down at the black quill in Umbridge's hand, then back up at the Undersecretary's smug, expectant face. She shook her head slowly, a look of profound disappointment on her face. "Minister Umbridge," she said calmly, her voice cutting through the tense silence. "You really enjoy playing these petty little games, don't you?" Umbridge's smile faltered slightly. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Miss Granger." "It's a blood quill," Hermione stated flatly. "It's enchanted to carve whatever is written with it into the back of the user's hand, using their own blood as ink. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to pick it up?" She recognized the torture device instantly from her knowledge of the future. She just hadn't expected Umbridge to resort to such overt sadism so soon. Hermione lifted a finger. With a sharp crack, the black quill in Umbridge's hand shattered into 1,000 splinters. Umbridge's expression curdled from smugness to panic. Her carefully laid trap had been dismantled instantly. The two Aurors behind her exchanged uneasy glances. They were used to rough tactics, but using a blood quill on a 13-year-old student in the middle of the Ministry was a line they were uncomfortable crossing. Enraged by the humiliation, Umbridge snatched her wand from her cardigan pocket. "Incarcerus!" she shrieked, pointing it directly at Hermione. A thick, rope-like magical binding shot out of thin air, wrapping itself tightly around Hermione's torso, pinning her arms to her sides. Umbridge grinned, planning to subdue the girl first and then take her time breaking her. Hermione didn't panic. She simply flexed her magical core. A wave of intense, white-hot magical flame erupted from her body, instantly incinerating the ropes into ash before they could even tighten. Before Umbridge could react, Hermione whipped her wand out. "Levi Corpus!" An invisible force grabbed Umbridge by the ankle, yanking her into the air and flipping her upside down. Her pink robes fell around her face, revealing her thick, woolly undergarments. She dangled helplessly, sputtering and kicking. Hermione wasn't finished. She slashed her wand through the air in a violent, horizontal arc. Sectum Sempra. The invisible blade of dark magic sliced through the air. Umbridge's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe a student would dare attack a high-ranking Ministry official. Sloosh! The spell hit her square in the chest, slicing through her pink cardigan, her blouse, and deep into her flesh. Blood erupted from the wound, soaking her clothes crimson in an instant. "Ah!" Umbridge let out a blood-curdling scream of pure pain and terror, thrashing wildly in the air as her lifeblood poured onto the floor below. The two Aurors were horrified. Despite their distaste for Umbridge, they couldn't stand by and watch a student butcher the senior undersecretary. They drew their wands instantly. Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Two jets of red light shot toward Hermione from different angles. Hermione didn't dodge. She didn't cast a shield charm. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, then threw them open wide. A colossal, roaring torrent of cursed fire erupted from her body. It didn't just burn, it lived. The flames twisted and coalesced into the shape of a gigantic, serpentine dragon of fire, swirling around her. The fiend fire hissed, opening its maw and lunging at the two Aurors, its heat turning the furniture in the room to ash before it even touched them. Fiend fire! The Aurors screamed in unison, their faces pale with shock. They recognized the ancient, uncontrollable dark magic instantly. They never imagined a student could summon it, let alone control it. They didn't try to fight back. They retreated, casting every defensive spell they knew. Protego horribilis. Fientu duri. Layers of shimmering magical shields sprang up around them. But against Hermione's fiend fire fueled by a level 5 magical core they were as fragile as wet tissue paper. The fire dragon tore through the barriers as if they weren't there. Tables, chairs, cabinets, ministry files, everything in the room incinerated instantly. The walls began to blacken and crumble under the intense heat. The giant fire serpent slammed into the two Aurors with the force of a freight train, pinning them to the floor beneath a blanket of living flame. They screamed, pouring every ounce of their magic into maintaining personal shields just to keep from being burned alive. Boom! The explosion shook the entire ministry building. In the reception room, Fudge, Snape, Lockhart, and Riddle jumped to their feet, looking in horror at the interrogation room door. The door shattered outwards. Thick black smoke billowed into the corridor, followed by the massive, roaring serpent of cursed fire that consumed everything in its path. Hermione stood atop the head of the fire dragon, looking down at the ministry officials like a vengeful god of destruction. Fudge's face went deathly pale. He pointed a trembling finger at the scene. You actually... He couldn't process what he was seeing. Umbridge, hanging upside down, bleeding out from a massive chest wound. Two of his best elite Aurors pinned and screaming under living fire. And a 13-year-old girl controlling it all. How is this possible? He stammered. Snape, standing beside him, gave the minister a cold, contemptuous look. Has your intelligence department been on holiday for the last 2 years, Cornelius? Snape drawled. I suggest you do your homework before making decisions involving Miss Granger in the future. More Aurors flooded into the atrium, drawn by the noise and smoke. Seeing the destruction, they drew their wands and unleashed a barrage of spells at Hermione. Stunners, binding curses, blasting hexes, a wall of magic flew toward her. It was useless. The giant fire serpent roared, opening its mouth and swallowing the incoming spells whole. It grew larger, darker, and more intense, feeding on their magic. It expanded, transforming the ceiling of the ministry atrium into a roiling sea of orange and black flames. Ah! Help! Run! The Aurors broke rank and fled in terror. The fire serpent chased them down, pinning them to the floor one by one, trapping them under its burning coils. The entire Ministry of Magic was in chaos. Fudge snapped out of his shock, his face purple with rage. He pointed up at Hermione. Hermione Granger, he roared at the top of his lungs. How dare you! Using dark magic to commit murder in the very heart of the Ministry. You are finished. Hermione looked down at him, surrounded by the screaming flames of the fiend fire, a cold, predatory sneer on her face. When I was weak, I endured your bureaucracy, she thought. But now that I have level 5 power? If I still endured it, what was the point of all that leveling up? Chapter 162, Chapter 161 Front-Loading Washing Machine. The great atrium of the Ministry of Magic was no longer a place of government, it was a cathedral of carnage. Snape took a step forward, his hand twitching toward his wand to stop the massacre, but he froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an Auror frantically casting Episci and Ferula on the bleeding Umbridge. The healing light hit her chest and simply slid off like water on oil. The jagged, dark magic wounds of Sectum Sempra hissed, refusing to close, as if the air itself were preventing the flesh from knitting. Snape's pupils contracted. He recognized that spell. It was his own creation, but Hermione's version was saturated with a level 5 potency that made his original look like a butter knife. "Step aside!" Snape roared, shoving the Auror. If Umbridge died, the Ministry would declare a state of total war against Hogwarts. He knelt in the pool of blood, his wand moving in a complex, rhythmic dance. "Vulnera Sainenter!" he crooned, his voice a low, melodic chant. The first wave of white light hit the wound. It pulsed once and died. Snape's face went pale. He poured more power into it. "Vulnera Sainenter!" Sweat began to bead on his forehead. His breathing became ragged. He was fighting a war against Hermione's residual intent. Finally, after a fifth agonizing repetition, the edges of the gruesome gash began to undulate at a snail's pace. New flesh, pink and raw, slowly crawled across the bone. Snape collapsed backward, gasping, too exhausted to even wipe the sweat from his eyes. He looked at Hermione, and for the first time in his life, he felt a genuine, bone-deep horror. Above them, the fiend fire serpent roared. A dozen Aurors had formed a desperate circle below, their wands raised in a collective protego totalum. The shimmering blue dome was already spider-webbing with cracks as the temperature in the atrium soared to a kill-like heat. "Conf Ringo!" Hermione's voice rang out like a hammer on an anvil. Blasting hexes erupted from her hand, not as single bolts, but as a continuous barrage. The level 4 offices overlooking the atrium disintegrated. Marble pillars shattered into gravel. Dust and pulverized parchment filled the air like a dry fog. "Minister, run!" Two Aurors grabbed Cornelius Fudge by the elbows, practically lifting him as they fled toward the exit. Fudge was a ghost of a man, his pinstripe suit scorched, his legs shaking so violently he could barely keep his footing. "Apparate!" Fudge screamed, fumbling for his wand. "Get me out of here! Now!" He twisted in space, but instead of the familiar squeeze of teleportation, nothing happened. Only a few pathetic sparks sputtered from his wand. The air felt solid, like iron. "Apparate! Apparate!" he shrieked. The other Aurors tried as well. Their wands flickered and died. The space was locked. The surrounding area, it's sealed, an Auror cried out, his voice cracking with terror. "Impossible," another roared. "The anti-apparition charm requires a ritual circle and dozens of casters. She's just one girl." "Then explain why the walls are moving." Fudge looked up and let out a strangled sob. The architecture of the Ministry, the dark wood, the golden statues, the stone walls was beginning to fold. Reality was being kneaded and reshaped by an invisible, titan-like hand. The corridors twisted into 90-degree angles that shouldn't exist. The floor rippled like water. The mirror dimension. Hermione's hands moved in fluid, geometric hand seals. She wasn't just sealing them in, she was putting them in a centrifuge. The entire atrium suddenly tilted 45 degrees. Then 90. Then the world began to spin. "Ah! Help me!" The world became a front-loading washing machine of stone and glass. Aurors were thrown against the ceiling, which had become the floor, only to have the gravity shift again, slamming them into the walls. Documents, statues, and wizards were tumbled together in a chaotic, spinning blur. Fudge hit the wall, bounced off a falling desk, and slammed back into the ground. He felt his ribs crack. His internal organs felt like they were being liquefied. Hermione Granger. Fudge roared with his last ounce of strength as he spun through the air. Stop this! I am the Minister for Magic. Hermione's image appeared in the folding mirrors of the room, omnipresent and terrifying. Minister, she chuckled, her voice echoing from 1,000 angles. I don't see a minister. I see a man who thinks he can threaten a witch because he has a shiny hat. She snapped her fingers, and the rotation speed tripled. The screams reached a fever pitch before fading into the sound of retching. Aurors began to faint from the sheer G-force. Those still conscious threw spells wildly conf ringo, reducto, diffindo, but the spells simply hit the folded mirrors and reflected back at them or vanished into the non-Euclidean geometry. Then, with a sudden, jarring jolt, the spinning stopped. Gravity reasserted itself. The atrium was a wreck of splintered wood and shattered glass. Vomit. Ugh. The sound of sickness filled the room. The elite of the ministry lay sprawled in the wreckage, covered in dust and bile. Fudge slumped against a broken statue of a goblin, his hat gone, his dignity a distant memory. A young Auror pushed himself up on trembling arms. What kind of magic is this? No one answered. The silence was absolute. A senior Auror, a veteran of the First Wizarding War, stared at the warped walls with glazed eyes. Spatial manipulation, she's reshaping the physical dimension, it's not on the records. None of it is on the records. This is a third-year student, someone whispered, the words sounding like a curse. Hermione landed softly on the ground, her boots clicking on the marble. She looked down at Fudge, her expression one of mild curiosity, as if she were inspecting a particularly ugly bug she had just caught in a jar. Would you like me to call the press, Minister? She asked sweetly. I think the Daily Prophet would love to see how stable the ministry is today. Would you like me to describe the aftermath of the ministry's destruction or move on to the fallout at Hogwarts? Chapter 163, Chapter 162 Mediation. The silence that followed was heavy with the smell of ozone, burnt parchment, and the metallic tang of blood. The Aurors, many of them veterans of the First Wizarding War, stared at the warped, non-Euclidean geometry of the atrium. In the Ministry's top-secret archives, there was a single, dusty record of Albus Dumbledore engaging in obscurial in a battle that folded the streets of Paris. But Dumbledore had been a middle-aged titan of magic then. Hermione was 13. This isn't a genius, the senior Aurors thought, their hands trembling as they gripped their wands. This is a monster in a school robe. In a few years, she wouldn't just be the next Dumbledore, she would be something entirely new and infinitely more terrifying. Snape stood amidst the ruins of the reception room, his face ashen, looking like a man watching the end of the world. Stop it! Hermione! Cease this madness immediately! Hermione didn't even turn her head. She merely adjusted the flow of the fiend fire with a flick of her wrist. Snape realized with a jolt of grim humor that his presence here was a farce. Fudge had thought Snape was the protection, he finally realized Snape was the only thing keeping the ministry from being wiped off the map. Fudge, sprawled in the wreckage of a golden fountain, scrambled toward Snape on his hands and knees, his pinstriped trousers torn at the knees. All dignity was gone. Professor Snape! Tell her! Make her stop! She's going to bring the whole building down on our heads. Snape looked down at the minister. He slowly, almost lazily, brushed a speck of soot from his sleeve. His voice was a cold, smooth drawl. Minister Fudge, my abilities are limited. I cannot stop those who are so determined to court their own destruction. He paused, his dark eyes flickering toward the bleeding woman on the floor. Perhaps you should ask Madame Umbridge why she felt the need to ignite this particular fuse. Your Majesty! Please! A new voice cut through the roar of the flames. Ethan Hunt the Dark Lord in his charming disguise stepped forward. He moved with a grace that none of the other Aurors possessed, his wand held loosely at his side. Hermione's lips curled into a predatory, amused smile. Mr. Hunt? I might be inclined to back down. But that depends entirely on how much weight your words carry. Tom Riddle's eyes narrowed. He knew she was testing the limits of his new identity. Hermione didn't wait. She tapped her wand. The giant fire serpent, pulsating with the heat of a dying star, roared and lunged directly at Tom. Tom didn't flinch. He swept his wand in a grand arc augmenti maxima. A colossal sphere of water materialized, slamming into the fire serpent's head. The collision created a violent explosion of steam, obscuring the room in a thick, white fog. Hermione laughed, a clear, bell-like sound in the mist. She split the serpent into 4 smaller, faster drakes of fire, sending them to flank him from every direction. Tom moved like a dancer, weaving between the tongues of cursed flame. Conf Ringo. He fired a blasting hex into the heart of the lead drake, shattering it into embers. But the magic was relentless, the embers coalesced instantly, reforming the beast. The surrounding Aurors watched in stunned silence. They couldn't hold out for 5 seconds against this girl, yet this newcomer, Ethan Hunt, was holding his own in a duel of titans. Ethan is incredible. Fudge whispered, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. If we survive, I'll make him head of the department. But the balance shifted. Hermione's magic was a bottomless well. Tom's Ethan persona was limited by the facade of a talented recruit. To use his real power would expose him. He eventually dropped to one knee, panting, his suit singed. He looked up at Hermione, his eyes reflecting the orange glow. Your reputation as the witch is well earned. I am, far inferior. Despair hit the ministry officials like a physical blow. If the golden boy couldn't stop her, who could? Then, Gilderoy Lockhart stepped forward. He moved through the sea of fire as if it were a red carpet, his turquoise coat shimmering. He reached Hermione's side and placed a gentle, calming hand near her arm. Hermione, dear. You've vented enough, haven't you? Lockhart's voice was the only thing in the room that sounded normal, warm, approachable, and steady. How about we stop, for my sake? He leaned in, his tone pleading but loud enough for everyone to hear. I guarantee, on my honor as Gilderoy Lockhart, that if you were forced to defend yourself because of someone else's idiocy, I will stand by you. No one will touch you. He shot a sharp, meaningful glare at the whimpering Umbridge. Hermione watched him for a beat, then nodded. She waved her wand, and the fire serpents vanished into the air as if they had never existed. The mirror dimension collapsed, the walls and floors snapping back into their original, albeit ruined, positions. The silence that followed was agonizing. What happened, Hermione? Lockhart asked gently. Tell us the truth. Hermione looked at the pale, toad-like woman bleeding on the floor. If this pink toad tries to use a blood quill to force a confession out of me, then she shouldn't be surprised when the ink turns back into her own blood. I didn't. Umbridge shrieked, clutching her chest. I just wanted her to write. Quiet, Lockhart snapped, his celebrity charm replaced by a cold authority. He looked at the 2 Aurors who had been trapped in the fire. Report. Now. The 2 men didn't hesitate. They were terrified of the girl and desperate to be on the right side of the conflict. It was Umbridge, sir. She tried to use a blood quill on the girl. Miss Granger saw through it, and Umbridge lost her temper. She tried to use an Incarcerus jinx to bind her first. The witch only retaliated after Umbridge attacked. With the truth laid bare, every head in the room turned toward Umbridge. The fear they felt for Hermione was now eclipsed by a burning, righteous fury toward the woman who had almost gotten them all killed over a schoolgirl's pen. Would you like me to describe Fudge's humiliating apology or move on to the aftermath back at Hogwarts? Chapter 164, Chapter 163 The Ministry of Magic needs talents like you. The truth hung in the scorched air of the atrium like a guillotine blade. The gazes directed at Dolores Umbridge weren't just angry, they were predatory. If it weren't for this pink toad's pathetic attempt to play Grand Inquisitor, the Aurors wouldn't be picking marble shards out of their skin, and the Minister for Magic wouldn't be smelling like a burnt marshmallow. They looked at her not as a superior, but as a corpse that simply hadn't stopped twitching yet. Fudge was catatonic. He stared at Umbridge, his mouth working silently. He had wanted to intimidate Hermione, yes. A little political pressure, a stern talking to in a scary office, that was the plan. He knew Dumbledore valued the girl, evidenced by the presence of Snape, the headmaster's most lethal lieutenant. But Umbridge? That brainless, power-drunk idiot had actually tried to torture her. Umbridge stood in the center of the wreckage, her face the color of curdled milk. She was used to throwing her weight around the ministry halls, where a sharp word from the senior undersecretary was law. She had assumed that Hermione, being a mere muggle-born, would fold under the first sign of pain. She had assumed 2 elite Aurors and her own authority were enough to subdue a child. She had failed to realize that Hermione Granger didn't play by the rules of bureaucracy. She played by the rules of power. And in that room, the undersecretary was the smallest person present. Sensing the shift in the room the way even Fudge was distancing himself, Umbridge made a final, desperate play. "No. It wasn't me. It's her," she shrieked, pointing a stubby, trembling finger at Hermione. "The prophecy. She fabricated it to aid Voldemort's return. She's his agent. Everything today was a coordinated strike to cripple the ministry." She looked around, her bulging eyes searching for one face that showed belief. She found only disgust. "Idiot," the Aurors thought. "Even if it were true, you don't say that to the girl holding the living fire. Do you want her to finish the job?" Silencio. Before Umbridge could utter another syllable of suicide, Ethan Hunt acted. With a flick of his wand and a look of righteous duty, he sealed her mouth shut. The silence that followed was blissful. Lockhart stepped forward, adjusting his singed turquoise cuffs. He looked at Hermione with the gentle, weary smile of a teacher dealing with a gifted but difficult student. "Hermione, the truth is out," Lockhart said softly. "Please, give me the honor of releasing the minister and these brave men. I promise you." Gilderoy Lockhart promises you a satisfactory resolution. Hermione's eyes flickered with amusement. She looked at Lockhart, then at the pathetic, cowering Fudge. "I wouldn't do this for anyone else," she said, her voice carrying across the ruins. "But I'll give Professor Lockhart the face he's earned." She waved her wand. The mirror dimension shattered with a sound like 1,000 crystal bells. Reality snapped back. The distorted space vanished, leaving only the physical wreckage behind. Fudge nearly fell over from the sudden shift in gravity. He scrambled to his feet, smoothing his pinstriped vest, and plastered a wide, frantic smile on his face. "Gr. Your Highness. Miss Witch." Fudge stammered. "1,000 apologies. A total misunderstanding. My undersecretary acted without orders. To make amends, please, you are welcome to any seized magical artifacts in our vaults. We shall not be stingy." Hermione nodded, her expression unreadable. Snape watched the exchange, his eyes shifting between Lockhart and Hermione. He began to realize the sheer scale of the play being performed here. "Quickly!" Fudge barked at his men. "Escort Miss Granger to the Department of Mysteries. Ensure she is satisfied." As Hermione was led away by a vanguard of bowing Aurors, Fudge turned to Lockhart, clutching his hand as if he were a long-lost brother. "Director Lockhart. Thank Merlin for you." Lockhart smiled modestly. "Minister, please. I am merely the deputy director. It was my duty." "No, no," Fudge said, his tone turning grave and urgent. "I am speaking to the director. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is retiring. I have been searching for a man of action, a man of the people. Director Lockhart, would you take the position?" "Immediately." Lockhart feigned a look of immense surprise. Minister, surely I lack the seniority. The capable must lead. Fudge interrupted, supported by a chorus of cheering Aurors behind him. The ministry needs men like you. And young Ethan here. Fudge turned to the Dark Lord in disguise, his eyes shining with relief. Ethan, my boy. Formidable. To stand against the witch, your bravery will be rewarded. Director Lockhart, you have an eye for talent. Tom Riddle bowed his head, his face a mask of humble justice. My strength is but a shadow of Director Lockhart's, he said, his voice smooth as silk. After all, he is the one who trained the witch. Fudge beamed, his heart full of pride. The best decision of my life was hiring you two. Today could have been the end, but you saved us. Finally, Fudge's eyes fell on the silenced, shivering Umbridge. The warmth vanished from his face. Director Lockhart. I leave the interrogation of this unfortunate woman to you. Lockhart nodded solemnly. Of course, Minister. We will get to the bottom of her lapse in judgment. Umbridge's eyes filled with pure, unadulterated despair as she was dragged away by the very Aurors she had commanded an hour ago. She was the perfect scapegoat. Fudge's hands were clean, Lockhart had a promotion, and the Dark Lord had a front-row seat to the Ministry's secrets. As the dust settled, the Ministry of Magic looked like a war zone, but the political landscape had been reshaped more thoroughly than the marble walls. Would you like me to follow Hermione into the Department of Mysteries or see what Lockhart does with Umbridge? Chapter 165, Chapter 164, I Am Voldemort, V50. The dust in the atrium was slowly settling, coating the ruins of the Fountain of Magical Brethren in a layer of grey ash. Miraculously, despite the catastrophic structural damage, the casualty count was 0. Buildings could be repaired with a flick of a wand. The dead, however, tended to stay dead. The silence was broken by the voice of a young, wide-eyed Auror, shaking the dust from his hair. By the way, he stammered, looking at the scorched walls, Granger used dark magic in public. That was fiend fire. It's Class X, second only to the unforgivable curses. How should we punish her? Quiet. Absolute, deathly silence descended on the group of ministry officials. Every senior Auror slowly turned their head to look at the rookie. They stared at him not with anger, but with the pity one reserves for the profoundly stupid. Dark magic, an old veteran Auror exclaimed loudly, his voice cracking with feigned incredulity. What dark magic? I didn't see any dark magic. Did anyone see dark magic? He looked around pointedly. Fiend fire, another Auror chimed in, dusting off his robes. You must be mistaken, lad. That was clearly just a vigorous incendio. A regular fire spell. Perhaps a bit spicy, but standard. And also, a third added, glaring at the rookie, is Granger what you call her? Show some respect. Please call her Her Highness the Witch. The chorus of agreement was immediate and desperate. Yes, yes. Her Highness. Exactly. Just a regular fire spell. Maybe she sneezed while casting. Young man, if your eyesight is this poor, perhaps you shouldn't be an Auror. Cornelius Fudge, who had been trembling near a pile of rubble, snapped out of his daze. He marched over to the young Auror, his face purple. You confuse fiend fire with a warming charm? What kind of Auror are you? Fudge barked, desperate to bury the truth that a 13-year-old had nearly dismantled his government. Report to the Department of Magical Maintenance tomorrow. You're cleaning toilets. The young Auror stood dumbstruck, watching his career flush away because he was the only one honest enough to admit the building had been eaten by a fire dragon. Outside the Ministry of Magic, the London air was cool and damp, a stark contrast to the oven-like heat of the atrium. Hermione stepped onto the pavement, stroking the undetectable extension charm backpack strapped to her chest with a look of deep, predatory satisfaction. There was no way around it. The Department of Mysteries had simply too many amazing things. Time turners, prophecy orbs, artifacts of death and thought, it was practically a mobile treasure trove. She had helped herself to a few souvenirs. She tapped her chin, genuinely considering if she should come back to stock up on a quarterly basis. Snape followed a few paces behind, his black cloak billowing in the wind. His dark eyes lingered on the bulging backpack, a flicker of envy flashing in their depths. He knew she had looted the place. He just didn't want to know what she had taken. "I never expected," Snape said, his voice low and laced with his usual sarcasm, "that you actually managed not to kill anyone." Hermione raised an eyebrow, glancing back at him. "Old bat, the way you're talking makes it sound like I'm bloodthirsty." "I'm a pacifist." Snape scoffed. "Headmaster Dumbledore specifically instructed me to handle this diplomatically," she continued, patting her bag. "I have to give the old man some face." Of course, she wouldn't admit that mass murder was simply inefficient. If she had truly wanted them dead, the ministry would be a crematorium. That Sectum Sempra hadn't just been meant to rip Umbridge open, it was a warning shot. Today's objective was strategic: elevate Tom, Ethan Hunt, Riddle and Lockhart within the ministry hierarchy. When the time was right, she would kick Fudge out and install her puppets. As for Umbridge, handing her to Lockhart was a fate worse than death. It was passing the buck to a shark in a turquoise suit. They walked in silence for a moment before Snape stopped. His gaze pierced her. "Sectum Sempra," he said, the word heavy. "Where did you learn that spell?" Hermione blinked, feigning innocence. "Oh? You noticed?" Snape remained expressionless, but his jaw was tight. "I can still recognize my own magic, Miss Granger. It is a signature." Hermione covered her mouth in mock surprise, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I found an old, tattered textbook in the potions classroom cupboard. It belonged to someone called the Half-Blood Prince. It was full of scribbles." "Hey! Professor Snape, you're the Half-Blood Prince, aren't you?" She grinned. "If you don't want people to learn your secret spells, you shouldn't leave your diary lying around like a brooding teenager." Snape's lips twitched violently. It felt as though his embarrassing teenage past had been stripped naked and paraded down Diagon Alley. The angst. The scribbles. The secret nicknames. All discovered by the one student he least wanted to impress. And what burned him even more, what made his face feel like it was under the influence of a scalding hex, was that Hermione was actually better at using his own spells than he was. Her casting was cleaner. Stronger. "I should have burned that book," he thought bitterly. "I should have cast it into the fires of Mount Doom." They walked a bit further. Snape, unable to help his morbid curiosity, asked, "You probably don't know the counter curse to Sectum Sempra yet. Do you want to learn it? It is complex." Hermione blinked, looking relaxed. "No need. I've already learned it." Snape frowned, his brow furrowing. "When? Where?" "The counter curse isn't written in the book." The realization hit him a second later. His pupils contracted sharply. "Could it be, back there?" Hermione nodded with a bright smile. "Just now. While you were healing the toad." She raised her wand casually. "Vulnera Sainenter." A flash of song-like white light spiraled from her wand tip, weaving the air with healing energy. Snape froze. He stared at her, his world tilting on its axis. The counter curse to Sectum Sempra was an incantation he had spent years perfecting. It required a specific rhythm, a precise wand movement, and a modulation of intent. He had performed it once in front of her, under extreme duress, while sweating and panicking over a dying woman. And she had been busy fighting a dozen Aurors with a giant fire snake at the time. She had glanced at him, just a glance, and copied his life's work. This is... Snape couldn't even find the profanity. It was beyond insulting. It was a violation of the laws of learning. It felt as absurd as walking down the street and having a stranger run up to him and say, "I am Voldemort. I am not dead. I am now Hermione's underling. I urgently need 50 galleons to recall the Death Eaters. Transfer 50 to me, and I will rule the world and make you headmaster." It was a scam. She was a scam. She had to be. After the wave of absurdity passed, Snape sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Forget it," he told himself. "I am no longer going to try to understand this humanoid creature. The world has many mysteries. One more won't kill me. Besides," he reasoned, grasping for a silver lining, "she didn't kill a single person today. That is a cause for celebration." "Hey?" Snape paused mid-step. "Wait. Since when did not committing mass murder become my standard for a good student?" The next morning. The Great Hall. The smell of oatmeal and pumpkin juice hung heavy in the air. Hermione walked into the Great Hall and immediately sensed the shift in the atmosphere. The usual roar of chatter and clattering cutlery died down the moment she stepped through the doors. It was like someone had hit a mute button. Hundreds of eyes tracked her movement. Hermione? She was used to the stares. Since the Witch of New York rumors started, she was a celebrity. But this silence wasn't awe, it was weirdly heavy. She ignored them, walking straight to the Gryffindor table and sitting down next to Harry and Ron. "What's wrong with you two?" Hermione asked casually. She glanced down at the breakfast spread. The same unchanging, dreary British recipe, greasy fried bread, heavy sausages, and weak tea. She gave the food a look of profound disgust. She picked up a slice of toast. It was cold. She spread some butter on it. She brought it to her mouth. She stopped. She looked at it. She brought it to her mouth again. She stopped again. To eat, or not to eat? It was a battle of wills. Her hunger versus her palate. Finally, after a struggle with her conscience, she reluctantly stuffed the bread into her mouth. She chewed it with a grimace, swallowing it like it was a potion made of flobberworm mucus. Harry watched her eat toast with the expression of a martyr facing the guillotine. He was speechless. "Is it really that bad?" Harry thought, munching on his own toast. "I think it's pretty good." Harry sighed, looking at her with a strange expression. "Hermione, you didn't know?" Hermione squinted at him, swallowing the dry lump of bread. "Should I know?" Ron didn't say anything. He simply slid a copy of the Daily Prophet across the table. Hermione looked down. She almost spat out the bread she had just managed to swallow. The front page headline screamed in massive, moving bold letters. Below it was a photograph of the Ministry of Magic's atrium, reduced to a smoking ruin of twisted metal and shattered stone. Ministry bombed. Terror at the heart of government. Chapter 166, Chapter 165, Tom Cruise, someone here wants to date you. Hermione blinked, her toast forgotten. The headline next to the moving photograph of the smoking ministry ruin was not subtle. Shocking. Ministry torture attempt backfires, leads to demolition. Hogwarts third year sweeps ministry, Aurors left powerless. Dumbledore's successor? The terrifying library witch rises. Hermione's lips twitched. Well, she thought, at least they got my good side. She had underestimated the speed of the Daily Prophet. The event had happened yesterday afternoon, and by breakfast, it was printed, packaged, and distributed to every household in Britain. No wonder it was the top-selling newspaper, their gossip network travelled faster than Owl Post. Before Cornelius Fudge could even attempt a cover-up, the truth was out. Western journalism, even magical journalism, moved at the speed of scandal. Harry approached her cautiously, his face a complex mix of concern and awe. "Hermione, are you all right? And, holy cricket, you're awesome." He tapped the paper. "Is everything written here true? Did you really fight the entire ministry?" He knew the prophet liked to exaggerate. Skeeter had practically invented fake news, but the photos of the destroyed atrium looked very real. Hermione put down the newspaper, wiped a crumb from her lip, and nodded slightly. Yes. That's right. I did it. Hiss. A collective gasp sucked the air out of the great hall. The atmosphere instantly shifted from quiet observation to explosive, frenzied excitement. The students stared at her wide-eyed, as if she were a prehistoric behemoth that had just decided to eat the headmaster. They knew Hermione was strong. She had fought trolls and basilisks, but they never expected her to go head-to-head with the government and win. And she hadn't just won, she had demolished the place. This is just so exciting," a Hufflepuff whispered. Ron looked at Hermione with an expression of pure adoration, his mouth hanging open wide enough to catch a snitch. "Hermione, you're amazing," he stammered, so excited he was practically vibrating. "Even the Ministry of Magic is no match for you. You're simply awesome. You're NB." Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Why is he muted? It's practically the same as saying the profanity. "And hey," she scolded lightly, "you filial son. Your dad still works at the ministry. The building I blew up is his office. What are you getting so worked up about?" Ron waved a hand dismissively. "Dad hates that office anyway. It's drafty." As the initial shock wore off, the Gryffindor table was instantly swarmed. Students from every house, even a few brave Slytherins, crowded around. "Hermione! Tell us quickly," an upperclassman squeezed to the front, his face practically screaming for gossip. "Did you really use fiend fire? Is it true you made Fudge cry? I heard you almost killed the senior undersecretary." "That pink-toed woman," a girl chirped, her tone tinged with unholy glee. "Did she bleed pink too? I heard Fudge peed his pants." Ron added helpfully. Hermione sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Just how much does this school hate the government?" They looked happier to see the ministry humiliated than if they had found a pot of gold. "By the way, Hermione," a Ravenclaw girl suddenly interrupted, pushing her way through. Her face was flushed a suspicious red. "The paper mentioned a new Auror. Ethan Hunt? Under Lockhart's wing." The mood shifted instantly. "Is he very handsome?" another girl asked breathlessly. "The photo was blurry, but he looked tall." "Can you introduce me?" Yes. I want to know him too. Please, Hermione. Introduce us. I really want to date him." Suddenly, the painting style changed drastically. The dark political thriller became a shoujo romance anime. Hermione's lips twitched violently. She looked at the blushing girls, clutching their chests and sighing over the description of the handsome, brave Auror. "Oh no," she thought. "Oh, this is precious." "Okay," Hermione said, fighting to keep a straight face. "I'll ask around for you when I have the chance. I wish you success in your pursuit of your idol." She glanced at them with profound pity. "Help!" she screamed internally. "Someone here wants to date Voldemort." "Yay! Long live Hermione!" the girls cheered, oblivious to the fact that they were thirsting over the most dangerous dark wizard in history. As Hermione looked at the worshipful, reverent, and fanatical gazes surrounding her, a dangerous thought occurred. If I were to raise my voice now and form a cult, would I get more support than Dumbledore? Just then, a slender, pale hand reached out from the throng, grabbed her wrist with surprising strength, and yanked her away. "Come with me." The owner of the voice didn't wait. She dragged Hermione out of the great hall, running wildly through the corridors, turning left and right, winding through the shifting staircases until they finally stopped in a secluded, quiet hallway on the 7th floor. The girl leaned against the stone wall, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. Hermione looked at her rescuer. Long, dirty blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Large, protuberant silvery eyes blinked dreamily. Huff, huff. Luna Lovegood took a deep breath. I noticed you seemed a bit overwhelmed by the nargles, the fans, so I took the liberty of bringing you out. She tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of apology but also a sly, knowing playfulness. Hermione snapped out of her daze and smiled. It's okay, Luna. You saved me. They were asking about dating my associate. Luna blinked slowly. So, everything that happened at the ministry was all part of your plan, wasn't it? She paused, her gaze piercing. The goal wasn't just destruction. It was to put Professor Lockhart in charge, and to steal their magical artifacts while they were distracted. Hermione didn't answer directly. She simply raised an eyebrow. Tacit agreement. Seeing this, Luna nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But where did that Ethan Hunt come from? How can he fight you to a standstill when no one else can? She tapped her chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Ah! I understand, she exclaimed excitedly. Ethan, it must be Senior Riddle, right? The diary memory you gave a body to. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. She nodded. That's right. It's him. Voldemort with a nose job. Luna clapped her hands and jumped up and down, cheering. I knew it. I knew it. He has such a distinct aura. Like cold soup. Her excitement was pure, like a child solving a riddle. Hermione sighed internally. This girl. Intuition or genius? It's frightening. Suddenly, Luna stopped jumping. She pouted, puffing out her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. You didn't invite me, she complained, putting her hands on her hips. Something so fun. Blowing up the ministry. And you left me here. It was dangerous, Luna, Hermione said gently. I'm practicing magic really hard now. Luna countered. So I can keep up with you. To prove herself, Luna whipped out her wand. Expecto Patronum. A flash of brilliant silver light erupted. A corporeal patronessa hair materialized out of thin air. It ran happily around them, leaping and bounding in the corridor, radiating pure joy. Hermione's eyes widened. A corporeal patroness? In third year? Okay, don't be angry, Hermione said, surrendering. She unleashed her ultimate move, the head pat. She reached out and gently stroked Luna's soft hair. Luna squinted her eyes instantly, leaning into the touch like a content kitten. When the time is right, Hermione promised softly, I'll take you to an even more interesting place. Guaranteed to be 100 times more exciting than the Ministry of Magic. There are aliens there. Luna's eyes snapped open, shining. Really? Where is it? Does it have Crumplehorn Snorkax? You'll find out, Hermione said mysteriously. A few weeks later. The fervor surrounding the ministry rampage had gradually subsided, replaced by the usual Hogwarts gossip. Hermione counted the days on her calendar. It was time. After making some preparations, she disappeared into the girls' bathroom in a flash of light. Next stop, the bus. Preview, Sky is coming soon. Chapter 167, Chapter 166, Strange's Ultimate Magical Training. Camartage, the training courtyard. The air was thin and crisp, smelling of burning incense and eternal snow. Stephen Strange stood apart from the other novices, his face slick with sweat despite the biting cold. His hands scarred, trembling, and useless moved in frantic, jerky circles. Bzztfzzzt. A few pathetic orange sparks sputtered into existence and died instantly, like a damp firework. Around him, other sorcerers were opening sparkling, geometric gateways to deserts, forests, and cities. Hermione stood on the balcony beside the Ancient One, watching the former neurosurgeon flail. She rolled her eyes so hard it physically hurt. What kind of taste do you have, she complained, leaning against the wooden railing. You picked him? He looks like a windmill fighting a losing battle against the wind. The Ancient One sipped her tea, her expression serene and unbothered. He is the most suitable, Hermione. Stubbornness is a virtue in our line of work. But, he needs some guidance. Hermione pursed her lips. Guidance. Right. She walked down the steps, her boots clicking on the stone, and circled Strange like a shark inspecting a drowning sailor. She looked him up and down with critical, unimpressed eyes. Hey, she said, breaking his concentration. Did the Ancient One give you the opportunity to open your eyes to see the world yet? You know, the psychedelic tea trip. Strange paused, wiping sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. He nodded instinctively. Hermione narrowed her eyes, leaning in close. When you were daydreaming through the multiverse, did you see a particularly sleazy face? Giant? Purple? Rippling with evil dimensions. A blurry, terrifying image flashed through Strange's mind. A face the size of a galaxy, distorted and hungry, staring at him from beyond the veil of reality. Just recalling it sent a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. He nodded again, slowly. Hermione smiled with grim satisfaction. Very good. Remember that face. You'll be seeing each other again soon. It's a date. She patted Strange on the shoulder, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. Good luck, newbie mage. Try not to die. Strange looked completely bewildered. He turned to the Ancient One, who was watching from above. Is this child one of yours too? He asked, exasperated. I've met Wong, I've met Mordo, but who is this? The Ancient One shook her head, her tone flat. She is not a sorcerer of Camartage. She is our guest. Though she behaves like she owns the place. Guest? Strange was even more confused. How could a secret order of sorcerers allow a teenage girl to wander around offering ominous warnings? And she seemed to treat the Sorcerer Supreme like an old drinking buddy. Who exactly is this little girl? But he pushed the thought away. His ego was bruising, and his hands were aching. The most important thing was to master the magic and heal his nerves. He turned back to the empty air, raising his trembling hands again. With your drawing skills, you'll never be able to open a teleportation portal in your lifetime, Hermione's voice cut through his focus. She crossed her arms, tilting her head. You look like you're trying to scrub a window, not bend space. A vein throbbed in Strange's forehead. He was a doctor of medicine. A genius. The best in his field. And he was being roasted by a child in a bathrobe. This isn't my fault. Strange argued, his voice rising as he tried to suppress his humiliation. My hands are injured. The nerves are severed. I can't stabilize the somatic components. If I could just hold them steady, I would. He wanted to say, otherwise, it would have succeeded long ago, but he stopped. Hermione was looking at him with an ambiguous, pitying smile that made the words stick in his throat. You'd better listen to her, Stephen, the Ancient One's voice drifted down, leaving no room for doubt. Strange was stunned. He looked up, betrayed. Hey, you! Hermione walked up to him and poked him hard in the chest. Could you stop straining like that? You look constipated. Magic is about mental concentration, not muscle tension. The gestures are just an aid, a crutch for the weak. Do you understand? She tapped her own temple. It's in here. You're too obsessed with your broken hands. You think they define you. They don't. Strange turned pale. Her words struck a nerve deeper than any scalpel. He wanted to argue, to defend his medical knowledge, but he couldn't shake the feeling she was right. Still, his arrogance wouldn't let him fold. You make it sound so easy, Strange scoffed, forcing a smile. Since it has nothing to do with hands, why don't you try it? Without using your hands. He refused to believe it. Every sorcerer here used the sling ring gestures. It was fundamental physics. Before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! Hermione didn't move a muscle. She didn't raise her arms. She didn't chant. A perfect, golden ring of eldritch sparks ignited in the air in front of her. Through the aperture, the warm, candlelit interior of the Camartage library was clearly visible. Strange's expression froze. His jaw practically unhinged. He had just issued a challenge, and she had answered it with the casual ease of blinking. It was a humiliation of the highest order. Strange fell silent. He turned to the Ancient One, pointing a shaking finger at the girl. Isn't she a guest? How does she know Camartage magic better than the masters? She is an exception, the Ancient One said simply. To the laws of physics. And common sense. Strange looked dejected. He was worse than a little girl. It was the first time since the accident that he felt truly, intellectually small. Looks like you need some motivation, Hermione said softly. Her lips curled up into a smile that was not kind. It was the smile of a predator who had just decided to play with its food. Before he could react, Hermione grabbed his arm. Hey! What are you doing? Crack! The world twisted. The pressure dropped instantly. The air vanished. When Strange opened his eyes, the stone courtyard was gone. He was floating in the blue-black gradient of the stratosphere, 10,000 meters above sea level. The wind roared like a jet engine, whipping his clothes and freezing the sweat on his face. He looked down. The Himalayas were jagged white teeth far below. Camartage was a microscopic speck. Where is this? Strange screamed, his voice snatched away by the wind. This is the cruising altitude of a commercial airliner, Hermione shouted over the gale, smiling brightly. If you fall from here, terminal velocity means you have about 3 minutes before impact. She tilted her head, calculating. Maybe less. You're quite dense. She leaned in close. Either you successfully open a portal before you become a red stain on the mountain, or you die. Simple physics. Hermione raised her arm in a cheerful fighting gesture. Come on. You can do it. Crack. She vanished. Gravity took over. Ah! Stephen Strange plummeted. He flailed in the thin air, tumbling uncontrollably. You brat! I'm not done with you yet. You just wait. At number UN%. Back in the safety of the courtyard, the Ancient One looked at Hermione, who had reappeared with a pop. Your method is a bit too extreme, the Sorcerer Supreme noted, sipping her tea. Hermione blinked, looking completely innocent. I have to speed things up. I want you to die, ascend to a higher plane of existence sooner. Efficiency is key. The Ancient One sighed, withdrawing her gaze from the multiverse. She looked at Hermione's hand. If you want him to succeed, you cannot take his sling ring away. Hermione paused. She looked down. There, clutched in her hand, shimmering with golden magic, was Stephen Strange's sling ring. She had grabbed his arm to teleport him and accidentally ripped the device off his finger in the process. Oh dear, Hermione said, sticking out her tongue. Whoops. My bad. Force of habit. Crack. She disappeared again. 1 second later. Crack. She reappeared in front of the Ancient One, dusting off her hands. It's okay. I tossed it to him. He still has a minute of free fall left. That's plenty of time for a genius. The Ancient One looked at Hermione, utterly speechless. This child was an agent of chaos. They both looked up at the sky. A dark shadow was descending rapidly, growing larger by the second. A high-pitched screaming sound became audible. Stephen Strange was falling like a stone. He was flailing his arms wildly, sparks flying from his fingers as he desperately tried to visualize a destination. Focus. Focus. Not the hands. The mind. The ground rushed up to meet him. The snow-capped peaks became jagged rocks. The rocks became distinct boulders. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Just as he was about to become a permanent fixture of the landscape, a spark caught. Whoosh! A ragged, desperate golden halo tore open in the air mere feet above the ground. Strange fell through it, tumbling out onto a pile of hay in the stables on the other side of the world. Chapter 168, Chapter 167, The Ancient One, Ah, I'm dead. Camartage, Training Grounds. Stephen Strange fell through the jagged, sparking portal just inches above the ground. He landed hard on the dusty stone of the courtyard, stumbling forward before collapsing onto his hands and knees. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He gasped for air, checking his limbs. He was alive. He wasn't a smear on the Himalayas. Isn't that how you do it? Hermione asked, shrugging casually as she reappeared beside him. She looked as unbothered as if she had just taken a stroll to the corner shop, not thrown a grown man from the stratosphere. You! Strange wheezed, pointing a shaking finger at her. His vision blurred with rage, but he didn't dare finish the sentence. He was terrified she might decide he needed advanced training in a volcano next. The Ancient One watched from the shadows of the colonnade, a rare, genuine smile touching her lips at Strange's disheveled appearance. She walked up to him, her yellow robes whispering against the stone. It seems you've mastered the technique of the portal, Stephen. Fear is a powerful motivator. Strange. I hate this place. The library. Days turned into weeks. Strange sat in a secluded corner, hunched over a thick, dusty tome on astral projection. His brow was furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. It was a primal instinct, the feeling of a rabbit sensing a hawk. He looked up. Hermione was walking toward him. She breezed past his table and waved at the librarian. Hi, neighbor Wong. Wong, stoic as ever, didn't look up from his ledger. Miss Hermione, I have told you many times. My name is Wong. Just Wong. Not neighbor. Sure thing, old Wong, Hermione grinned. She headed straight for the restricted section, ignoring the chains. She skillfully pulled out an ancient book bound in black leather, its cover inlaid with pulsing, ominous runes. She flipped it open and began practicing hand gestures right there in the aisle. Strange watched her, his mind filled with doubt. He hesitated, then leaned closer to the librarian. Wong, he whispered. Who exactly is she? Wong looked at Strange with mild surprise. You don't know? Strange looked bewildered. Should I know? Is she a deity in disguise? Wong shook his head and returned to his book. If you don't know, it's better not to ask. Strange's curiosity only grew. He pointed at Hermione. That book, isn't that from the restricted section? The Book of Cagliostro? Isn't that knowledge forbidden? Why does she get to read it like it's a comic book? Wong sighed. She is an exception. Strange? In the days that followed, Hermione visited Camartage frequently. She hovered around Strange like a spectral supervisor, checking his progress with an intensity that baffled him. Why is this little girl more concerned about my academic progress than I am? He wondered. Is she grading me? One afternoon, at the martial arts training ground, Hermione stood leaning against a pillar, arms crossed, watching Mordo and Strange spar. The two men wielded glowing, conjured energy weapons, clashing back and forth in a dance of sparks and sweat. I mean, Hermione complained loudly, interrupting their flow. What are you two doing? Playing house? Is this a LARP session? Mordo lowered his staff of the living tribunal. We are training in the mystic arts. A duel between mages, Hermione scoffed, and it's turned into a martial arts contest? Why is casting a ranged spell as difficult for you people as paying taxes? Can't you just shoot a fireball? Avada Kedavra? Anything. Mordo and Strange looked embarrassed. They were proud of their kung fu. The Ancient One's voice rang out, calm and authoritative. The ranged spells of the mystic arts require a deep accumulation of dimensional energy to master safely. Most sorcerers will never reach that standard in a lifetime. It is better to be grounded in the physical than to lose oneself in the abstract. Hermione pursed her lips. Demon warriors. All of them. Muscle wizards. Just then, she looked up, her eyes narrowing as if hearing a distant signal. Mr. Mads's side is about to start, Hermione said to the Ancient One, her tone shifting to business. I have to go. I need to make sure the guest of honor arrives. The Ancient One nodded slowly. Caecilius's fate has been changed because of you. That is for the best. He was once my disciple. I would not want to see him assimilated by the dark dimension, unless necessary. Hermione smiled, a sharp, knowing expression. She didn't say goodbye. She simply vanished in a twist of space. An undisclosed location. London Sanctum. The air in the basement was heavy with the smell of ozone and rot. A group of fanatical zealots dressed in dark robes chanted in a low, guttural rhythm around a stone altar. In the center, Caecilius stood with his eyes closed. The purple, cracked skin around his eyes had deepened, the mark of Dormammu burning on his forehead. Pop! Space distorted, and Hermione appeared sitting on a crate of supplies. The zealots jumped. The chanting stopped instantly. They drew their transparent space shards, pointing them at the intruder. Don't stop on my account, Hermione waved her hand lazily, popping a grape into her mouth. You guys continue. Great rhythm. Very atmospheric. I'm just here to supervise. She hopped off the crate and walked up to Caecilius, inspecting his corrupted face. Uncle Mads, your smoky eye makeup is getting heavier. Going for the goth look. Caecilius slowly opened his eyes. They were pitch black. Dormammu, he suspects. He knows I am siphoning more power than I should. It's okay, Hermione shrugged. Today is his death day anyway. Enjoy the buffet while it lasts. The zealots looked at each other, bewildered. Who is this child? Does she know she's talking about the destroyer of worlds? Ignore her, Caecilius commanded, his voice hollow. Continue the ritual. Destroy the sanctum. Open the door. Metro General Hospital. The balcony. Time moved differently when history was breaking. Stephen Strange stood on the balcony, staring at his ghostly hands. He had just experienced the darkest moment of his new life. The Ancient One had fallen. She had plummeted from the mirror dimension, crashing into the pavement below. Her physical body was currently in surgery, dying. Her spirit was standing right next to him. Lightning flashed in the stormy sky. Time seemed to stretch into infinity in the astral plane. Hermione stood quietly beside the Ancient One's shimmering spirit form. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The heavy rain passed through them. An indescribable weight filled the air. Hermione felt a lump in her throat. She had urged the Ancient One to retire, to ascend, to leave the board so she could claim the stone. But now that it was happening, it felt wrong. It felt like Dumbledore dying all over again. The safety net was gone. The adult in the room was leaving. You kept urging me to die, the Ancient One said softly, breaking the silence. You were more eager than Dormammu himself. So why do you look so unhappy? She smiled, a look of profound peace on her face. She was clearly in a better mood than the girl who was about to inherit the world's problems. Hermione rolled her eyes, sniffing loudly. Who says I'm not happy? The Eye of Agamotto is about to be mine. I'm thrilled. Ecstatic. The Ancient One had voluntarily severed her connection to her body. Because she wasn't technically killed by an external force in the astral plane, and her soul was simply moving on, Hermione's grimoire didn't register a death. The Dark Harvest didn't trigger. Hermione wasn't surprised. The Ancient One had seen the future. She knew that any soul approaching Hermione upon death risked being harvested for XP. She wouldn't be reckless enough to test that mechanic. You've become a spirit so early, Hermione muttered. Aren't you afraid I'll fail? That Strange will fail? That Earth will be turned into a barbecue for Dormammu. The Ancient One looked out at the storm. If you really fail, I will intervene from the other side. I will banish Dormammu again. Do not worry. Tch old silver coin, Hermione cursed affectionately. I knew it. Your physical body was just a limitation. You're probably stronger now. She looked at the fading spirit of the Sorcerer Supreme. You wait, Hermione whispered. When I get back to Camartage, I'm changing the Wi-Fi password to HHHHGYSL hee hee haha. The Ancient One laughed, a sound like wind chimes, and slowly began to fade into the lightning. Goodbye, Hermione. The future is yours. Chapter 169, Chapter 168. New York Sanctum. The air tasted of copper and ash. A suffocating sense of despair permeated the broken walls and the pulverized remains of the sanctuary. When Strange, Mordo, and Wong arrived, stepping through a sparking portal, they were met with a scene of utter, hopeless devastation. The sky above Bleecker Street had been torn open. It wasn't just a hole, it was a wound in reality, a festering, dark purple abyss that swirled with necrotic energy. Gravity was distorting. On the ground, cars, streetlights, and chunks of historic buildings were losing their cohesion, crumbling into dust and being sucked upward into the maw of the dark dimension like grains of sand in an hourglass. It's over. Mordo fell to his knees, his face ashen, staring up at the encroaching void. His voice trembled, cracking under the weight of his shattered faith. Dormammu has arrived, he whispered, tears mixing with the grime on his face. But it's all too late. The Ancient One is dead. The sanctums are fallen. There is nothing left. Strange remained silent, standing amidst the rubble. His hands shook, not from nerve damage this time, but from the sheer scale of the threat. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce resentment. He had just made up his mind to take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth to sacrifice his normal life for this duty. Is this how it ends? He thought, clenching his fists. Before I even truly begin? It seems you need help. A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the low, grinding hum of the dissolving city. Hermione appeared out of thin air in front of the three sorcerers. She was dusting off her casual sweatshirt, looking around at the apocalyptic scene with a critical frown. I've only been gone a few hours, she remarked, kicking a piece of rubble. How did the sanctum end up like this? She looked up at the sky, staring at the huge, dark purple hole that was devouring the atmosphere. Her eyes widened in feigned shock. Frog spawn! She gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Who the hell did this? How did they summon Dormammu? Is this the end of it? Mordo looked at Hermione, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. He didn't even have the energy to question her appearance. It's too late, he muttered, rocking back and forth. It's too late. He was devastated not only because Earth was about to be consumed, but because his entire worldview, the moral absolutism he clung to, had been destroyed by the revelation that the Ancient One drew power from the very darkness that was now killing them. Hey, 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 Hermione snapped, looking down at him. Don't say such discouraging things. She gave Mordo a disapproving look, hands on her hips. If you want to die so badly, why don't you just kill yourself now? Save the rest of us the oxygen. I still want to live a good life. As she spoke, the air around her rippled. Her casual jeans and sweatshirt dissolved into smoke, instantly reforming into a set of intricate, jet-black wizard's robes. The fabric seemed to absorb the light, embroidered with silver runes that hummed with power. She held her wand loosely, looking every inch the dark sorceress. "You." Strange looked at Hermione. The image of the girl in the black robe suddenly overlapped with a figure from his memory, a news clip he had seen a year ago, footage from the invasion. His eyes widened little by little. He finally understood Hermione's identity. It turns out to be her, Strange realized with a jolt. The mysterious witch who single-handedly wiped out the Chitauri army during the Battle of New York. The one the Avengers fear. Strange felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his chest. He grasped at it like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. "You must have a way to deal with Dormammu, right?" he asked urgently, stepping toward her. Hermione's gaze drifted to the eye of Agamotto hanging on Strange's chest. The green time stone pulsed softly within its brass casing. "Well, there are solutions," she said cryptically. She paused, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "However, I can't handle getting rid of that old bastard Dormammu by myself. I'll need your cooperation. And your trinket." Strange didn't fully understand the significance of her words, but Wong and Mordo immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible!" Wong shouted, stepping forward. "Dormammu is the lord of the dark dimension. He is the dark dimension itself. He has no physical body to kill. All the sorcerers supreme throughout history have only been able to banish him or bargain with him. How could he possibly be killed?" "Even if you were that witch from New York," Mordo added, shaking his head, "you couldn't possibly do it. You are mortal." The two men spoke with a tone full of skepticism. In their eyes, Hermione, though powerful enough to level a city block, was ultimately just a human. Dormammu was a primordial force of nature. He was entropy. He was hunger. Comparing the two was like comparing a candle to a supernova. Hermione shrugged, looking completely unconcerned by their doubt. "Since things have already come to this, there's no harm in trying, is there? Do you really want to just sit here and wait to be devoured by a giant purple cloud?" Wong and Mordo were speechless. Yes, logic dictated they were doomed. But survival instinct dictated they take the gamble. "We can't just stand by and watch the earth be digested. What should we do?" Strange asked, his voice steadying. Hermione smiled slightly, a smile that promised chaos. She waved Strange over. "You just need to, do this, and then do that." She leaned close to Strange's ear and whispered a few words. Strange's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally, gradually contorted into a look of pure, bewildered horror. This is the plan? The boundary. At the bleeding edge where the dark dimension met the earthly plane, the laws of physics had ceased to exist. Space was distorted into impossible geometric shapes. Neon spheres of energy floated in a void of purples, blacks, and electric blues. Chaos churned like a boiling ocean. Dormammu's abstract giant face, formed from rippling nebula dust and the debris of consumed worlds, slowly pushed through the breach. His eyes, two vertical slits of burning violet flame, gleamed with ancient greed. Finally, Dormammu's voice didn't just vibrate in the air, it resonated in the bone marrow of every living thing below. This day has finally come. The magical energy of Earth was delicious. It was ripe. Once he devoured this world, his expansion would be unstoppable. Just then, a tiny speck of orange light came rushing up from the ruins of New York. Stephen Strange hovered in mid-air, his cloak of levitation billowing behind him. He activated the mandala shields on his hands, looking microscopic against the backdrop of the cosmic entity. "Dormammu!" Strange shouted, his voice magically amplified. "I've come to bargain." Dormammu looked down at the insect. A mocking smile stretched across his massive face, shifting the stars within his substance. "Negotiations. Dormammu's voice was like muffled thunder rolling across the cosmos. What right do you, a mere mortal, have to negotiate with me? The Ancient One is dead. What power do you ants have to stop me? There's really nothing to talk about, a clear, bored voice suddenly rang out. Pop! Hermione appeared out of thin air next to Strange, floating without a cloak or spell, simply standing on the corrupted gravity of the dark dimension. She looked up at the colossal face of the Destroyer of Worlds, a slight, arrogant smile playing on her lips. Even if you want to talk, I don't want to let you go, Dormammu, she announced pleasantly. I'm here to kill you. Dormammu paused. The churning energy of his dimension seemed to freeze for a microsecond. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the history of the multiverse. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, a sound of grinding tectonic plates reverberating throughout the entire dark dimension. Little girl, you are the funniest joke I have heard in eons. Dormammu's gaze swept over Hermione, his vertical pupils narrowing. Since you have tried so hard to amuse me, I have decided to devour you last. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Dormammu's gaze sharpened, the energy shifting from amusement to scrutiny. Wait. You are not a Camartage sorcerer. Dormammu's voice carried a hint of genuine doubt. You do not carry the stench of borrowed dimensional energy. You do not draw from the Vishanti, nor from me. He peered closer, his immense presence bearing down on her. Compared to them, why do you feel more like a dimensional lord? Dormammu's tone became somewhat surprised. However, your power is compressed. Refined. All of it is concentrated in this fragile human vessel. You are a singularity. The little creature in front of him was completely different from the arcane mages he usually crushed. She felt like his own kind, a being of raw power but trapped in flesh. So, Hermione said, tilting her head and batting her eyelashes, speaking the scariest thing in the cutest tone imaginable, considering how hard I've tried to make you laugh, will you give me your life? Okay. Dormammu was speechless. He had traversed countless dimensions. He had devoured endless planets. He had extinguished stars. This was the first time, the absolute first time he had ever heard such arrogant words from a creature he could crush with a thought. How dare a mere human demand his life? Dormammu was enraged. The nebula clouds of his face turned a violent, angry red. He opened his massive maw. Boom! A beam of concentrated purplish-black energy, pure destruction, shot toward them. It was faster than lightning, hotter than a sun. Special beam cannon. Hermione mentally chanted, not bothering to move. Strange didn't even have time to react. He was engulfed by the beam of light. His shields shattered instantly. His flesh vaporized. He turned to ash in a millisecond, his eyes filled with deep confusion as he died. She's the one who insulted you. Why are you attacking me? Hermione watched the spot where Strange used to be, nodding in satisfaction. This is the way a mage should attack, she noted, seemingly unconcerned about her allies' disintegration. Ranged DPS. Very efficient. Dormammu's massive face twisted into a triumphant, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you have angered me. So what if you have the aura of a demon god? You are weak. You are trapped in that small body. You do not even possess your own dimension. I was originally planning to keep you until the end, but I have changed my mind. The swirling void around them began to close in. I will devour you first. Your soul is dense. You will taste even better than that sorcerer. Dormammu's tone was full of gluttonous greed. He looked at Hermione not as a threat, but as a Michelin star meal. Hermione remained silent. She simply watched Dormammu quietly, her wand held loosely at her side. Dormammu interpreted her silence as terror. He became even more smug. Die! He opened his massive jaws again, the energy building for a final, erasing strike. Just then, Hermione raised her wand. It wasn't a complex gesture. It was a simple point. A faint, sickly green light gathered at the tip of the wand. It was small, unassuming against the backdrop of the neon cosmos, but it carried the weight of absolute death. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Chapter 170, Chapter 169, Transcending Time, but not completely. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. The incantation was absurd, but the magic was absolute. An eerie, sickly green light, sharp as a scythe and cold as the void, slashed through the kaleidoscopic darkness. It didn't travel like a beam of energy, it traveled like a cancellation of existence. The light faded. Ah! Dormammu let out a piercing scream that didn't just vibrate the air, it shook the very foundations of the dark dimension. The nebula clouds that formed his face twisted and boiled, his expression deforming in immense, unfamiliar pain. What kind of magic is this? Dormammu's voice carried a tremor of genuine fear and disbelief. He felt it. A part of his soul, a fragment of the sentient dimension itself, had been torn away by that green light. It wasn't an injury he could regenerate from. It wasn't a burn or a cut. It was complete annihilation. That part of him simply ceased to be. Impossible, the entity thought. I am the lord of the dark dimension. My soul is one with this reality, vast and boundless. Even the Ancient One, the mightiest sorcerer supreme, could only siphon his power or banish him. She could never harm his essence. But now, a human girl, a speck of dust, had used a strange green light to erase him. It was a rule-based force. It ignored his size, his magical resistance, and his immortality. It struck directly at the concept of life. Dormammu's heart, or the cosmic equivalent of it, surged with rage and panic. Fortunately, his mass was infinite. This injury, while agonizing, was not fatal. As long as I don't give her a second chance. I admit, Dormammu's voice boomed, deep and resonant like shifting tectonic plates, I underestimated you. That spell is indeed powerful. If you possessed my magnitude, I would have perished. He rallied his energy, the purple void darkening. However, you are still a mortal. You are too weak. The difference in volume cannot be bridged by a trick. Hermione nodded, her expression unbothered. I knew that attack wouldn't kill you, she said casually, twirling her wand. And I didn't intend to finish you off like that. That was just a stress test. I needed to confirm that the killing curse was effective against a 12th dimensional entity. She smiled, a shark-like baring of teeth. The real action is yet to come. Dormammu was puzzled. What cryptic message was this ant trying to convey? Suddenly, a blur of orange light shot up from below. Dormammu! I've come to bargain. Strange hovered in the air, his hands shielded by mandalas, repeating the line with fierce determination. Dormammu paused. The cosmic gears in his mind ground to a halt. Why does this scene look so familiar? Then it dawned on him. Didn't I just vaporize this gnat? How is he back? The dark dimension transcends time, Hermione's leisurely voice rang out, explaining the nightmare. It sounds wonderful on paper. Eternal life. No aging. But it has a huge drawback when introduced to a time stone. She pointed her wand at the giant face. Because you exist outside of time, you don't reset like the environment does. The injuries you sustain? The pain you feel? They cannot be reversed or scrubbed away by the loop. And also. She paused, raising her wand again. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Flash. Ah! Dormammu screamed again, the sound tearing through the fabric of his reality. He felt another chunk of his soul crumble into nothingness. He had a vague, sinking feeling that something was terribly wrong. He had walked into a trap. This cannot continue. Dormammu roared, opening his mouth to unleash a beam of concentrated purplish-black destruction toward the two tiny figures. Crack! Hermione operated instantly, vanishing from the path of the beam. Strange, however, stood his ground. The beam hit him. Boom! Strange was torn to subatomic pieces. 3 seconds later, green runes spun on the wrist of a reformed hand. Dormammu! I've come to bargain. Strange flew back into position, unharmed, looking grim. Dormammu? Boom! Special beam cannon. Strange died. Dormammu! I've come to bargain. Splat! Strange was crushed by a giant spike. Dormammu! I've come to bargain. Crunch! Strange was eaten. Dormammu! I've come to bargain. Strange repeated the sentence over and over, like a broken record player stuck on a track of defiance. Each time, Dormammu blasted him to smithereens without hesitation. But each time, the green time rune would spin, and Strange would reappear, fresh and ready to die again. Dormammu felt like he was going insane. This was more torturous than any hell he had ever devised. He was trapped in a moment that wouldn't end. When had he, the destroyer of worlds, ever suffered such humiliation? Little girl! What have you done? Dormammu roared, his voice tinged with panic. He felt the phantom pain in his soul throbbing. Enough! I am leaving. He turned his massive consciousness away from Earth. I don't want your planet anymore. Keep it. He tried to withdraw into the depths of his dimension. Click! A green light flashed on Strange's wrist. Time reversed. The three returned to their original positions. And also, Hermione smiled, continuing the sentence she hadn't finished in the previous loop. You'll be reset to your original position in the time loop. You can't escape. She looked up at him with pity. You transcend time, but not completely. Like a fish in a bowl, you can see the outside, but you can't leave the water. Dormammu's vertical pupils widened. He felt stifled. For the first time in eons, he felt claustrophobic. He looked at the two mortals. One was a sacrificial lamb willing to die 1,000 times. The other was a predator slowly eating him alive. He shuddered at the sight of the color green. You can hurt me, but you cannot kill me in one go. Dormammu roared, trying to regain his dominance. I can repair my soul from the energy of the dark dimension. If this is a war of attrition, I will win. We shall see who collapses first. He refused to believe that a human girl had the stamina to outlast a dimension. Strange fell silent. He had been excited when Hermione injured the beast, but Dormammu was right. If the monster couldn't be killed instantly, the loop could theoretically go on forever. Strange was willing to suffer, but Hermione was mortal. She would tire. You're right, Hermione nodded, confirming Dormammu's analysis. Ha! See. So, Hermione continued calmly, next, I will simply kill you all at once. Dormammu was stunned for a moment. Then, his giant face contorted into a wild, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha! That green light was your strongest attack. Even that could only scratch me. What other tricks do you have? Stop dreaming, little girl. Let us make a deal. Dormammu made a seemingly reasonable suggestion, his voice dropping to a persuasive rumble. I will leave Earth. I will never return. You release the time loop. Everyone wins. Strange's heart skipped a beat. He's breaking, Strange thought. This is the canon ending. This is a good option. Dormammu's power was unfathomable. Pushing him too far might break the spell or destroy reality. Strange turned to look at Hermione, his eyes questioning. Should we take it? Hermione shook her head. Her expression was resolute, cold as ice. No. No matter what you say today, Dormammu, you must die here. She looked at Strange. Keep the loop steady. Strange opened his mouth to argue, but looking at the Miss Witch's confident face, he swallowed his doubt. He trusted her. Before they came, she had told him, just keep looping. I'll handle the heavy lifting. Strange nodded, gripping the time stone. Hermione stepped forward, floating in the void. She raised her wand high above her head. Suddenly, the space around her shimmered. Pop! 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 One Hermione appeared. Then 10. Then 100. Then 1,000. Countless Hermiones materialized out of thin air, filling Strange's entire field of vision. Up, down, left, right, everywhere he looked, there was a girl in black robes holding a wand. What kind of magic is this? Strange stared, his jaw dropping. The mirror image spell? No, these felt real. Each one radiated power. Dormammu froze. For the first time, he felt the icy grip of inevitable death. You. Dormammu only managed to utter one syllable. 10,000 Hermiones opened their mouths in unison. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. The next second, an endless ocean of green light erupted, completely engulfing the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Chapter 171, Chapter 170, All melons return to their origin. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. The sound wasn't a chant, it was a deafening, overlapping roar, like the buzzing of a billion angry hornets. 10,000 voices spoke in perfect unison, creating a sonic resonance that vibrated the very fabric of the dark dimension. 10,000 Hermiones, filling every cubic inch of Strange's vision, raised their wands. The tip of every wand ignited. A tsunami of sickly green light erupted. It wasn't a beam, it was an ocean. The individual curses merged into a singular, catastrophic torrent of death magic that washed over the cosmic entity, drowning out the purple and black of his domain. No. Dormammu's voice cracked. For the first time in his eternal existence, the Lord of the Dark Dimension felt his soul tremble. He felt a cold, sharp sensation that he hadn't felt since before he ascended to godhood. Fear. He only had time to let out one last, strangled wail. The green light hit his massive, nebula-dust face. There was no explosion, only a terrifying silence as his essence was forcibly unraveled. His features the eyes of burning stars, the mouth of the void disintegrated rapidly, bleached white by the killing curse before dissolving into nothingness. The crushing pressure of the dark dimension vanished. The colors faded. Silence returned to the void. Only countless Hermiones remained. They stood silently in the empty space, floating like an army of statues. Then, in a wave of motion starting from the furthest back, they simultaneously bowed their heads, spun the small hourglasses on their necks, and vanished one by one. Pop! 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 It sounded like bubble wrap being twisted. Within seconds, only one Hermione remained. Stephen Strange floated in the void, staring blankly at the empty space where a god used to be. His mind was completely blank. The neural pathways responsible for processing impossible things had burned out. He never imagined that Dormammu, a dimensional daemon so powerful that the Ancient One could only bargain with him, would perish like this. Eaten by a green light. He died at the hands of a human girl. Hermione felt the dark harvest activate in her grimoire. A massive, almost overwhelming surge of soul energy rushed into her, confirming that Dormammu was indeed finished. Phew! She let out a long, shuddering breath. A wave of relief washed over her, followed immediately by a crushing, bone-deep exhaustion. Her legs gave way, and she sat down on the invisible floor of the dimension. Enjoying a melon is fun for a moment, she muttered, rubbing her temples, but paying off the debt feels like a funeral pyre. She shook her head with a wry smile. To completely eliminate a being of infinite mass, she had to borrow her future self. Or rather, her past self. Now, she had to pay the piper. She turned to Strange, her face pale and her eyes heavy. For every time I disappear, you activate the time loop. Reset me to the start of the cast. Do not stop until the last Hermione me tells you to. Strange looked confused, the mechanics of temporal paradoxes making his head spin, but he nodded. He trusted her. He twisted his hand. The green rune of the time stone glowed. Hermione vanished. Flash. The next second, her consciousness was yanked backward. She was transported back a few seconds in time, appearing in a different spatial coordinate, becoming one of the countless Hermiones she had just seen. She saw herself thousands of hers elves raising their wands. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. She raised her wand, her arm screaming with fatigue, and joined the chorus. She mercilessly unleashed the killing curse on Dormammu. A flash of green light. Dormammu's scream. Flash. The time turner activated. She was back at the start. A different spot. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Flash. Again. Flash. Again. This cycle repeated itself endlessly. Time lost its meaning. There was only the green light, the scream, and the twist of the hourglass. That was the horror of Hermione's plan. To the outside observer, 10,000 Hermiones appeared simultaneously to deliver one strike. But for Hermione, she was living through every single cast. It wasn't a clone spell. It was a temporal relay race run by one person. One Hermione, eating the melon 10,000 times. After countless repetitions, Hermione felt her vision go black. Her head felt like it had been hit with a sledgehammer. Her magical core was throbbing with overuse. She felt like she was going to throw up. She wouldn't have gone to such lengths if it weren't to completely eliminate that old bastard. I'll never play like that again. She groaned, finally returning to the present moment as the sole survivor of the loop. She felt like a salted fish that had been drained of all moisture and left to dry in the sun. All she wanted now was a bed. A soft bed. And maybe a coma. This method seemed simple and brutal, quantity over quality. If one Avada Kedavra isn't enough, use 10,000. But in practice, the logistical requirements were horrific. It required an external anchor Strange with the Eye of Agamotto to manage the macro loop, while she managed the microloops with the time turner. Without him, she would have been lost in the time stream. 100 melons bloom, 1,000 melons are devoured, and all melons return to their origin, she mumbled deliriously. She looked at Strange, weakly signaling that he could finish the job. Strange breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately rotated his wrist. The Eye of Agamotto opened fully. Green light flowed like water. Time began to reverse. The broken reality of the dark dimension was pushed back. The purple sky turned blue. The crumbling buildings of Hong Kong and London rose from the ground, the dust reforming into bricks, the bricks knitting into walls. The cracks in the street sealed. The apocalypse rewound itself until the world was whole again. Mordo and Wong stood in the restored street, staring at the unbelievable scene. Their mouths were agape, unable to speak. Hermione landed on the pavement and let out a long sigh, leaning against a lamp post for support. So what if they are dimensional demons? She thought, closing her eyes. Dormammu made a mistake. He turned himself into a dimension. He made himself a massive target. He had nowhere to hide. I could eat him from every angle. This story tells us that having a physical body is the ultimate truth. Being abstract just means you get hit by AoE attacks. Although they didn't know the specifics, judging from Strange's weary but triumphant expression, Wong and Mordo realized the battle was over. Dormammu has been banished? Wong asked, his voice filled with the desperate hope of a survivor. Strange shook his head. Wong and Mordo exchanged a glance, their faces turning pale. Not expelled? The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Is this really the end of the world? Mordo whispered. It's not an expulsion, Strange said slowly, his voice raspy. Dormammu has been completely wiped out. He is gone. Earth will never be at risk of invasion from the dark dimension again. Ah, so he was taken down. He was breathing heavily, which startled me. Wang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then his brain processed the sentence. What? Wang screamed, his voice cracking an octave higher. He was killed. That's right, Strange nodded calmly. Wang and Mordo looked at Hermione with complicated, terrified expressions. They knew Strange wasn't capable of killing a gnat in the dark dimension, let alone the lord of it. The only possibility was the Miss Witch leaning against the lamppost looking like she had a hangover. But, killing a dimensional god? It was too bizarre. It broke every rule of magic they knew. Really killed him? Wang asked again, his voice trembling. Hermione grunted, not opening her eyes. Wang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to expel the shock from his system. That's Dormammu. He murmured to himself, looking at his hands. The destroyer of worlds. What's wrong with Dormammu? Hermione opened one eye, raising an eyebrow. Her tone was relaxed, bordering on dismissive. Is he that powerful? I didn't sense anything special. Just big. Wang and Mordo were speechless. You call that not noticing? So, in your eyes, is that all a dimensional demon amounts to? A large target? Wang suddenly burst into laughter. It was a manic, joyous sound. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 He shouted good 3 times, his excitement overflowing. Dormammu is dead. The threat is gone. Hermione, you did a great job. You saved us all. Mordo, however, did not smile. He frowned, looking at the time stone on Strange's chest, then at the weary Hermione. His face darkened with a rigid, fundamentalist anger. You reversed time, Mordo said, his voice low and serious. You manipulated natural law to deal with Dormammu. This violates the natural order. The bill comes due. Always. Chapter 172, Chapter 171, S.H.I.E.L.ds Falling Angels. Strange shrugged, looking at the rigid, angry Mordo with nonchalance. The cost? That's a matter for the future bill collector. Right now, I prefer being alive to pay it. He gestured to the restored city. If I didn't break the rules, I wouldn't even have the chance to experience the consequences. Earth would be a snack for Dormammu, and your moral high ground would be floating in a purple void. Mordo fell silent. His jaw was tight, his hands clenched. He had to admit that Strange was logically correct. Faced with immediate extinction, the sacred laws of nature seemed flexible. But the bitterness remained. After a moment of heavy silence, Strange seemed to remember something. Oh, right. The Ancient One asked me to give this to you before she died. He reached up, unclasping the eye of Agamotto from his neck. With a reverent hand, he passed the heavy brass pendant to Hermione. Hermione took it. She didn't hesitate. She muttered a quick unlocking spell, and the mechanical iris of the eye spiraled open. A flash of brilliant, pure green light flooded the street as she extracted the raw time stone. She reached into her own robes and pulled out an exquisite, intricate platinum pendant. It already held 2 other stones. She carefully set the green gem into the 3rd empty slot. Click! Blue, yellow, and green lights flared, intertwining and reflecting off each other in a dazzling display of cosmic power. The air around Hermione hummed with a terrified reverence. Mordo and Wang stared, their eyes bulging. The Mind Stone, and the Space Stone. Mordo whispered, his voice trembling. You You have them too. You own half of the Infinity Stones. Wang gasped, taking a step back. How is this possible? No mortal can wield that much power. Hermione smiled, saying nothing. She simply tapped the pendant. A stream of residual temporal energy flowed back into the empty brass casing of the Eye of Agamotto, filling it with a green glow that looked authentic, though it lacked the infinite potential of the real stone. I made a promise to the Ancient One, Hermione said, pocketing her god-tier necklace. I will leave a portion of the stone's power with Camartage. Enough to maintain the sanctums. Enough for the next Sorcerer Supreme. One of the most sacred duties of the Masters of the Mystic Arts was to protect the Time Stone. Mordo and Wang instinctively wanted to protest, to fight for it. But then they remembered the 10,000 Hermiones. They remembered the green light that ate a god. They shut their mouths. Well, Wang thought, sweating, since the Ancient One approved it, consider it a consulting fee. Besides, it's safer with her than in the library. It's definitely not because I can't beat her, he assured himself. Just as the group was about to part ways, Hermione stopped. She looked up at the empty blue sky, her eyes narrowing as if she sensed a gaze from beyond the clouds. She waved gently. A small, mocking salute. Goodbye, Watcher, she whispered. Strange noticed the gesture. What's wrong? Hermione turned, her smile bright and inscrutable. Nothing. Just checking the weather. She turned and vanished. Strange looked up at the sky. All he saw were a few fluffy white clouds. That's weird. Later. After helping repair the physical structure of the sanctums, a wave of her wand fixing what took Mason's weeks, Hermione retreated to a quiet pocket dimension to check her stats. The grimoire floated open. Hermione Jane Granger. Magic level, LV5, 6372/1,000,000. Dark Harvest active. Current soul energy, 839,024. Fertile. Hermione breathed, her eyes lighting up. She almost swore in delight. Dormammu was a gold mine. He was the single richest source of soul energy she had ever encountered. The payout was staggering. Her plan to turn Earth into a bait-trap Earth schem park had worked perfectly. Thanks to Dormammu's selfless donation of his own existence, she was well on her way to level 6. She turned the page. Wondrous object, Time Stone, parsing, one of the Infinity Stones. Grants +1 to all time magic levels while carried. Remaining parse time, 5997 28 minutes and 12 seconds. Space Stone, parsing, grants +1 to all space magic levels while carried. Remaining parse time, 4251 42 minutes and 3 seconds. Mind Stone, parsing, grants +1 to all mind magic levels while carried. Remaining parse time, 4250 12 minutes and 54 seconds. The parsing was slow, but the passive buffs were incredible. Summary: gained 800k soul energy, Time Stone and Malphite, Dormammu. Lost 1 Ancient One. Verdict: hee hee ha ha Guyi is leaving. Ring ring. Her magical phone buzzed. Caller ID, hard-boiled egg. Hello. Hermione answered, conjuring an apple juice. Miss Wizard, Nick Fury's voice came through, sounding tired but relieved. Coulson's condition has stabilized thanks to the GH325. We can proceed as agreed. However, his team seems to have encountered trouble. It concerns a Chitauri artifact. Chitauri. Hermione frowned. I wiped those scrap metal lizards out. How can SHIELD fail to clean up a few helmets? It's a virus. Electrostatic. Look, can you check on them? They're over the Atlantic. Fine. I'll take a look on the way back to school. Hermione hung up and vanished. The business 30,000 feet above the Atlantic. The massive C-17 transport plane, SHIELD mobile command. The bus roared through the night sky. In the cargo bay, Leo Fitz was pounding frantically on the reinforced glass of the containment module. Gemma! No! Don't do this, he screamed, tears streaming down his face. We can fix this. Inside the airlock, Gemma Simmons stood at the edge of the open ramp. The wind whipped her hair violently. Her face was pale, a strange electric blue pulse visible in the veins of her neck. She was infected with an alien virus that caused electromagnetic pulses. The next pulse would detonate the plane. She was sacrificing herself. Fitz, don't do this. Simmons sobbed, her voice snatched away by the wind. This is the only way. Save the team. She looked at him one last time, her eyes filled with love and terror. Goodbye. She leaned back. Gravity took her. She fell from the plane, tumbling into the freezing darkness. No! Fitz roared, collapsing against the glass. Grant Ward, the team specialist, didn't hesitate. He grabbed a parachute rig, sprinted past Fitz, and dove out of the cargo bay door. He plummeted through the air, streamlining his body to catch up to the falling scientist. The wind roared in his ears like a physical blow. Ward stared intently at the small, tumbling figure of Simmons below. He was gaining on her, but the ocean was rushing up fast. He adjusted his posture, angling his descent. Suddenly, a clear, amused voice rang right next to his ear. Hey, Ward! What are you two doing? Ward blinked, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was calm, conversational, completely at odds with the shrieking wind. Jumping out of planes in broad daylight? And she doesn't even have a chute? Does she think she's Captain America? Is this some kind of extreme performance art? Ward was stunned. The stress, he thought. The double life. Being Hydra is finally making me crack. I'm hallucinating. At 30,000 feet, who could possibly be talking to him? He turned his head to the right. There, floating effortlessly in the air beside him, matched perfectly to his terminal velocity, lay a girl. She was lying on her side in mid-air, resting her head on one hand as if she were lounging on a sofa, looking at him with a casual smile. Ward's eyes widened behind his goggles. The Witch. Chapter 173, Chapter 172, The Girl in the Van. Airbus, that's a really lazy name for a secret base. Hermione muttered to herself, standing on the Hogwarts grounds. She raised her wand, and using the coordinates provided by Director Fury or Hard-Boiled Egg, she drew a fiery circle in the air. Golden sparks flew as a portal slowly spiraled open, revealing the pressurized interior of a massive aircraft. She stepped inside. The roar of the engines and the rush of wind hit her instantly. Hey? What kind of blockbuster are they filming here? Hermione had barely steadied herself when she saw two figures jump out of the open cargo bay hatch, one after the other. One was strapped into a parachute rig. The other, a woman in a lab coat, had jumped with nothing but gravity. You people are really dramatic, Hermione noted. She blinked, and her body dissolved into a mist of white wind, shooting out of the hatch to chase them down. 15,000 feet. Free fall. Grant Ward was in a stable dive, his goggles pressed tight against his face, his eyes locked on Simmons' plummeting form below. He was focused. He was efficient. He was Hydra. And he was currently hallucinating. Hey, Ward. What kind of PUBG are you guys playing? The voice was clear, crisp, and devoid of wind noise. Ward turned his head. Floating beside him in a relaxed, horizontal pose was the Witch of New York. She was munching on an apple. A witch! Ward screamed, his voice ripped away by the slipstream. You even brought someone without a parachute, Hermione chided, taking a bite of her apple. Are you planning to be eliminated as soon as you land? That's poor strategy. Ward shook his head violently, trying to focus. In that moment of distraction, Simmons drifted further away. He realized with a jolt of panic that he wasn't going to reach her. Damn it, he cursed, angling his dive. Seeing the genuine anxiety on his traitorous face, Hermione pouted and shook her head helplessly. Young people these days. So quick to threaten suicide. It's very melodramatic. Pop. She vanished from Ward's side. A split second later, Gemma Simmons, who had closed her eyes and was waiting for the impact of the Atlantic Ocean, felt a firm arm wrap around her waist. Her fall stopped instantly. Whoa! She gasped, her eyes snapping open. Instead of the cold water, she was looking into the smiling face of a teenage girl floating in midair. Don't worry. It's nothing, Hermione winked at her. Hold on tight. I'll take you flying. It's better than economy class. Crack. Before Simmons could process the physics violation, the two of them vanished. Ward watched helplessly as the target and the anomaly disappeared. He waited a few seconds, hoping for a pickup. Nothing. The ocean rushed up to meet him. She's not coming back for me, is she? Ward muttered bitterly. He pulled his ripcord. The business 10 minutes later. Gemma, do you know how dangerous that was? Phil Coulson's voice echoed in the sterile medical bay, his usual calm demeanor replaced by stern, parental worry. Simmons sat on the bio bed, wrapped in a blanket, her head lowered like a child caught stealing cookies. Her fingers nervously twisted the hem of the wool fabric. I know I was wrong, sir, she murmured softly. Seeing her contrition, Coulson's anger evaporated. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Gemma, I know you were trying to protect the team. But have you thought about what would happen to Fitz if something really happened to you? What would happen to this family? I'm sorry, Fitz. Simmons whispered, looking at the curly-haired engineer. I'll never do it again. Fitz, still pale and shaking, patted her arm awkwardly. It's okay. It's okay. Just, don't jump out of planes anymore. Please. Crunch. Crunch. The crisp sound of potato chips shattering was jarringly loud in the emotional silence. Everyone turned. Hermione was sitting in the corner on a swivel chair, munching on a bag of Lay's while watching the scene with the intensity of a soap opera fan. Coulson shot her a helpless look. Hey, Phil, Hermione said, pointing a chip at him. Who knew you had a temper? I always thought you had the face of a gentle Sunday school teacher. I never expected you to go full disappointed dad mode. Coulson flushed slightly. Miss Wizard, please don't make fun of me. I have to maintain discipline. If they all start jumping out of planes, I won't have a team left to lead. Please give me some face in front of my subordinates, he added in a whisper. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Haha, sorry, sorry. Here. She tossed him a bag of gummy bears as compensation. Miss Wizard. Simmons whispered, finally processing who was eating chips in their lab. Her eyes sparkled with scientific curiosity and hero worship. The witch. The destroyer of New York. The God Slayer. Simmons had analyzed footage of her magic for months. Seeing her in person and being saved by her was overwhelming. Snort. Ward walked in, dripping wet, wrapped in a towel. He glared at Hermione with deep resentment. We know each other. You saved the girl but left me to swim. You had a parachute, Hermione pointed out, not looking up from her chips. I believe in encouraging self-reliance. Fitz looked at Hermione with pure gratitude. Thank you, he choked out. Thank you for saving Gemma. Hermione dug into her pocket and pulled out a small glass vial filled with a glowing, crystalline blue liquid. She tossed it to Simmons. Here. The antidote. For the Chitori virus. Simmons caught it, staring at the liquid. Is it tested? Is it stable? She looked at Coulson for approval. Drink it, Coulson said gently. Since it was given by the witch, it will work. Shield isn't stingy enough to confiscate a gift. He added with a wry smile, besides, even if we wanted to research it, we don't have the technology to analyze magic potion structures. Simmons nodded. She uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. A cool, refreshing sensation washed over her. The electric blue veins on her neck faded instantly. Her color returned. Wow! Simmons breathed, checking her pulse. My vitals are normalizing instantly. This is incredible. It's more effective than GH325. Fitz let out a long breath. Actually, he thought, my anti-serum would have worked too, but magic is faster. Coulson nodded, satisfied. Ward, go call May and Sky. It's rare for the witch to visit. This is a good opportunity for the whole team to meet our consultant. Ward nodded and left, returning moments later with two women. Leading the way was Melinda May, the cavalry. She wore a sleek black pilot's suit, her face stoic, her eyes sharp and assessing. She looked at Hermione not with awe, but with the tactical appraisal of a soldier sizing up a nuke. Following behind her was a young woman. She had long, flowing dark hair, a sweet, expressive face, and an eager, slightly chaotic energy. She wore casual clothes and looked more like a hacker than an agent. Sky. Or as Hermione knew her, Daisy Johnson. Quake. Sky's eyes widened when she saw Hermione. No way, she whispered. Is that her? The girl who blew up the Chitauri. Chapter 174, Chapter 173, Warning of Celestial Convergence. Sky burst into the medical bay, her casual sweater and jeans making her look more like a college student than a SHIELD operative. She scanned the room, ignoring the strangers, and beelined for Simmons. Gemma, she cried, wrapping the scientist in a tight hug. Ward told me. Are you okay? Did you really jump out of the plane? You're crazy. You're brilliant, but you're crazy. Simmons laughed tearfully, hugging her back. I'm fine, Sky. Thanks to our guest. Sky pulled back, wiping her eyes. She finally looked around the room, her gaze landing on Hermione, who was still casually eating potato chips in the corner. Coulson cleared his throat, stepping into his role as the team's leader. Okay, introductions, Coulson said. Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz, you know. Biological and mechanical sciences, respectively. Grant Ward, our specialist, you've met. Hermione nodded at Ward, who was still sulking in his towel. We know each other. We took a skydiving class together. He failed. Ward scowled. Coulson pointed to the stoic woman in the pilot's suit. This is Melinda May. Our pilot and combat expert. The cavalry. May stared at Hermione. Her pupils contracted sharply. Unlike the others, she had access to higher clearance files. She had seen the footage from New York. She knew exactly what kind of monster was eating chips in their lab. And this one? Coulson gestured to the long-haired girl, his tone softening with a hint of paternal pride. Her name is Sky. She's our newest recruit. A hacktivist turned in turn. Sky looked at Hermione with open curiosity. So this is the virus expert? She thought. She looks 12. Is she a Doogie Howser type? Or maybe a relative of Simmons from England? Hello, Sky said, offering a friendly wave. Nice to meet you. I like your sweater. Coulson cleared his throat again. And this is the shaman. My name is Hermione Granger, Hermione interrupted smoothly, standing up and brushing crumbs from her jeans. Just call me Hermione. She smiled at the group, disarming them with a relaxed, casual charm. I heard the Chitauri virus popped up, so Director Fury or Eggman as I call him asked me to take a look. May took a deep breath, steeling herself. She stepped forward, extending a hand. "Hello, Hermione. It's an honor to meet you." Her voice trembled slightly, a crack in her usual armor. Hermione shook it firmly. "Likewise, Agent May." Sky watched the interaction, puzzled. May never gets nervous, she thought. Who is this kid? To be honest, Coulson explained to Hermione, my team was built on the model of the original Strategic Scientific Reserve. We're mobile. We investigate the strange, the undocumented. The paranormal events the world isn't ready for. Hermione raised an eyebrow. With this setup? A bus and a handful of misfits? You're unlikely to solve anything major. No offense. Coulson smiled, unbothered. The Avengers handle the world-ending threats. We handle the cracks in the pavement. We keep the world safe from the things that go bump in the night. But now that you've joined us as a consultant, Coulson added hopefully, I think our clearance level just went up. Hermione shook her head. I'm just a temp, Phil. I'm here to look after you occasionally at Fury's request. I won't be staying permanently. I have school. A flicker of disappointment crossed Coulson's eyes, but he nodded. He knew she was playing in a different league. Oh right, Hermione slapped her forehead dramatically. I almost forgot the important thing. The reason I actually came back. She looked at Coulson, her expression turning serious. The playful vibe vanished instantly. A while ago, Dumbledore my headmaster observed the stars. The celestial convergence is about to begin. He deduced that the Earth's focal point will be in Greenwich, London. She leaned against the bio bed. Supernatural events are going to spike in that area. Gravity anomalies. Spatial tearing. I've already informed Fury, but your next mission is probably going to be there. Coulson frowned. Celestial convergence. It happens once every 5,000 years, Hermione explained, using her hands to simulate planets aligning. The 9 realms align perfectly. The boundaries between worlds blur. Portals open naturally. Think of it as a cosmic Swiss cheese event. Wormholes, Fitz whispered, his eyes widening. Einstein-Rosen bridges occurring naturally. Exactly, Hermione nodded. Except these wormholes could lead to Asgard, Vanaheim, Svartalfheim, anywhere. And anything can come through. She paused, letting the weight of that sink in. None of the neighbors are friendly. So you'd better be prepared. Coulson looked worried. If portals open randomly, what if an army comes through? Another Battle of New York? But in London. Relax, Hermione waved her hand dismissively. You don't need to worry about the big stuff. If any idiots really want to invade, let them come. Coulson was baffled. Why? Greenwich isn't a fortress. There are no Avengers stationed there. Hermione grinned, a wicked, knowing smile. You're overthinking it. Philosophy. Greenwich is the safest place in the world right now. New York can't compare. Do you know what's next to Greenwich? She asked. Coulson shook his head. The Royal Observatory? British police. Hermione rolled her eyes. Hogwarts. Coulson's eyes widened instantly. Oh! An indescribable sense of security washed over him. He had seen what one Hogwarts student could do. If the school itself was nearby. So, the alien portal is opening directly onto the Wizarding World's front lawn? Coulson almost laughed. That's not an invasion. That's a suicide run. So, Hermione continued, checking her nails, whoever wants to die, let them come. If dark elves or frost giants stumble into the forbidden forest, well, I pity them. The spiders are hungry. However, she added, while the invasion isn't your problem, the convergence causes physics to go wonky. Gravity shifts. Portals. Civilians getting lost in other dimensions. That's the minor trouble your team needs to handle. Coulson nodded, his confidence restored. Understood. Crowd control and containment. It's a good training opportunity for the team. After a while, Coulson excused himself to call Fury. The atmosphere in the lab relaxed. Sky moved closer to Hermione, her curiosity getting the better of her. So, Sky said, leaning against the counter. Hogwarts? Is that like a secret biolab? Or a code name? Hermione looked at Sky. She saw the potential in the girl. The dormant in human DNA. The vibration manipulation waiting to be unlocked. It's a school, Hermione said simply. For people like me. Sky frowned. People like you? You mean scientists? Hermione chuckled. She raised a finger. Snap. The bag of potato chips on the counter floated into the air. It danced around Sky's head, spinning gently. Sky's jaw dropped. Whoa! Telekinesis? You're gifted? Like on the index? Something like that, Hermione smiled. And you, Sky? What's your story? Why does a hacker hang out with spies? Sky looked down, a shadow crossing her face. I'm looking for my parents. They left me. Child has the files. Or at least, redacted versions of them. Hermione looked at her deeply. She knew the truth. She knew about afterlife. About Jiaying. About Mr. Hyde. You'll find them, Hermione said softly, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. But be careful what you look for, Sky. Sometimes, family trees have thorns. She reached out and tapped Sky's forehead. A tiny spark of static electricity jumped between them. You have a vibration about you, Hermione whispered. A resonance. Don't let anyone tell you you're just a hacker. You're going to shake the world one day. Sky blinked, rubbing her forehead. She felt a strange warmth where Hermione had touched her. Thanks, Sky whispered, feeling strangely seen. Now, Hermione clapped her hands, breaking the mood. Who wants to see me turn Ward into a ferret? Chapter 175, Chapter 174, Black Dog and Black Cat. Sky sat on the edge of the lab counter, her legs swinging, secretly observing the team dynamics. Something was off. The way everyone treated Hermione was strange. It was a mix of deference, fear, and awe. It was the way people looked at a ticking nuclear bomb that also happened to be a celebrity. Even Coulson, who usually had the calm demeanor of a man who had seen everything, seemed reserved. He treated Hermione not like a teenage consultant, but like a visiting head of state. Who exactly is this little girl? Sky wondered, narrowing her eyes. At first, she thought Hermione was just a genius scientist, maybe a Doogie Howser type. But then she overheard snippets of conversation. Celestial convergence. 9 realms. Spatial tiering. These weren't virology terms. These were sci-fi terms. Sky's hacker instincts flared. She lived for uncovering secrets. The more redacted the file, the more she wanted to read it. She had dug into the Avengers after New York. She could certainly crack the mystery of one British teenager. Humph, Sky thought, crossing her arms. I refuse to believe I can't uncover your identity. She tried asking the others. Hey, Simmons, Sky whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. I can tell from the accent. You're both British. She came to save you personally. Is she your cousin? The secret rich one? Simmons rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. I wish. If she were my cousin, I'd wake up laughing every morning. Do you know what kind of grant money I could get? I could ask for a vibranium centrifuge and Director Fury would personally deliver it. Sky pursed her lips. Dead end. She turned to Ward. Ward, you said you took classes with her. What did she teach? Advanced calculus? Quantum mechanics? Ward looked at her, seeing through the clumsy interrogation instantly. She taught survival, he said cryptically. And how not to die. Sky's eyes lit up. A professor at SHIELD Academy? At her age? She turned to May. May, you know everything. Who is she? May glanced at her, her face a stone mask. Don't ask. Sky. Fine, she thought, gritting her teeth. If you won't tell me, I'll go to the source. She marched over to the corner where Hermione was lounging on a swivel chair, reading a book titled Advanced Potion Making and Eating Gummy Bears. Hey, little sister, Sky said, sitting down next to her with a dazzling smile. She casually reached into the bag and took a handful of candy. How old are you? You look young to be consulting for SHIELD. The rest of the team watched in silence. They saw the trap. They saw the lion. And they saw the hacker walking right into the den. Hermione glanced up, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She didn't deflect. She didn't hide. She just smiled. Old enough to know better, young enough to do it anyway, Hermione quipped. And you? You look like you've lived a lot of life for someone in a van. Sky blinked. And then, somehow, the tables turned. It started with a simple question about Sky's laptop. Then her hacking. Then her background. Before Sky knew what was happening, she was spilling her entire life story like beans from a torn bag. She talked about the orphanage. The nuns. The foster homes that sent her back. The search for her parents. The rising tide. She gesticulated wildly, laughing and sharing her deepest traumas with a girl she had met 10 minutes ago. Coulson and May watched from the observation deck, shaking their heads. She's good, Coulson noted. The witch, I mean. She has Sky spilling state secrets just by listening. Sky thinks she's the interrogator, May sighed. She has no idea she's the subject. Late night. When the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping agents filled the bus, Hermione stood up. She checked her watch. Time to go. She didn't use the door. She simply turned on her heel. Crack. The air pressure in the plane dropped for a microsecond as she vanished. Hogwarts. The next morning. Hermione reappeared in the second-floor girls' bathroom, smoothing her robes. It was a Hogsmeade weekend. In the entrance hall, Filch was checking permission slips with the glee of a petty tyrant. Professor McGonagall stood by the doors, counting heads. Harry Potter stood forlornly to the side. He didn't have a signed slip. The Dursleys would sooner sign his death warrant than a permission form. Hermione walked past him, leaning in close. Don't you have an invisibility cloak, Harry? She whispered. And the Marauder's map? Use your head. Harry's eyes lit up. He nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hogsmeade Village. The village was a postcard of winter magic. Snow covered the thatched roofs of the cottages. The air smelled of wood smoke and butterbeer. Students filled the streets, their laughter echoing against the cold. Hermione strolled down the high street, her hands in her pockets, taking in the sights. Isn't this the place where that fifth-year transfer student used ancient magic to throw trolls? She mused, thinking of a certain video game. Suddenly, her grimoire buzzed against her mental shields. Spell detected transfiguration, animagus, canine. Hermione stopped. Her eyes narrowed. Well, well. Look who decided to show up. She ducked into a narrow alleyway between the Hogshead and a shop selling magical quills. In the shadows, a large, gaunt black dog paced nervously. Its fur was matted, its ribs showing through its skin. It sniffed the air, confused. Strange, the dog thought. Where did she go? Sirius Black, currently in his padfoot form, had been tailing the girl. He had been watching her since she left the castle. She moved with a confidence that unnerved him. And now, she had vanished. Did she spot me? Impossible. I'm an animagus. My stealth is perfect. He circled the alley, sniffing the cobblestones. Nothing. Just then, a soft, purring voice rang out from the top of a barrel behind him. Are you looking for me, puppy? The big black dog spun around, his claws scrabbling on the stone. Perched on the barrel was a sleek, elegant black cat. Its fur was midnight dark, but its eyes piercing, intelligent emerald green stared straight into his soul. The cat jumped down, landing silently on the snow. It walked toward him with a graceful, predatory gait. I wondered who it was, the cat thought, but it turned out to be Snuffles. Sirius froze. The intelligence in those cat eyes was unmistakable. Hermione Granger, the dog barked a low, guttural sound that twisted into human speech as he shifted back. No, he stayed in dog form, communicating through intent. You? The black cat didn't speak. It simply nodded, its whiskers twitching. You're an animagus too? Sirius's thought projected, filled with shock. A third year? Illegal? Suddenly, the cat blurred. In a fluid motion, Hermione shifted back into her human form, standing tall in her winter cloak. Sirius Black, she said, her voice cool and amused. The infamous mass murderer. The Azkaban escapee. Why aren't you looking for Harry Potter? Why are you stalking me? The dog growled low in its throat, then blurred and shifted. A gaunt, ragged man stood before her. His hair was long and matted, his face skull-like, but his grey eyes burned with a fierce, desperate light. I want to see what kind of people Harry's friends are, Sirius rasped, his voice unused to human speech. He had heard the rumors. Even in hiding, news traveled. The witch. The girl who leveled the ministry. Harry was his godson. Sirius was happy Harry had powerful friends, but he was also terrified. He knew what power did to people. He had seen it with Peter. He had seen it with Voldemort. You are dangerous, Sirius said, stepping closer, looming over her. More dangerous than anyone at that school. I need to know if you are a threat to him. Hermione didn't flinch. She looked up at the wasted man, a small, mocking smile playing on her lips. Even if I am dangerous, Sirius, she asked softly, tilting her head, what exactly can you do about it? She took a step forward, her eyes flashing. Do you want to fight me, old man? Chapter 176, Chapter 175, Hermione Cheyenne. Sirius fell silent. The gaunt man looked at the young witch with a mixture of wariness and defeat. Harry had too few friends. Sirius knew what isolation felt like, he had lived in it for 12 years. He didn't want his sudden, ragged presence to drive a wedge between Harry and his most powerful ally. But trust was a currency Sirius was short on. He had heard the rumors about this girl. The destruction of the ministry. The cold efficiency. She was dangerous. Instead of wasting your time with me, you should go find that rat. Hermione's voice cut through the winter air, interrupting his brooding. She adjusted her cloak, looking bored. I'm going shopping for sugar quills. I don't have time to chat with fugitives. Sirius blinked, taken aback. You know my purpose. Hermione chuckled softly. Her eyes flashed with that uncanny, cat-like green luminescence. Isn't it just about finding the guy who betrayed Harry's father? Don't forget, Sirius. I'm a prophet. I know things before they happen. Sirius stared at her for a long moment. Finally, the fight drained out of him. He slumped against the cold stone wall of the alley. I need your help, he rasped. This was his gamble. He had been observing her. Lupin was trustworthy, but the werewolf was compromised by his condition and his loyalty to Dumbledore's rules. Hermione Granger, however, seemed to operate on her own frequency. She had saved Harry repeatedly. She was reliable. And frankly, she was terrifying. If she wanted to harm Harry, she would have done it already. And if she had ulterior motives, well, Sirius knew he couldn't stop her anyway. He might as well fold his hand. Hermione tilted her head, considering him. Well, that's simple. She transformed back into the sleek black cat. She stretched out a pink paw and groomed her ear casually. Just follow my instructions, Padfoot. As Sirius Black once again a shaggy dog trotted off into the shadows, Hermione sighed deeply, rubbing her furry face against a fence post. This is really troublesome. She just wanted to stroll around Hogsmeade, maybe buy some Honeydukes chocolate, and enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Instead, she was getting sucked into these dusty old grudges. She had cleared the board. No Dementors. No Quirrell. This school year had no Philosopher's Stone treasure, no Basilisk to harvest, and no Dark Lord to reshape into a government employee. To be honest, she had absolutely zero interest in the petty squabbles of the Marauders. Betrayal, revenge, secret keepers, it was all so small compared to what she was building. Her focus was entirely on the Marvel Universe. She had spent years cultivating magical creatures, conducting soul experiments, and creating alchemical weapons. She was ready to unveil the wizarding world to the unsuspecting Avengers. She was just waiting for the celestial convergence to drop the curtain. In contrast, Hogwarts felt like a retirement home. Low stakes. High drama. But she had agreed to Sirius's request. Not out of kindness. Not out of friendship. Stability maintenance. She didn't want these middle-aged men causing chaos while she was busy managing an interdimensional empire. If Sirius got himself killed, or Peter escaped again, she'd have to come back and clean up the mess. That was a hassle. She needed a quiet, stable, controllable Hogwarts. At least until the convergence. Seeing that the alley was empty, Hermione the Black Cat took a deep breath. She arched her back, her muscles rippling. She struck a dynamic pose, channeling her inner anime protagonist. Flash step Yuaki style. Instant roar thunder god battle form, she whispered mentally. Nothing happened. No lightning. No cool armor. Just a cat standing weirdly in the snow. A few crows flew overhead, cawing judgmentally. Hermione Shine covered her furry face with her paws and sprinted away in embarrassment. Hogsmeade. The Three Broomsticks. Hermione, back in human form, returned to the main street. She spotted a strange sight near the pub. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were sitting side by side on a bench. They weren't fighting. They weren't hexing each other. They were just sitting. Has the sun risen in the west? Hermione thought, tiptoeing closer to eavesdrop. Malfoy, Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Thank you. For flying down to save me at the match. I would have broken my neck. His voice carried a hint of genuine gratitude. Malfoy scoffed, crossing his arms and looking away. His pale cheeks were slightly pink from the cold, or embarrassment. Humph, don't get me wrong, Potter, Malfoy sneered, though the venom was lacking. I only did it to balance the ledger. You testified for me regarding the heir of Slytherin nonsense. I don't like owing people. Especially you. He stood up abruptly, brushing snow off his expensive cloak. But... Malfoy pointed a finger at Harry. Don't think just because you sneaked into Hogsmeade without a permission slip that I'll turn a blind eye. I'll still report you to Snape when we get back. Watch your back, Potter. With that, Malfoy turned and power walked away as fast as his legs could carry him. It looked less like a threat and more like a panic flee. Harry stood there, scratching his messy hair, looking completely bewildered. Hermione watched from the shadows, stunned. Well, she mused. Britain has its own national circumstances, but I never expected my meddling to turn these two into a tsundere romance novel. Later. The Forbidden Forest. Harry's eyes snapped open. He rubbed the sleep from his face, propping himself up on his elbows. Ron? You awake? Ron Weasley was lying next to him, snoring softly. Harry looked around. He froze. Instead of the warm, red hangings of his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, he was surrounded by gnarled roots, looming trees, and thick, creeping fog. A dream? Harry shook his head. The cold was too biting. The smell of damp earth was too real. He clearly remembered falling asleep in the dormitory. How could he have woken up in the Forbidden Forest? He pinched himself. It hurt. It's not a dream. Terror spiked in his chest. I've been kidnapped. Ron. Harry shook his friend violently. Ron. Wake up. Ron groaned, blinking groggily. 5 more minutes, Mum. He opened his eyes, saw the trees, and sat up with a yelp. Bloody hell! Where are we? Just then, a disheveled figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the ancient trees. Harry's pupils contracted. The matted hair. The gaunt, skull-like face. The grey, mad eyes. It was the face from the wanted posters. Sirius Black. Harry scrambled backward, dragging Ron with him. His mind raced. He kidnapped us. He brought us here to kill us. He betrayed my parents. A surge of hot, righteous anger replaced the fear. You! Harry shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Why? Why did you betray them? They were your friends. You were their best friend. Sirius stopped. He looked at Harry with an expression of profound, agonizing grief. It was the look of a man who had screamed into the void for 12 years. Harry! Sirius rasped, his voice raw. Child! I didn't. Stop making excuses. Harry screamed, standing up now, fists clenched. Everyone knows. You were their secret keeper. You gave Voldemort my home address. You killed them. It wasn't me, Harry. Sirius shouted back, desperation clawing at his throat. It was Peter. It was Peter Pettigrew. Harry paused, confused. Peter? Peter is dead. You killed him. All they found was a finger. Sirius's eyes sharpened instantly. He pointed a trembling, dirty finger at Ron. Or rather, at the lump in Ron's pocket. Peter, reveal your true form. Sirius roared. He pulled a stolen wand from his rags and pointed it at Ron's chest. Don't touch Scabbers! Ron shrieked, clutching his rat protectively. He's sick. Ron, believe me. Sirius pleaded, his eyes wild. That's not a rat. That's a man. That's the traitor. Impossible! Ron yelled, backing away. Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years. He's just a rat. You're mental. 12 years. Sirius laughed, a barking, humorless sound. A curiously long life for a common garden rat, wouldn't you say? Expelliarmus. In desperation, Ron raised his own wand, which was broken and taped together, and fired. A jet of red light shot out. Sirius, weak and caught off guard, was blasted backward, the wand flying from his hand. Harry reached for his own wand, but his pockets were empty. He looked down and realized with horror that Ron was holding Harry's wand. Ron's broken wand was lying on the forest floor. Why do we have the wrong wands? Before he could process it, a twig snapped nearby. Chapter 177, Chapter 176, Public Execution. Without a wand, Sirius Black hit the forest floor on all fours. With a fluid, terrifying pop of shifting bones, he transformed. A massive, bear-like black dog stood before the boys, bearing yellow fangs and letting out a low, vibrating growl that rattled their rib cages. Harry and Ron scrambled backward, tripping over roots in the gloom. "You'd better let us go!" Harry shouted, brandishing Ron's wand with a trembling hand. "Otherwise, Hermione will find you. She destroyed the Ministry. She won't let you off the hook." The dog's growl deepened into a rough, human voice. "Nobody knows we're here." Suddenly, the lump in Ron's pocket convulsed violently. Scabbers the rat shrieked a high, unnatural sound and launched himself out of Ron's robes. He hit the ground, twisting and writhing as if his bones were melting. To Harry and Ron's absolute horror, the rat began to swell. Fur receded into pale, grubby skin. A tail thickened into a leg. In the blink of an eye, a short, portly man with watery eyes and a pointed nose stood before them. He was balding, his skin grey and pasty, and he smelled of sewer water and fear. It was Peter Pettigrew. Peter snatched his own wand which Sirius had dropped earlier from the leaves. He pointed it at the black dog, a maniac, terrified grin splitting his face. "That's right, Sirius," Peter squeaked, his voice wet and breathless. "Nobody knows we're here." "That's great. That's perfect." He turned to Harry and Ron, a glint of pure, desperate madness in his eyes. "That's right, Harry. I betrayed your parents. I was the secret keeper. And to avoid being exposed, I have to kill all of you. No witnesses." "I'm sorry, Ron." "I'm sorry, Harry." Peter whimpered, tears leaking from his eyes even as he aimed the wand. "If I kill you, people will naturally think that Sirius, the mad dog, kidnapped you and ate you. It's a perfect story." Ron's eyes were wide, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. He wanted to scream, but terror had locked his throat. "The rat. I slept with the rat, for 12 years. Harry's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. The betrayal. The lies. It was all real. Sirius roared, gathering his hind legs to pounce, but Peter was faster. A smug, triumphant smile spread across Peter's face. He raised the wand high, the tip glowing with a sickly light. Avada Kedavra. Boom! The spell left the wand with a rushing sound of death. But instead of flying forward toward the black dog, the green light hit an invisible barrier a millimeter from the tip. It rebounded. The killing curse slammed backward into Peter's chest. Peter's smile froze. His eyes went wide with shock. His body went rigid, then slumped to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He lay still, staring up at the canopy with empty, glassy eyes. Dead. Harry and Ron stood frozen, their brains unable to process the physics of what had just happened. "Is this wand tampering?" Harry thought wildly. "Did the wand backfire?" "This." Ron whispered. "What?" Suddenly, the world flickered. The dark trees of the forbidden forest shimmered like a mirage. The cold, damp earth dissolved into smooth stone. The canopy of leaves faded into an enchanted ceiling reflecting a starry sky. The darkness receded like a tide, revealing rows of long tables, floating candles, and golden plates. They were in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. And they weren't alone. Dumbledore, Snape, Lupin, McGonagall, along with a delegation of Ministry officials led by Ethan Hunt, Tom Riddle, and literally the entire student body of Hogwarts, were sitting there, watching them. The Great Hall was silent, thousands of eyes fixed on the two boys and the dead man on the floor. Sirius Black, now back in human form, stood up and dusted off his rags. He looked at the stunned boys and grinned. "This was an illusion," Sirius announced, his voice echoing in the hall. "Created by Miss Granger and Headmaster Dumbledore. In reality, we have been on the stage of the Great Hall the entire time. The truth is out," he said, gesturing to Peter's corpse. Everyone can go home now. Show's over. Hermione stepped out from behind Dumbledore's chair. She was holding a crystal ball that had been projecting the forest environment into the boys' minds. The first Hermione Granger-directed drama, The Rat and the Wolf, has been successfully completed, she announced, clapping her hands. Filming is over. The Ministry of Magic paid for the catering. Go back and collect your lunch boxes. Ethan Hunt stepped forward, looking grave and official. Thanks to Her Highness the Witch, the truth has been revealed. Peter Pettigrew was the traitor. Sirius Black has been exonerated. I will report this to the minister immediately. Sirius walked up to Hermione, bowing his head. Thank you, he whispered. You crazy, brilliant witch. So, what exactly happened? Harry asked, scratching his head. He looked completely bewildered, his CPU burning out. Ron looked like he was about to vomit. To put it simply, Hermione shrugged, leaning against the staff table. Yesterday, while you were in Hogsmeade, having your romantic little moment with Malfoy, I ran into Sirius. Harry turned green. Then, we devised a plan. Lure the snake or rat out of its hole. Wait! Harry shouted, panic replacing confusion. There's nothing between me and Malfoy. It's just... Okay, I know, Hermione waved her hand dismissively. She gave him a knowing, patronizing look. Britain has its own national circumstances. I understand. It's okay. We won't discriminate against you, Harry. Love is love. She looked out at the students. The crowd, still recovering from the shock of seeing a dead man and a live murderer, suddenly erupted into titters. Eyes darted between Harry and the Slytherin table, where Malfoy was currently hiding his face in his hands. That's right. Fred Weasley called out. We support you, Harry. Pfft. A group of Gryffindor girls whispered, giggling. Drarry is real. Stop laughing. Harry yelled, his face burning. Ahem, George Weasley said solemnly. We are proper wizards. We have rigorous training. We won't laugh, unless it's really funny. Pfft ha ha ha. Harry wanted to die. Hermione ignored his suffering and started counting on her fingers. First, she explained, detailing the heist. I had to get Dumbledore to open the boys' dormitory while you were asleep. Then, I cast a sleeping charm on you too. We levitated you to the Great Hall, set up the illusion boundaries, and planted the actors. Also, she held up the wand Peter had used. I had to craft a special reflecting wand. Any curse cast with it bounces back 180 degrees. Basic physics, really. Finally, I had to bully the Ministry into watching. She put her hands on her hips. In short, I put in a tremendous amount of effort for this stage play. You guys should be grateful. You're famous. Harry and Ron stared at her. How insidious, they thought. It was a trap within a trap. She had manipulated the environment to make Peter feel safe enough to confess, safe enough to try to kill them, only to have him execute himself in front of the minister's delegation. Ron swayed on his feet. His vision blurred. He wished he had fainted at the start. At least then he wouldn't have to face the realization that Scabbers the rat he had cuddled, fed, and slept with for years was a middle-aged man named Peter. He watched me change, Ron thought, horror dawning. He watched me sleep. Ron felt he had never been so humiliated in his life. He wanted to find a crack in the floor and crawl into the Chamber of Secrets. This wasn't a public execution of Peter, it was a public execution of Ron Weasley's dignity. Snape looked at Sirius with a complicated expression. He hated Black, but he hated traitors more. And seeing Peter dead, it was justice. Lupin was beaming. He rushed forward and hugged Sirius tightly. Padfoot. I knew it. I knew you weren't him. Harry, finally shaking off the Malfoy comments, ran to his godfather. They embraced, tears in their eyes. He was no longer alone. He had family. Dumbledore stood to the side, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. He stroked his beard, watching the heartwarming reunion. "Miss Granger," Dumbledore said softly, "we truly owe you a great debt this time. You have saved an innocent man's soul." Hermione shrugged. "Just doing my job, headmaster. Maintaining stability." She looked at the dead rat man on the floor. One less loose end, she thought. Now, back to the real work. Chapter 178, Chapter 177, Ether Particles. Hogwarts, the Great Hall. The illusion faded, leaving the stone floor cold and real beneath their feet. Dumbledore turned to look at Hermione, his blue eyes twinkling with a profound, heavy appreciation. "Miss Granger," he began, his voice soft. "To orchestrate such a theatre, you have saved a man's soul today." Hermione waved her hand dismissively, turning her back on the headmaster. All right. I can't stand this kind of sentimental scene. The job is done. The rat is dead. The dog is free. I'm leaving." She walked out of the heavy oak doors without a backward glance. "This girl." Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, a small smile playing on his lips. Snape watched her retreating figure, his black eyes narrowing. He let out a cold snort. "Humph. One of the few human things Granger has done." Even if the process was saturated with her particular brand of wicked humor. Outside the hall, the corridor was empty. Hermione stretched her arms above her head, her joints popping. "Ugh," she groaned to the empty portraits. "This is boring." Sure enough, Hogwarts is a retirement home without Voldemort. I can only get by bullying Harry and Ron for so long before it loses its charm. She checked her watch. Time to get back to the real work. New York. Stark Tower, top floor laboratory. The lab was a chaotic blend of cutting-edge technology and ancient mysticism. Holographic screens displayed quantum equations, floating alongside parchment scrolls inscribed with runes. Still not working. Hermione sighed softly, placing her time turner on the workbench. It clinked against the metal. She frowned, staring at the parchment spread out before her. It was covered in dense arithmancy calculations and alchemical circles. This was her latest obsession, upgrading the time turner. She wanted it to withstand higher magical outputs and extend the temporal limit beyond a few hours. She had tried channeling the energy of the time stone into the device, but the gold casing of the turner simply heated up and threatened to melt. It was a hardware issue. "It seems that simply charging it isn't enough," Hermione muttered, rubbing her temples where a headache was forming. "The materials can't handle the load. I need to approach this from an alchemical perspective. Maybe you are metal? Or vibranium alloy?" Knock, knock. The heavy security door rattled. Hermione didn't look up. "Come in." Happy Hogan pushed the door open, looking flustered. "Miss Hermione, you have guests. Someone wants to see you. Immediately." "Who?" Hermione asked, dipping her quill into ink. "If it's Tony, tell him I'm not fixing his toaster again." "It's Thor," Happy said, breathless. "And he brought a girl. She looks really bad." "Thor?" Hermione looked up, surprised. She had expected Shield, not the Asgardian giant baby. "Let him in." A moment later, the door slid open. Thor Odinson stormed in, carrying a woman in his arms. He wore his armor, but his face was etched with mortal panic. The woman was Jane Foster. She was pale, her skin clammy, sweat matting her hair to her forehead. She looked like she was in the final stages of a terminal illness. "Hermione!" Thor bellowed, his voice cracking. "I need your help." He gently laid Jane on a lab table, brushing the hair from her face. Please. I need you to ask the Sorcerer Supreme to open a portal to Asgard. Heimdall cannot see us clearly, and the Bifrost is not fully repaired. Hermione walked over, frowning. How did you get down here, then? My father, Thor explained hurriedly. He used dark energy to send me. But the cost is high. He cannot bring us back the same way, and Jane, she cannot wait. What's wrong with her? Hermione placed a hand over Jane's chest. I have no idea, Thor admitted, his eyes wild with worry. Heimdall saw a shadow in her. A blindness in his sight. I begged my father to let me retrieve her. Hermione narrowed her eyes. She didn't need medical equipment. She flexed her magical core, extending her senses into Jane's body. Underneath the human skin, deeper than the bone, something was writhing. It was a dark, fluid red energy. It felt ancient. Predatory. Infinite. Her grimoire buzzed in her mind. Wondrous object detected. Ether particle, reality stone host, one of the infinity stones. Fluid form. Possesses the power to manipulate reality and turn matter into dark matter. Effect, +1 to all transfiguration magic levels while possessing it. Status, parasitic bond remaining parsing time, 5999h 55 minutes and 13 seconds. So it's the ether, Hermione whispered, realizing. She had been so busy running between Hogwarts and New York, looting dungeons and leveling up, that she had forgotten the timeline. The celestial convergence was imminent. Jane had stumbled upon a portal, found the ether, and become its host. Well, Hermione thought, a small smile touching her lips. My alchemy experiments are stalled anyway. Might as well beat up some dark elves to change my mood. She looked up at Thor. If you're looking for the Ancient One, you're going to be disappointed. The Sorcerer Supreme has left Earth. Permanently. Thor froze. The color drained from his face. Dead? She is, dead. He looked down at Jane, despair crashing over him. Then, what should we do? She is dying, Hermione. Jane stirred. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes that were glassy and feverish. She saw Hermione. Miss Wizard. She rasped, forcing a weak smile. Long time no see. It's all right, Hermione said calmly, patting Thor's armored shoulder. Even though the Ancient One isn't here, I am. She reached into her shirt and pulled out the platinum pendant. The blue gem in the center, the space stone, pulsed with a hum that vibrated the glass beakers in the room. Thor stared at it. Is that? Hermione waved her hand. Vroom. Space tore open. It wasn't the sparking yellow ring of the masters of the mystic arts. It was a swirling, deep blue vortex of pure spatial manipulation. Through the rift, a golden city gleamed under a binary sun. Waterfalls cascaded off the edge of the world. Asgard, Hermione said, gesturing to the portal. After you. Thor stared at her, then at the portal, completely dumbfounded. The last time he saw her, she was a powerful witch. Now? She was casually wielding the tesseract to open interdimensional doorways. Did she just level up? But his concern for Jane overrode his shock. He scooped her up and stepped through the blue mist. Hermione followed, shaking her head. Love makes people blind, she thought. Or maybe he's just dense. He didn't even ask where I got the tesseract. Asgard. The Golden Palace. They stepped out onto the polished gold floor of the throne room. The air smelled of ozone and ancient metal. Odin Alfather sat on Hlidskjolf, his one eye sharp and calculating. He held Gungnir in his hand. He looked majestic, terrifying, and tired. When he saw Hermione step through the portal, his grip on the spear tightened for a fraction of a second before he relaxed. A diplomatic, gentle smile appeared on his face. Welcome to Asgard, Miss Granger, Odin boomed. Hermione nodded slightly, offering a respectful but not submissive curtsy. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the God King." She sensed the power rolling off him. Even in his old age, Odin was a powerhouse. With the Ancient One gone, Hermione wasn't keen on starting a fight she might not win. Better to be polite, she decided. WWGYSL, WVUGUYSILE/boohoo the Ancient One is dead, check passed. Frigga stepped out from behind the throne. She radiated warmth and grace. She walked quickly to Hermione's side, taking her hand affectionately. "Good child," Frigga smiled. "We meet again." "Queen Frigga," Hermione smiled back. She liked Frigga. The woman was a master of magic and had better manners than her husband. Thor wasted no time explaining the situation. Odin descended from the throne, his face grave. He disliked mortals in Asgard. Their lives were fleeting, like mayflies, but he owed Hermione a debt for New York. He walked over to Jane, who was shivering on a conjured stretcher. "Let me see," Odin said. He placed his hand over Jane's arm. Golden energy, the Odin force, flowed from his fingertips, scanning her biology. Suddenly, the golden light was repelled. A violent surge of dark red energy lashed out from Jane's skin, knocking Odin's hand back. The room fell silent. Odin's expression turned grim. He recognized that feeling. A power from before the universe began. A power his father had fought to bury. "This is not an ordinary illness," Odin said, his voice deep and echoing with dread. "She needs to be taken to the Soul Forge for examination." Hermione stepped forward, crossing her arms. "If I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty," she said calmly, "what's inside her body isn't a disease. It's the ether." Odin's head snapped up. His one eye locked onto Hermione with intense scrutiny. "You know of it." Chapter 179, Chapter 178, The Simplest Way to Extract Ether. Ether particles. Odin's voice echoed in the cavernous hall of science, the disbelief palpable. The Alfather rarely showed surprise, but the mention of that ancient scourge shook him. "Quickly! Take her to the Soul Forge." Odin's order snapped the Asgardian healers into action. Guards lifted Jane onto a golden, hovering table. The device, a seamless blend of magic and quantum scanning technology, hummed to life. Beams of amber light swept across Jane's body, peeling back the layers of biology to reveal the energy beneath. A moment later, a clear, 3D holographic projection appeared in mid-air. It was terrifying. A churning, surging mass of dark red fluid was rampaging through Jane's circulatory system. It moved with a predatory intelligence, consuming her life force like a parasite. "It really is the ether," Odin whispered, his face darkening. He recognized it instantly. It was the crowning jewel of the Dark Elves, the liquid form of the Reality Stone. 5,000 years ago, during the First Convergence, Malekith had tried to use it to plunge the universe into eternal darkness. Odin's father, Bor, had waged a bloody war to stop him. The victory had come at a terrible cost, and the ether was supposed to be buried deep where no one could find it. Yet here it was, pulsing inside a mortal woman. Odin looked at Hermione. He was shocked not just by the ether, but by the girl. He had needed the Soul Forge to confirm it. She had diagnosed it with a glance. "This is troublesome," Odin said gravely. The reappearance of the ether heralded war. "Is it possible to remove it?" Thor asked anxiously, gripping the edge of the table. His eyes were fixed on Jane, blind to the geopolitical nightmare unfolding. "Father?" "Hermione." "It's no longer a question of removal," Hermione said, shaking her head. She looked at Odin. "The reactivation of the ether is a beacon. It means the remnants of the Dark Elves are awakening. Malekith knows." "Malekith?" Thor looked bewildered. "But, the stories say they are all dead." Odin sighed, looking at his son with the weariness of 1,000 years. Thor, besides fighting and feasting, can you read a book? Even the mortal child knows our history better than you. Thor flushed, looking down. On Earth, he was a god. Here, he felt like a truant schoolboy. Frigga walked over to the table. She placed a gentle hand on Jane's forehead. Her magic, softer and more nurturing than Odin's, flowed into the girl. This child. Frigga murmured. The energy is consuming her. Is there truly no way to extract it safely? Hermione hesitated. Her grimoire was running calculations. Parsing time, 5999h 55 minutes and 13 seconds. There is a way, Hermione said slowly. But it requires time. The ether defends itself. To extract it without killing the host requires precise magical surgery over weeks, maybe months. Jane's body won't last that long. The simplest way, Hermione thought pragmatically, would be the Avada Kedavra. The killing curse kills the host instantly. The ether, having no living vessel to inhabit, would precipitate out naturally. Then Hermione could just scoop it up. Clean. Efficient. Thor would probably frown on that, she decided. He gets touchy about his girlfriends being murdered. It's all right, Jane whispered, forcing a weak smile despite the pain. I'm just happy to see all of this. Science and magic, it's the same thing here. Hush, Thor said gently. We will save you. Odin frowned. He had initially wanted to send the mortal away, but now he had no choice. The ether could not leave Asgard. The royal gardens. Jane was taken to the healing chambers, with Thor hovering like a nervous mother hen. Odin retreated to the throne room to brood. That left Frigga and Hermione. Come this way, Frigga said, taking Hermione's arm. Let me show you the gardens. It is better than staring at medical charts. They walked through the lush, golden-lit gardens of Asgard. Strange, bioluminescent flowers bloomed in the twilight. The air smelled of ozone and nectar. By the way, Frigga said softly, we owe you a debt for your help with Loki's mess on Earth. Eliminating the frost giants, it spared us a difficult war. No need for thanks, Your Majesty, Hermione replied politely. I was just cleaning up my own backyard. Earth is my territory, after all. Frigga smiled. She liked this girl. She was sharp, dangerous, and practical. Thor has lived a charmed life, Frigga sighed, looking at a statue of her son. He has never known true loss. He thinks being king is about glory and battles. He still needs to grow. He's not really suited for the throne, Hermione observed bluntly. He's a warrior. An adventurer. He'd be happier chasing storms than sitting on one. A flicker of agreement crossed Frigga's eyes. I think so too. But Odin. Odin sees only the line of succession. And with Loki in a cell. She trailed off, a shadow of grief passing over her face. Isn't there Hela? Hermione thought. The goddess of death locked in the basement? Better not mention the secret evil sister. Frigga turned to Hermione, her expression earnest. Hermione, you and Thor are friends. Can you help him? Guide him? He listens to you in a way he doesn't listen to his father. Hermione blinked. Help Thor? How? By giving a 1,500-year-old thunder god therapy? I'm 14, Your Majesty, Hermione deadpanned. But I'll do what I can to keep him from accidentally destroying the 9 realms. Just then, footsteps approached. Sif, the lady warrior, rounded the corner. She wore silver armor and a troubled expression. Her eyes lit up when she saw Hermione. Hermione. What brings you to Asgard? Hermione smiled, giving the warrior a quick hug. Long time no see, Sif. I'm here on a medical consultation. Sif hesitated, looking between Frigga and Hermione. I saw Thor carrying the mortal woman. Jane Foster. Is she staying? There was a note of wistful jealousy in her voice that she couldn't quite hide. Hermione glanced at Frigga, who nodded. She's ill, Sif. It's complicated. Oh, Sif said, her shoulders slumping slightly. I see. That is unfortunate. She forced a smile, chatted for a moment longer, then excused herself to check the perimeter. Hermione watched her go. Poor Sif, she thought. Friend-zoned by a god who prefers astrophysics nerds. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Boom! A deep, reverberating explosion echoed from the direction of the dungeons. Frigga's head snapped up. Hermione's eyes narrowed. The convergence had begun. And the prison break was starting. Chapter 180, Chapter 179, Dark Elf Attack. 440+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Watching Sif's retreating figure, Hermione turned to Frigga, shaking her head slowly. Forgive my bluntness, Your Majesty, she said dryly, but I think Asgard's biggest problem isn't frost giants or dark elves. It's incurable, terminal love-struck brains. That poor woman pines over your son like a puppy, and he's too busy making eyes at a mortal astrophysicist. Frigga was taken aback, then a wry, sad smile touched her lips. You have a sharp eye, Hermione. Perhaps too sharp for one so young. Whoop whoop whoop. A piercing alarm shattered the serenity of the gardens. The ground shook beneath their feet. Hermione looked up towards the sky. A fleet of angular, pitch-black spaceships like obsidian daggers cutting through the air had breached Asgard's outer defenses. They tore through the golden shield dome as if it were paper, roaring toward the palace. It seems we have guests, Hermione noted calmly, pulling out her wand. Malekith must have sensed the ether. He's come to claim his prize. Frigga's expression turned grave. The dungeons, she whispered, her eyes widening. The explosion came from the dungeons. Loki. This isn't the time to worry about the EMO prince, Hermione cautioned. Your defenses just crumbled. I'm going to take a look. She gave Frigga a quick nod. Your Majesty, please be careful. Hide Jane. Don't play hero. Crack. Hermione vanished. Frigga, realizing the danger, lifted her skirts and ran towards the healing chambers where Jane was resting. The palace courtyard. Chaos reigned. Dark elf Harrow's smaller fighter crafts strafed the golden halls, blasting chunks of masonry into the courtyards. Black armored warriors swarmed the walkways. The Einherjar, Asgard's elite guards, fought back with spears and swords, their golden armor clashing against the dark invaders. They fought bravely, with practiced skill, but they were overwhelmed by numbers and superior firepower. The dark elves carried plasma rifles and black hole grenades that compressed soldiers into nothingness. Sif was in the thick of it. Her double-bladed sword was a blur of motion, carving through the enemy ranks. She was fierce, each strike lethal. But she was one woman against a tide of lasers. She already had several plasma burns on her armor, and blood trickled down her forehead. For Asgard, she roared, charging into a fresh wave of enemies. How stupid, Hermione thought, observing from a high balcony. Thor loved close combat, fine. He was a god with an indestructible hammer. But these soldiers? Why were they running toward people with guns holding sticks? What kind of culture is Asgard? Did they skip the invention of gunpowder entirely? She shook her head at the inefficiency. It was time to level the playing field. She raised her wand high. Fiend fire! A spark erupted from the tip, swelling instantly into a roiling mass of cursed, dark red flame. It took the shape of a colossal, serpentine dragon, roaring with a sound that drowned out the battle. Hermione flicked her wrist. The dragon descended. It crashed into the thickest concentration of dark elves, not just burning them, but consuming them. The fire had a mind of its own, hunting down the black-armored soldiers. Ah! What the hell is this? The dark elves screamed as the living flames latched onto them. It wasn't normal fire, it defied physics, spreading like a contagion, turning flesh to ash in seconds. They scattered in terror, their formations breaking instantly. Sif and the surviving Einherjar stopped fighting, stunned into silence. They watched as the tide of battle turned in seconds. It was a one-sided massacre. Sif looked up at the balcony, her eyes wide. She had seen Hermione's power on Earth, but this was different. This wasn't just strength, it was an oppressive, terrifying dominance. She realized now that when Hermione fought the Destroyer, she had been holding back. This is her true power, Sif realized, a shiver running down her spine. The other Asgardian warriors stared in disbelief. A Midgardian girl. A child. Unleashing destruction on a scale that rivaled Odin himself. This is magic, one young soldier whispered, lowering his spear. Fear mingled with awe. In the warrior culture of Asgard, power was respect. And Hermione just demanded it. By the time Odin arrived, striding onto the battlefield with Gungnir in hand, the fight was over. The courtyard was silent save for the crackle of dying embers. Piles of ash were all that remained of the invading force. This is... Odin stopped, his one eye taking in the devastation. He could taste the residual magical energy, dark, ancient, and hungry. He looked up at the balcony. Hermione stood there, brushing soot from her sleeve, a look of mild satisfaction on her face. It hasn't been that long since New York, Odin thought, a chill settling in his gut. Her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If he had been wary of her before, he was now genuinely alarmed. She was a variable he couldn't control. A nascent cosmic power walking around in a teenager's body. After a moment, Odin regained his composure. He showed no fear, only a calculating respect. Wrong, Hermione suddenly said, her voice carrying across the quiet courtyard. She frowned, looking down at the ashes. What is wrong? Odin asked. Malkith's target is the ether, Hermione said, her voice somber. Only he can control it. If he didn't lead this assault personally, what was the point? She looked at the scattered bodies. These were just grunts. Odin's expression changed instantly. A distraction. Odin roared, his realization hitting him like a physical blow. His target is the woman. Jane Foster. Without another word, Odin turned and sprinted back toward the palace. He was too slow. Crack. Hermione vanished. Jane Foster's chambers. Malekith the Accursed, leader of the Dark Elves, stalked into the room. His face was a grotesque mask of pale, scarred skin. Behind him lumbered Algrim the Cursed, a monstrous brute radiating raw power. Frigga stood between them and Jane, a small dagger in her hand. Jane was cowering behind the queen, pale and terrified. Hand over the mortal, Malekith rasped, his voice like grinding stones. And I might spare your life, witch. Frigga said nothing. She flicked her wrist, and the air rippled. Suddenly, there were 4 Friggas, then 8. Illusion magic. Her specialty. She wove images of herself and guards, trying to confuse the enemy, to buy time. Malekith sneered. He didn't move. Algrim, the Cursed, simply walked forward. He ignored the illusions, walking straight through them as they dissipated into smoke. He grabbed the real Frigga by the throat, lifting her off the ground effortlessly. Enough tricks, Malekith hissed. He pulled a jagged, dark metal dagger from his belt. He walked up to the struggling queen, aiming the blade at her heart. No! Jane screamed. Just as the tip of the blade touched Frigga's dress, Malekith felt an invisible, crushing force clamp around his wrist. His eyes widened in shock. He tried to move, to stab, but his arm refused to obey. It felt like it was caught in a vice of solid iron. Ah! He cried out as the pressure increased. There was a sickening crack. Malekith screamed in agony, dropping the dagger as the bones in his wrist shattered. Hermione appeared in the doorway, her hand held out, fingers loosely curled in a crushing gesture. Her expression was bored. "Hey, spicy chicken face," she called out. "Pick on someone your own size. Or at least someone who isn't your grandmother's age." Just then, the wall exploded inward. "No!" Thor roared into the room, his hammer gleaming with lightning. He saw his mother held by the monster, Malekith wounded, and red haze descended over his vision. He threw Mjolnir with all his might. Algrim dropped Frigga and stepped in front of the hammer. He didn't dodge. He caught it mid-air. The impact should have leveled the room. Instead, the cursed just grunted, absorbing the blow. He then backhanded Thor across the room. Thor crashed through a pillar, dazed. He struggled to his feet, roaring again, charging the beast. He was batted aside like a toy. Mjolnir flew from his hand, clattering across the floor. The god of thunder was being beaten to a pulp. Chapter 181, Chapter 180, Taking the Initiative. Hermione watched from the balcony, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. The cursed warrior is actually quite something, she thought. To backhand Thor like a ragdoll and catch Mjolnir mid-air? He must have incredibly potent anti-magic properties or sheer kinetic density. Even the Hulk struggled to lift that hammer, and this guy swatted it away like a fly. Thor tumbled across the marble floor, blood trickling from his lip. A look of genuine shock flashed in his eyes. This was the first time in centuries he had been physically overpowered. His beloved Mjolnir lay silent on the ground, unresponsive. Algrim the Cursed roared, raising a massive fist to crush the god of thunder's skull. "Get out of the way!" Hermione's voice cut through the chaos, cold and authoritative. Thor, recognizing the tone, instinctively rolled to the side. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. A jet of green light, darker and more concentrated than usual, shot from the balcony. It bypassed the cursed's physical defenses, ignored his kinetic absorption, and struck him squarely in the chest. There was no explosion. No dramatic struggle. The cursed warrior didn't even scream. His massive, burning eyes simply went dark. The monstrous body collapsed with a heavy, wet thud, shaking the floor. Dead. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Even the dust seemed to freeze. Malekith the Accursed stared, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The Cursed was his ultimate weapon, a warrior enhanced by the Curse Stone, capable of tearing Asgard apart single-handedly. And now? Gone. Snuffed out like a candle by a beam of green light. "Who are you?" Malekith shrieked, backing away. "There is no one like you in Asgard. Not even Odin wields such magic." Hermione leaned over the railing, twirling her wand. "I am a Midgardian. Your Dark Elf Intelligence Network really needs an update. It's embarrassing." She blew on the tip of her wand like a smoking gun. Avada Kedavra, the cure for all sorts of fancy tricks and tank builds. Malekith, realizing the tactical situation had shifted from victory to slaughter, made a split-second decision. "Retreat," he hissed. He reached into his belt and tossed 3 small, black spheres onto the floor. Then he turned and sprinted for the balcony, leaping onto his waiting Harrow ship. The engines roared, and he vanished into the horizon. Odin burst into the room just as the spheres began to hum. His one eye widened in horror. "Damn it! Black hole grenades!" Odin recognized them instantly. The singularity weapons of the Dark Elves. They created localized event horizons that devoured matter, light, and gravity. "Get back!" Odin roared, raising Gungnir to create a divine barrier. But he knew it might not be enough. The gravitational pull was already tearing the floor tiles apart. However, someone was faster. Mirror dimension. Hermione waved her hand. The air around the grenades fractured like glass. The deadly singularities were encased in a kaleidoscopic pocket of folded space. Vroom! The grenades detonated. Inside the mirror dimension, reality warped violently. Space twisted into impossible knots, tearing matter apart at the molecular level. But to the outside world? Nothing. The reflection shimmered, then vanished. The room was calm. Thor, Frigga, and Jane stared at the spot where they had almost been spaghettified, a cold sweat breaking out on their skin. They looked at Hermione with a new, terrified respect. She had just contained a black hole with a wave of her hand. Odin let out a long breath, lowering his spear. The tension left his shoulders. Frigga walked over to him, whispering urgently about what had happened, how Hermione had saved her from Malkitha's blade. Odin turned to Hermione. The arrogance and suspicion that had defined their relationship were gone. In their place was profound gratitude. Hermione, Odin said, his voice deep and sincere. We truly owe you a great debt this time. If you hadn't intervened. Frigga. Asgard. He trailed off, shaking his head. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. No need to be so polite, Your Majesty. It was just a small favor. Besides, the Dark Elves are enemies of Earth too. I'm just cleaning up the neighborhood. Even so, Odin knew the weight of that small favor. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't burned bridges with the young witch. An ally like this was worth an army. Later. The ruins of the throne room. The Asgardian soldiers were scavenging the wreckage, their heads hanging low. They had repelled the invasion, but the cost was high, and their pride was shattered. Odin stood amidst the ruins, surveying the damage. Malekith will not let this go, he said, his voice low and menacing. The celestial convergence is imminent. He needs the ether to cast the 9 realms into eternal darkness. He will return. Odin paused, his gaze falling on Jane Foster, who was being tended to by healers in the corner. Retrieving the ether from the girl is too risky, Odin stated coldly. We cannot risk extracting it here. As long as she is within Asgard's walls, the ether is contained. We will lock down the realm. Without the ether, Malekith is powerless. We will wait him out. Thor looked up abruptly, his face contorted with disbelief. Father! What are you saying? You're going to use her as bait? You're just going to watch her life be consumed by the parasite? Odin frowned. Thor, this is for the safety of the 9 realms. Kings must make sacrifices. Sacrifice? Thor roared, stepping forward. Sacrifice the life of an innocent? Is that your kingly wisdom? To let her rot? Actually, a calm voice cut through the tension. Hermione stepped between the father and son. I have a solution. One that extracts the ether and saves Jane's life. And kills Malekith. All eyes turned to her. What method? Thor asked eagerly. Take Jane to Svartalfheim, Hermione said simply. The dark world. Malekith will sense the ether there. He will come to claim it. He knows how to extract it safely, it's his technology. Once he pulls the ether out of her. Hermione grinned, a sharp, dangerous expression. We kill him. And I take the stone. Once and for all. Thor's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. We lure him out, save Jane, and destroy the enemy. Odin frowned deeply. No. It is reckless. We are abandoning the fortress to fight in the enemy's territory. If you fail, you hand the ether directly to Malekith. I forbid it. I must stay in Asgard to marshal our defenses, Odin said sternly. And Thor, you are too emotional. You will make a mistake. Thor opened his mouth to argue, but Hermione shut everyone up. I know, she said. So I don't need Thor. She pointed a thumb at herself. I'll go myself. Odin paused. He looked at the girl who had killed a cursed with one spell and contained a black hole with another. All right, Odin said slowly, seeing the logic. But Hermione, the ether must not fall into Malkitha's hands. If he takes it, if you cannot stop him. He glanced meaningfully at Jane. Kill the host if necessary. Hermione smiled. She understood the unspoken order. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I know what I'm doing. How could something I want end up in someone else's hands? She thought. The reality stone is mine. She turned to Thor. As for you, Thunder Boy. Go back to Earth. Tell Shield to prepare. Even without the ether, the convergence will cause chaos in London. Gravity anomalies, portal beasts. They need a heavy hitter. Thor looked torn, glancing between Jane and Hermione. But he knew his duty. And he knew he couldn't protect Jane as well as Hermione could. Very well, Thor said sullenly. I will go. I leave Jane in your care, Hermione. Guard her with your life. Oh, right, Hermione added, turning back to Odin. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. I need a guide. A guide? Odin asked. Svartalfheim is in a pocket dimension. I've never been there, and the portals are tricky. I need someone who knows the hidden pathways of the 9 realms. Someone who knows the back doors. Who? Hermione smiled slowly. Loki. Chapter 182, Chapter 181, The Ether Became Spiritual. Asgardian Dungeons. The cell block was silent, save for the hum of energy fields. Hermione walked up to the containment field holding the god of mischief. Loki lay on his cot, tossing a cup in the air. Frigga is fine, Hermione said, getting straight to the point. Loki froze. The cup fell to the floor, rolling away with a hollow sound. The tension that had been keeping his spine rigid evaporated. He sat up, his mask of indifference slipping for a moment. Come out, Hermione continued, holding up a golden token. You're free. Loki raised an eyebrow, recovering his composure. Father. Odin just agreed? So easily? Did he hit his head? What else? Hermione rolled her eyes. I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. And you're the only one who knows the back roads. She pressed the token against the console. The golden barrier flickered and died. Loki chuckled softly, a low, smooth sound. He stood up, straightening his collar. Knowing his mother was safe, the weight of the world lifted, and he reverted to his usual, chaotic self. I must say, you're more agreeable than I expected, Loki drawled, stepping out of the cell. Working for you is much more comfortable than being Odin's son. Better benefits, I assume. Hurry up, Hermione snapped, turning on her heel. Time is money. The sooner I get the ether, the sooner you get to die heroically and sneak back to the throne. Loki paused, glancing at the shattered cells where the cursed had rampaged earlier. How many prisoners escaped? He wondered. When I become king, I'll have to hunt them down one by one. TCH. What a hassle. I should ask for a raise. The palace hall. Jane Foster was waiting with Sif. When Loki sauntered in, Jane's face hardened. Hey, Loki grinned, spreading his arms. We meet again. You must be my brothers. Smack. Before Loki could finish his witticism, Jane stepped forward and slapped him. It was a solid, resounding connection. Loki stumbled back, holding his cheek, completely dumbfounded. That was for New York, Jane said coldly. Loki blinked, looking at Hermione helplessly. I'm getting slapped by mortals now? His gaze drifted to Hermione, silently asking for support. Hermione gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Great form, Jane. Loki. Blanche. Damn it. Svartalfheim. The dark world. It was a desolate, lifeless rock floating in a void of perpetual twilight. A fierce wind howled across the barren plains, stirring up clouds of volcanic dust. The air tasted of sulfur and decay. The three of them landed in a swirl of black and red smoke. Jane looked around, shivering in her thin jacket. "This is Svartalfheim?" she asked, disappointed. "It's desolate." She had imagined an alien metropolis, shiny and chrome. "Not a gravel pit." "Dark elves," Hermione explained, scanning the horizon. "They thrive in darkness and entropy. Why build cities when you sleep in suspended animation for 5,000 years? It's cozy," Loki remarked dryly. "Better decor than the dungeons, at least." "I see the mothership," Hermione announced. Without warning, she dissolved into a torrent of black and red wind, her Death Eater flight mode engulfing Loki and Jane. They shot across the wasteland at supersonic speeds, banking toward the massive, cross-shaped ship grounded on the plain. They landed with a thud in front of the vessel. Jane stumbled, clutching her stomach. She clung to Hermione's arm, her face green. "Next time," Jane gasped, "we walk." Below the ramp of the mothership, Malekith the Accursed stood waiting. He stared at the intruders with a bewildered expression. When he first saw the black and red whirlwind, he thought the ether had gained sentience and returned to him. It wasn't until the smoke cleared and revealed a teenage girl and the trickster god that he realized something was wrong. "You!" Malekith hissed, raising his hand. "Imperio!" Hermione didn't waste time with speeches. She pointed her wand. The unforgivable curse hit Malekith square in the chest. His eyes glazed over instantly. The hatred vanished, replaced by a blissful, obedient void. "Retrieve the ether particles," Hermione commanded flatly. Malekith moved like a puppet. He walked over to Jane. He raised his hand, and the ancient dark elf magic resonated with the parasite. Jane's eyes rolled back. She fainted as the red fluid began to seep out of her pores, coalescing in the air above her. It swirled like liquid rubies, forming a floating mass of infinite power. Loki watched in stunned silence. His mouth was slightly open. What is going on? What happened to the epic battle? What happened to the struggle? How did she mind control a warlord instantly? Why doesn't she play by the rules? Back in New York, she at least put on a show. This is just speedrunning. Hermione ignored Loki's internal crisis. She looked at the ether. "Gotcha." She reached out with her hand. An invisible force, pure telekinetic will, surged forward. Crunch! The fluid ether was compressed. It screamed silently as it was forced to solidify. The liquid became dust, and the dust fused into a solid, red gemstone. The Reality Stone. Hermione pulled out her platinum pendant. She slotted the red stone into the final empty setting. Click! Blue, space, yellow, mind, green, time, red, reality. The pendant pulsed with a terrifying, multicolored radiance. The air around Hermione distorted. Gravity bent. Time slowed. Pfft! Loki choked on his own saliva. No. Wait. When did she get the time stone? What exactly happened while I was in prison? Did she loot the universe? Loki felt betrayed. I was ostracized. What happened to the Herlo gang? Why did you go solo? Can't we subjugate realities together? Also, he realized with dawning horror, she has 4 Infinity Stones. She is literally the most powerful being in existence right now. Does she want to be the Demon King? Done, Hermione said, clapping her hands. The pendant vanished under her shirt. She turned to the mindless Malekith. Next, cleaning up loose ends. She slammed the butt of her wand into the rocky ground. Ancient magic, soul-severing. A shockwave ripped through Malekith. His astral form was torn from his physical body. Hermione pulled out a small glass vial and scooped up the confused soul. Perfect. Another battery for the collection. She nodded in satisfaction. The sequence was seamless. Efficient. Brutal. Loki's scalp tingled. He was witnessing a master at work, and it terrified him. The surrounding dark elf warriors, finally realizing their leader had just been soul-ripped, raised their plasma rifles. Hermione didn't even look at them. Legilimency Link. Imperio. A wave of mental domination washed over the battalion. Hundreds of dark elves froze mid-stride. Their weapons lowered. Their eyes went blank. "All right," Hermione said, turning to Loki. "The stage is yours. You know the script. Fool Jane. Fool Thor. Make it dramatic. And Loki." She smiled sharply. "Don't mess it up." Crack. A portal opened, and Hermione vanished, taking the unconscious Malkitha's body and the army with her to be recycled. Moments later, Jane Foster groaned, blinking her eyes open. Her mind was foggy. Ugh, what happened? She looked around. She was sitting on the cold rock of Svartalfheim. The massive dark elf ship loomed over her. But she wasn't alone. She was tied back to back with Loki. The sickness in her chest was gone. The ether was out. Relief, she thought. Then panic. "Why are we tied up?" Jane whispered urgently. "What's going on? Where is Hermione?" Loki sighed heavily, putting on his best tragic face. "It all went wrong, Jane. Malekith, he was stronger than we thought. He extracted the ether and used its power to escape. Hermione went after him. She lured the main force away, but we were left behind. Captured by the rearguard." Jane's heart sank. Hermione is fighting alone? "If I had known this would happen," Jane whispered, "I would have brought Thor." "It's all right," Loki reassured her, his voice silky smooth. "I have a way." He subtly moved his fingers. A duplicate Loki shimmered into existence 10 feet away. "Hey! You ugly freaks," the illusion Loki shouted at a patrol of mind-controlled, dark elves. "Look over here. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries." The elves turned, growling, and chased the illusion. "Hurry!" Loki whispered, conjuring a dagger and slicing their bonds. They scrambled to their feet, crouching low behind a rock. "We need to get to the ship," Loki directed. Just then, a dark elf one Hermione had left specifically for this moment circled around the rock behind Jane. He raised his jagged sword, aiming for her back. Loki saw it. His eyes widened. This wasn't in the script, but he had to sell it. "No." Loki threw himself in front of Jane. Shunk. The blade pierced Loki's chest. Chapter 183, Chapter 182, The Death of Loki. Svartalfheim. The wind howled across the barren rocks. The dark elf assassin raised his blade, aiming for Jane's exposed back. At the critical moment, Loki moved. He didn't use magic. He didn't use a trick. He simply threw his body between the blade and the mortal. Shunk. The jagged metal pierced Loki's chest with a sickening crunch. "You!" Jane gasped, her eyes widening in horror as the god of mischief slumped against her. Loki slid to the ground, his face pale, blood blossoming across his green tunic like a dark flower. He looked up at Jane, his eyes filled with a tragic, redeemed light. "Now!" Loki wheezed, blood bubbling past his lips. "I don't owe Thor anything. I didn't have a choice before. I just wanted to be a good person." His head lolled to the side. His eyes stared unseeingly at the grey sky. He fell silent. "Loki." Jane covered her mouth, tears stinging her eyes. She had hated him. She had slapped him. But he had just given his life for hers. How was she supposed to explain this to Thor? Whoosh! A figure materialized from a whirlwind of black smoke. Hermione stepped out, her wand raised. Conf Ringo. Blasting curses ripped through the remaining dark elves, sending them flying like ragdolls. She cleared the immediate area in seconds. Hermione! You're back! Jane cried, stumbling toward her savior. She pointed a trembling hand at the body on the ground. Loki, he saved me. Hermione looked down at the corpse. She sighed, a long, dramatic sound of mourning. A noble sacrifice, Hermione said solemnly. He deserves a half-day break to commemorate his bravery. But Jane, we cannot linger. The convergence has begun. Malekith has escaped to spread the darkness. She waved her hand, tearing open a portal. Through the shimmering orange ring, the familiar architecture of Greenwich, London was visible. Go, Hermione commanded. I will hunt down Malekith. I will finish this. But... Go. Jane glanced one last time at Loki's still form, wiped her tears, and stepped through the portal. Snap! The portal closed. The wind howled. Loki's corpse twitched. Then, with the grace of a salted fish flipping over, he sat up. The wound on his chest vanished in a shimmer of green light. Hermione crossed her arms, looking down at him with an expression of utter unimpressed judgment. What kind of rubbish acting was that? She asked flatly. I want to be a good person? Really? Only Jane would believe that melodramatic tripe. Loki stood up, dusting off the fake blood. He conjured a fresh suit of armor, looking indignant. My acting was sublime. Loki protested. And your script was terrible. Surrender and become a collaborator? Would I be stupid enough to fight a battalion of dark elves with a fruit knife? The heroic death was the only logical exit. I watched a lot of Midgardian cinema in my cell, Loki added defensively. Tragedy sells. Hermione rolled her eyes. Don't you have any self-awareness? You're a sorcerer, not a meat shield. I don't even want to critique you right now. The two stared at each other, their friendship teetering on the brink of collapse over artistic differences. After a long pause, Hermione sighed. All right, stop joking. The stage is set. Once I finish off the stragglers, you go back to Asgard. Her expression turned serious. Impersonate Odin. Take the throne. The old man's lifespan is nearing its end, his Odin force is spent suppressing Hela. He won't be able to resist your illusions for long. Send him to Earth to retire. However, Hermione warned, pointing a finger at him, you need to discuss this with Frigga. She knows the prophecy of Ragnarok. She will agree to this charade if it means preserving Asgard's strength. Loki nodded, the playfulness vanishing. I understand. He hesitated, looking at her. I still have to thank you. For saving her. For getting me out. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. This is only our third project together. There are many more to come. You, the working class, will have to do your best. Loki's lips twitched. So, in your eyes, I'm just a worker? An employee? Hermione raised an eyebrow, smiling dangerously. Otherwise what? You want to be the boss? You remember what happened last time you tried to lead, right? Loki. I suddenly regret getting out of prison. Earth. Greenwich. The Royal Naval College. Thor paced back and forth near the observatory like a caged tiger. He glanced up at the sky every few seconds, gripping Mjolnir until his knuckles turned white. Damn it, he muttered. Why is there no news? He had informed Shield as Hermione instructed. Director Fury was mobilizing. Tony Stark and Captain America were en route but delayed by atmospheric disturbances. Vroom! A familiar orange halo sparked into existence on the plaza. Thor's heart leaped. Hermione's portal. Jane Foster stumbled out, looking disheveled and traumatized. Jane! Are you all right? Thor dropped his hammer and rushed forward, catching her in his arms. I'm fine, Jane gasped, clinging to him. The ether, it's gone. Hermione removed it. Good. Very good. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, burying his face in her hair. The nightmare was over. But then he pulled back. Jane's expression was shattered. She wouldn't look him in the eye. But... Jane's voice choked. Thor's heart stopped. An icy premonition gripped him. But what? Jane, tell me. Loki. Jane whispered, tears spilling over. Loki, he's dead. Thor froze. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. What? He whispered. No. That's impossible. The trickster, he always survives. He looked around wildly. Hermione was there. She wouldn't let him die. Jane shook her head, sobbing. The dark elves, there were too many. Malekith escaped. Hermione went after him. Loki, he jumped in front of a blade meant for me. He saved my life, Thor. He died a hero. Thor stared at her, his mind blank. Loki was dead? His little brother? The boy he grew up with? The enemy he had fought, and the friend he had loved? Gone? No. Thor fell to his knees, a roar of pure, agonizing grief building in his chest. The sky above Greenwich darkened, thunder rumbling in sympathy with the god's pain. The business SHIELD mobile command. Loki is dead. Sky ripped her headphones off, staring at Coulson in disbelief. She had been monitoring the comms from Greenwich. The god of mischief? The guy who destroyed New York? The guy who killed you? Sky asked, pointing at her boss. He's just gone. Coulson sat in his chair, his face unreadable. He touched his chest, where the scar from the scepter still sat. If Thor says it, and Jane Foster confirms it, it must be true, Coulson said quietly. There was a strange silence in the room. The boogeyman was dead. Wait. Sky's brow furrowed. She replayed the audio log in her head. Jane said Hermione was there. Jane said Hermione went after Malekith. Sky stood up, her hacker brain connecting the dots at light speed. Coulson, she said slowly. Jane just confirmed Hermione Granger was on an alien planet fighting dark elves. Coulson nodded. It appears so. But... Hermione disappeared from this plane last night, Sky paced the room. How did she get to London? How did she get to space? We didn't track a flight. We didn't see a vehicle. And now, Sky continued, her voice rising, we find out she's powerful enough to extract an Infinity Stone and hunt down an alien warlord solo. She looked at Coulson, her eyes wide. She's not a scientist, AC. She's not just a consultant. Sky pointed at the screen displaying Hermione's file photo. She's a super. And she's arguably the strongest one we've ever met. Chapter 184, Chapter 183, The Arrival of Hogwarts. Greenwich, London. The Royal Naval College. The air was thick with static electricity, causing the hair on Sky's arms to stand up. She ignored the ominous atmospheric pressure, blinking her large eyes and nudging Coulson in the ribs with her elbow. Go on, AC, she urged, whispering loudly. Go ask her. Or ask Thor. What is Hermione's background? Is she an alien? A mutant? A genetically engineered super soldier? Coulson looked helpless, adjusting his tie. He glanced at Thor, who was staring at the sky with a look of grim determination. No, Coulson murmured. I can't. To the Avengers, Phil Coulson is a dead hero who united the team. If I walk up to Thor now, I'll be a very alive liar with a lot of explaining to do. TCH coward, Sky curled her lip, rolling her eyes. If you're not going, I'll go myself. I need to know if she can teach me that chip levitating trick. Sky took a step forward, determined to interrogate the god of thunder. Boom! The world shook. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a skyquake. The clouds above London didn't just part, they tore open. Countless enormous wormholes fractured the atmosphere, looking like the shattered lenses of a kaleidoscope. These weren't the clean, mechanical portals of the Chitauri. These were ragged, organic tears in the fabric of reality. Through the rifts, the scenery shifted violently. One moment, a freezing tundra, the next, a world of magma and ash, then, a realm of blinding light. The celestial convergence had arrived. The 9 realms were stacking on top of each other like a deck of cards. An invisible, crushing pressure descended on Greenwich. Gravity fluctuated, making cars float inches off the ground before slamming back down. What is this? Sky asked, her voice trembling. She forgot about Hermione instantly. She forgot about hacking. She stared up at the impossible geometry of the universe. Coulson's expression turned grave. It's the convergence, he shouted over the rising wind. Hermione warned us. The 9 realms are overlapping. Screech! Before he could finish, gravity inverted and monsters fell up and down simultaneously. Strange, grotesque creatures tumbled out of the rifts. Some looked like giant, bipedal lizards covered in frost, others were winged beasts that smelled of sulfur, some were writhing, amorphous lumps of flesh from the margins of Vanaheim. As soon as they hit the pavement, they attacked. Roar! Awoo! The screams of the monsters mingled with the panic of civilians, creating a cacophony of chaos. Those are berserkers from Muspelheim! Thor shouted, his voice booming like thunder. He pushed his grief for Loki aside, swinging Mjolnir. Defend the mortals! Shield engaged. Bang! Bang! Melinda May moved with fluid precision. She fired her modified ICER pistol, the energy beams punching through the skull of a lizard beast. Green blood splattered across the cobblestones. Down! Ward shouted. He tackled May as a winged demon swooped low. Ward rolled, coming up on one knee, his assault rifle barking. Da-da-da! The bullets sparked off the monster's hide. Damn it! Ward cursed, ejecting the magazine. These guys are bulletproof. Are they wearing Kevlar scales? Aim for the eyes. May ordered, spinning to kick a goblin-like creature in the throat. Sky hid behind an overturned Mini Cooper, clutching a pistol she barely knew how to use. This can't go on, she yelled at Coulson. There are too many of them. We have to close the portal. Where's the off switch? There is no off switch. Coulson fired his weapon, taking down a beast. This isn't technology, Sky. It's cosmic alignment. We just have to survive it. For Asgard. Thor leaped into the air, summoning the storm. Countless bolts of blue-white lightning ripped across the sky, chaining between the monsters. Crack boom! The plaza was bathed in blinding light. The smell of ozone and charred flesh filled the air. Dozens of monsters convulsed and collapsed, smoke rising from their carcasses. Thor landed heavily, leaning against a wall, his chest heaving. He was exhausted. The fight in Svartalfheim and the grief were taking their toll. It has to be the Avengers! Sky exclaimed, peering over the car hood. Thor's clearing the board. But the silence didn't last. A deep, resonating hum vibrated through the ground. A shadow fell over Greenwich. A massive, cross-shaped spaceship, the Dark Elf Ark, descended slowly from the largest wormhole. It blotted out the sun. Thor's pupils contracted. Standing on the prow of the ship, looking like a wraith of vengeance, was Malekith. Malekith! Thor roared, stepping into the open. "What are you doing here? Where is Hermione?" Malekith looked down, a cruel, scarred smile twisting his pale face. "The witch from Midgard." Malekith's voice was amplified, echoing over the city. "She is indeed powerful. I admit, I was no match for her sorcery." He raised his hand. Dark, viscous red fluid began to swirl around his fingers. "But..." Malekith screamed, his eyes flashing with madness. "I have the ether." Thor froze. "How?" Hermione said she extracted it. Did he steal it back? Did he tap into the convergence itself? "As long as I use this power to plunge the 9 realms into darkness before she returns," Malekith laughed, "even she will be powerless to stop the entropy. I will not allow it." Thor yelled, his eyes glowing with lightning. "I will avenge Loki." He launched himself into the air, Mjolnir leading the way. Malekith didn't flinch. He thrust his palm forward. Vwoom! A torrent of black and red ether liquid reality gushed forth. It slammed into Thor mid-air like a physical wall. "Arg!" Thor screamed as the energy stripped away his lightning and sent him crashing back to the earth. He hit the pavement with a bone-jarring crunch, carving a trench through the concrete. Before he could rise, Malekith waved his hand again. "Return to darkness." A massive tidal wave of ether particles swept out from the ship. It wasn't just wind or force, it was erasure. Wherever the red mist touched lampposts, cars, buildings, matter simply disintegrated into void. Coulson, Sky, and Ward watched in horror as the wave approached. "Is this?" Sky whispered, terrified. "Is this the power of an infinity stone?" Thor struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his nose. He raised Mjolnir one last time, summoning every ounce of thunder he had left. But against the reality stone, lightning was just a spark. The red tide swallowed the bolts without even slowing down. The darkness spread. The sky turned blood red. "It's over," Fitz whispered over the comms. "The energy readings, they're off the chart. Matter is breaking down." The ether wave swept across the Royal Naval College, erasing the stone facade, turning history into dust. It surged forward, aiming to consume the entire city. But then, the impossible happened. When the ether particles hit a specific patch of empty space above the river, the expected assimilation did not occur. Clang! A sound like a massive gong rang out. The red torrent slammed into an invisible barrier. The space rippled like water, but it did not break. It stood like a solid rock in the middle of a rushing river. "What?" Malekith exclaimed, his arrogance shattering. "Impossible! What power can contend with the ether?" The barrier began to glow with a golden, ancient light. It tore open, like a curtain being pulled back on a grand stage. The air shimmered, revealing what had been hidden behind the spatial fold. Everyone looked up, their mouths falling open. Rising from the mist, hovering slightly out of phase with London but undeniably present, was a colossal castle. It had 1,000 towers and turrets. It sat upon a massive cliff face that shouldn't exist in London. Its windows glowed with warm, inviting light. It looked ancient, majestic, and utterly magical. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The school hadn't just appeared, it had interposed itself between the dark elves and the world. The ancient wards of the castle flared to life, a golden dome of protection that pushed the ether back. From the highest tower, a tiny figure in a black robe stood on the ramparts, wand raised, holding the line against an infinity stone. Chapter 185, Chapter 184, Terrifying Old Lady McGonagall. Through the spatial tier, a majestic, ancient castle burst into view, hovering like a mirage over the London skyline. Its spires pierced the clouds, defying gravity and architecture. The ancient stone walls, weathered by 1,000 years of magic, exuded a chilling aura of power that felt older than the city below. Coulson's pupils contracted. His usual mask of calm shattered. Hogwarts! He gasped, his voice tight. This is the entrance to Hogwarts. Inside is the wizarding world. He was visibly shaken. This was the holy grail of S.H.I.E.L.D.S paranormal division, a direct line to a hidden civilization. Sky looked blank. Hogwart? Is that a code name? But Grant Ward, standing beside her, froze. He stared intently at the castle, his eyes wide, his Hydra training warring with sheer disbelief. He didn't want to miss a single detail. Sky sensed the shift. She looked between Coulson and Ward. They know something, she realized. Something big. Coulson, Sky demanded, grabbing his arm. What is the wizarding world? Stop speaking in riddles. Coulson took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. The witch, he explained rapidly. Hermione Granger. She comes from a hidden society. There are thousands of them, living in interconnected pocket dimensions folded into reality. We call it the Wizarding World. He pointed a shaking finger at the castle. That is Hogwarts. It's a school. A fortress. And it's one of the most powerful concentrations of magic on Earth. Thousands of miles away, in the Triskelion, Nick Fury watched the satellite feed. His one eye was fixed on the castle emerging from the mist. He ignored the dark elves entirely. Finally, Fury thought. The neighbors are coming out to play. Are you kidding me? Sky's mouth dropped open. So, this space is full of wizards like her? Like Harry Potter stuff. Exactly, Coulson nodded, hope gleaming in his eyes. And if anyone can stop an infinity stone, it's them. Perhaps, we are saved. As if answering his prayer, a strange, resonant hum emanated from the castle. Boom! An invisible wave of magical pressure surged forth, sweeping across Greenwich like a tsunami. The black and red torrent of the ether which had been unstoppable moments ago slammed into this new force. It churned wildly, thrown off balance. The disintegration stopped. Wow! Cool! Sky exclaimed. Better than IMAX. Who dares to invade Hogwarts? A furious roar exploded in the sky, amplified by magic to sound like a thunderclap. The air distorted above the Royal Naval College. 3 figures popped into existence, floating in the sky with casual defiance. Leading them was an elderly woman. She wore emerald green robes and a pointed hat. Her face was stern, her spectacles reflecting the chaotic red light of the ether. Minerva McGonagall. Though she looked like a strict grandmother, her aura was terrifying. The air around her crackled with transfiguration magic. Sky swallowed hard. She looks like a ruthless character. Like the final boss of a library. McGonagall frowned at the encroaching red mist. Protego Maxima. Fientu Duri. Repello Inimicum. She waved her wand in a complex, fluid pattern. A transparent, shimmering spherical shield expanded rapidly from the spatial node. It slammed into the ether. The black and red particles hissed, blocked by the ancient wards. Space fluctuated again. 2 more figures flanked her. To her right, a man in billowing black robes with a hooked nose and a face like thunder. Severus Snape. To her left, a tiny man in a tailcoat, standing on a conjured platform. Phileas Flitwick. Professor McGonagall, Snape drawled, his voice cutting through the wind. What is going on? I was in the middle of grading potions. Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, McGonagall replied crisply. It seems the celestial convergence has begun. Someone triggered the castle's external defense wards. I've been so busy with NEWT preparation I almost forgot the planets were aligning. Snape's cold gaze swept the sky, landing on the massive dark elf arc. He sneered in disgust. Dark elves, he scoffed. Why aren't they rotting in Svartalfheim? What are they doing here? They have the ether, Flitwick squeaked, adjusting his glasses. He pointed his wand at the red mist. They must be attempting the Great Darkness again. Ridiculous conspiracy. Speaking of the ether, McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Hermione reported to Dumbledore that she was retrieving the Reality Stone. She is missing now, but the ether is with these creatures. Her aura flared. The air around her temperature dropped 10 degrees. The sky darkened. Could she be in danger? Below, the SHIELD agents felt a terrifying oppression crush their chests. It was the killing intent of a protective head of house. That little devil! Snape raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. She is shrewd, and her magical core rivals ours. Who can put her in danger? Certainly not these pale relics. I suspect, Snape continued, analyzing the magical signature, that the convergence caused spatial instability. The ether's reality warping properties likely displaced her. She's probably eating snacks in another dimension. McGonagall's tense expression eased slightly. True. She is resilient. What do we do now? Flitwick asked, twirling his wand. Notify Dumbledore. Snape scoffed. A look of supreme arrogance crossed his face. For mere dark elves? Bother the headmaster. He looked at the alien army with the disdain one reserves for a flobberworm. Aren't you underestimating us, Phileas? The three professors exchanged a glance. They nodded. Simultaneously, they raised their wands. Finite incantatum. 3 beams of pure white light shot out. They didn't just hit the ether, they pushed it. Near the spatial node, the area eroded by darkness began to recede. The disintegrated matter stone, glass, metal didn't just stop dissolving. It reversed. It was transfiguration on a massive scale. They were rewriting the reality the ether tried to break. Below, Coulson watched with his mouth open. They're fixing the city. Who are you? Malekith roared from the deck of his ship. He was furious. His unstoppable weapon was being held back by 3 humans in funny clothes. How can there be a pocket dimension in Midgard? What is behind this? Jane Foster, leaning on Thor for support, looked bewildered. Pocket dimension node? What's that? Thor grinned, wiping blood from his mouth. He recognized the magic. That, Thor laughed, is the cavalry. Chapter 186, Chapter 185, The Professor's Attitudes. Thor wiped the blood from his lip, glancing at Jane's bewildered expression. He suppressed his own astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Scottish castle and gestured with his empty hand. An alternate dimension node, Thor explained, his voice rough but steady. Think of it as a pocket of space folded behind the real world. It is created using powerful ancient magic or advanced spatial technology, to you. He pointed to the shimmering mirage of the castle. The node in front of us seems like a small archway, but it is merely the anchor. Inside, the space is vast. That castle, it is a fortress of magic. Jane nodded slowly, her scientist brain trying to reconcile architecture with astrophysics. Above them, Severus Snape looked down at the dark elf ships with a sneer that could curdle milk. Mere dark elves, Snape drawled, his voice amplified by magic. You are not worthy to know who we are. You are barely worthy to be scraping the mud off my boots. He flicked his wand. It was a lazy, dismissive motion. Reducto. A beam of blinding white light shot from the tip of his wand. It struck the lead Harrow ship with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The alien spacecraft didn't just crash, it disintegrated. The hull shattered into 1,000 flaming pieces, raining debris down onto the Thames. Malekith, standing on the deck of his ark, felt his face turn ashen. He hadn't expected these human sorcerers to be so arrogant or so destructive. Reason, however, prevailed over rage. Malekith was a warlord, not a berserker. He sensed the ancient wards protecting that castle. To attack it directly would be a siege he didn't have time for. The convergence is short, he thought. Why fight the rock when I can drown the ocean? Humph, ignorant fools, Malekith spat, giving Snape a cold, hateful glare. Hide in your castle. Once I have accomplished my great work, you will know what true power is. Darkness comes for you all. He raised his hands, manipulating the ether. The swirling red liquid changed course. Instead of battering against the golden dome of Hogwarts, the torrent of reality-warping energy flowed around it like water around a stone. It spread outwards, flooding into Greenwich, into London, into the world. Wherever the red mist touched, reality broke. Buildings dissolved into black sand. The sky turned the color of dried blood. Ha ha ha! Tremble, mortals! Malekith laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing in the apocalypse. Darkness will eventually engulf everything. The three professors on the ramparts frowned as they watched the destruction spread, but they made no move to leave the protection of the node. Malekith! Prepare to die! Thor roared, summoning his last reserves of strength. He charged at the dark elf leader, leaping over the dissolving terrain. Malekith didn't even look at him. He simply waved a hand. The ether surged, forming a solid wall of crystallized reality. Thor slammed into it face first. Overestimating yourself, Asgardian. Malekith scoffed. He flicked his wrist, and a whip of black and red fluid lashed out. Crack! Thor was swatted out of the air like a fly. He crashed heavily into the pavement, creating a crater of shattered concrete. He groaned, struggling to rise, but his body screamed in protest. Every bone felt bruised. If he weren't a god, he would be a smear on the ground. The battlefield. Phil Coulson watched the scene from behind a barrier, his mind racing. He observed the three figures in the sky. Their robes. Their wands. The way they spoke with such archaic authority. It confirmed his suspicion, these are Hermione's people. Her teachers. A surge of hope filled him. If Hermione is this strong, her professors must be gods among men. If we can get their help, we can push back the ether. But then, his heart sank. The professors were staying put. They were watching the world burn around them, content to protect their little patch of sky. They're not engaging, Sky shouted over the wind. Why aren't they fighting? Panic, Coulson muttered. If this continues, Earth is gone. He made a decision. Ignoring the risk to his cover, ignoring the alien gunfire, Coulson broke cover. He sprinted toward the spatial node, waving his arms. Hey! Up there! We need help! The ether sensed him. It was alive, predatory. A tendril of red mist detached from the main flow and lashed out at the running agent, moving to erase him from existence. Coulson! Sky screamed. Coulson looked up. The red death was inches away. He felt the cold void of it. Oh no! Am I going to die again? Whoosh! At the critical moment, an invisible wave of force swept down. It was like a giant hand parting the sea. The ether was forcibly shoved aside, creating a tunnel of clear air around Coulson. He looked up. Professor McGonagall stood on the invisible platform, her wand raised, nodding slightly to him. Saved! Overjoyed, Coulson scrambled up the rubble to the base of the spatial node. Muggle! Before Coulson could even say thank you, Professor McGonagall's stern voice cut him off. She frowned, looking down at him through her square spectacles. Why aren't you fighting the Dark Elves and protecting your world? What are you doing here, bothering us? Her tone was not hostile, but it was incredibly dismissive. It was the tone of a busy academic addressing a lost tourist. Coulson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Why are these people so difficult? He suppressed his anxiety and forced his best diplomatic smile. I am Hermione Granger's friend. This invasion, it's critical. We implore you wizards to lend a hand. Shield will be eternally grateful. Hermione's friend. McGonagall's expression shifted from dismissal to suspicion. Snape stepped forward, his black cloak billowing. S.H.I.E.L.D, he sneered. Granger mentioned it. Some kind of Muggle organization that claims to protect the world? How quaint! Flitwick giggled from his perch. Protect the world? With those little metal toys? Unlikely. Let's verify, Snape said coldly. He pointed his wand directly at Coulson's eyes. Legilimens. Coulson gasped. It wasn't painful, but it was invasive. He felt a buzzing in his skull, like a swarm of bees. Memories flashed before his eyes: Hermione eating chips on the bus, Hermione saving Simmons, Hermione mocking Fury. Snape withdrew his mind as quickly as he had entered. He nodded, looking bored. The Muggle isn't lying, Snape confirmed. He really is someone the brat knows. Coulson clutched his head, panting. Professors, please. I know Shield seems insignificant to you. But the ether is devouring reality. If we don't stop it, there won't be a Hogwarts left to protect. McGonagall's expression softened slightly, but her stance remained rigid. Mr. Coulson, she said, her voice grave. It is not that we do not wish to act. But the ether is a primordial force. Dealing with it requires precision and power that distracts from our primary duty. She gestured to the castle behind her. We are professors. Our duty is to the school and the students within. If we leave this node to fight your war, and the ether breaches the castle, thousands of magical children die. That would be a dereliction of duty. Unless you can kill Malekith and stop the source, she stated firmly, we will not intervene to control the spread. We are shields, not swords. We will not leave this spot. Coulson stood there, stunned. He understood their logic, but it was cold comfort. Kill Malekith? He thought desperately. If we could do that, we wouldn't be begging you for help. The Triskelion. Nick Fury watched the feed in silence. His one eye narrowed. He finally understood. The wizarding world wasn't just hidden, it was isolationist. They viewed Muggles, even S.H.I.E.L.D, as a separate species. Hermione was an anomaly. She was the bridge. If we survive this, Fury thought, we need to double our efforts to keep Granger happy. She's the only one who cares enough to help. Greenwich. The stalemate was palpable. The darkness was spreading. Malekith was winning. Suddenly, all three professors stiffened. McGonagall's head snapped around. Snape's eyes widened. Flitwick gasped. They all looked back toward the shimmering image of Hogwarts Castle. They sensed something coming. Something massive. Minerva. Snape whispered, his wand lowering slightly. Do you feel that? Chapter 187, Chapter 186, Hermione returns. After a tense moment of silence, Professor McGonagall lowered her wand slightly, looking down at Coulson through the shimmering barrier of the spatial node. Dumbledore has spoken, she announced, her voice amplified by magic. Coulson's eyes lit up. A reprieve. Since Hermione holds you in high regard, McGonagall continued, her tone crisp, we do not wish for her to feel that her school abandoned her friends in distress. The three of us will not leave the spatial node, the integrity of the castle's wards is paramount. She paused, a small, dangerous smile touching her lips. However, the headmaster suggested we send some helpers to assist you in pest control. Coulson stood there, stunned. Helpers? Do you mean other wizards? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the air inside the Hogwarts projection began to tremble. A low, guttural vibration shook the ground beneath their feet, distinct from the hum of the ether. Roar! It was a sound from the dawn of time. Coulson instinctively looked up, and he saw a sight that defied every law of biology he had ever studied. A gigantic creature erupted from the mist surrounding the castle towers. It had a ferocious, spiked head, and its body was covered in scales that shimmered like hammered iron. Its wingspan blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the Royal Naval College. It was a Hungarian horntail. This is... Coulson stammered, his brain refusing to process the data. A dragon! Someone in the crowd screamed. It's a giant dragon! Mom, look! My God, am I dreaming? The dragon circled in the air, banking sharply. It let out a roar that shattered windows in the surrounding buildings. Then, it opened its maw. Whoosh! A jet of searing, magma-hot fire shot into the sky. It engulfed a formation of dark elf harrow ships instantly. The alien metal didn't just melt, it evaporated. The ships exploded in a chain reaction of orange fireballs. The dragon dove, its talons tearing through the hull of another ship like paper. But it wasn't alone. From the mists of the Forbidden Forest, a legion poured forth. A squadron of hippogriffs dove-like fighter jets, their talons flashing. Giant acromantulas spiders the size of cars scuttled over the spectral bridge, shooting webbing at the dark elf infantry. A chimera roared, its lion head snapping. These weren't just animals, they were magical beasts, imbued with supernatural strength and resilience. They slammed into the dark elf lines, turning the tide of battle in seconds. High above in the Triskelion, Nick Fury watched the satellite feed, his one eye wide. Motherfu! He whispered. The magical community wasn't just hiding wands, they were hiding an entire ecosystem of apex predators. SHIELD struggled against one alien invasion, the wizards treated it like a zoo break. The battlefield. Just as the dragon incinerated another squad, the space above the plaza distorted violently. Pop! Phew! With a soft gasp, Hermione appeared out of thin air, tumbling slightly as she landed. She looked disheveled, her robes torn, soot on her face. Merlin's saggy fronts. Hermione screamed the moment her boots hit the pavement, furious. Damn it! Galloping gargoyles! Son of a banshee! Buggering blast-ended screwits! She stomped her foot, looking around wildly. Damn celestial convergence! Damn dark elves! Damn ether particles! I finally found my way back. She looked around at the chaos, the ether storm, the dragon, the professors feigning total confusion. I was lost in the 9 realms. Do you know how hard it is to get directions in Muspelheim? She immediately teleported to the ramparts, appearing next to McGonagall. Professors! I'm back! Hermione panted, playing the part of the exhausted student perfectly. The spatial disturbance. I got turned around. Malekith, he has the ether. McGonagall looked at her sternly, though relief flashed in her eyes. Miss Granger. You are late. The dark elves nearly breached the perimeter. Hermione looked apologetic, hanging her head. I'm so sorry, Professor. It's my fault. I didn't expect the ether to act as a portkayat. I underestimated the variance. McGonagall sighed, shaking her head. There is nothing to be done now. It is an infinity stone. Even Dumbledore would struggle to contain it. We cannot entirely blame you for being misplaced. Hermione's eyes darted around. Hook, line, and sinker. She straightened up, her expression turning serious. Professors, could you please help me seal the surrounding space? We need a kinetic barrier. We can't let the ether spread further, and we certainly can't let Malekith escape again. McGonagall nodded. Agreed. We will hold the perimeter. Do not let it infiltrate Hogwarts. Don't worry. Hermione patted her chest, her eyes flashing with a predatory light. Leave it to me. I won't give him another chance. I will kill him outright. Below, Coulson and Fury, watching the feed, perked up. The heavy hitter was back. Coulson nudged Sky, who was staring up at the sky, her mouth agape. Sky, Coulson said gently. Didn't you always want to know the consultant's identity? Now you've seen it. Sky stared at the girl floating in the sky, commanding dragons and arguing with witches. She. Hermione. Sky's voice was broken, sounding like a skipping record. She's the witch. Her brain was short-circuiting. The girl who ate potato chips on the bus? The girl who gossiped about boys? The girl she had told her entire life story to? That was the legendary destroyer of New York? I treated a godslayer like a little sister, Sky thought, a mix of horror and thrill washing over her. I'm so dead. Or, I'm the coolest hacker alive. A strange sense of excitement welled up inside her. She was best friends with a superhero. The confrontation. Hermione floated forward, crossing her arms as she stared down the leader of the Dark Elves. Hey, she shouted. Isn't this Malekith? Haven't seen you for a few hours. You look tired. Rough day at the office. She smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What's this? The ether particles have merged? You're not planning to run away? I thought you'd have more stamina. Malekith's face turned the color of ash. Veins bulged on his pale forehead. He stared intently at Hermione, gritting his teeth until they creaked. Midgardian witch, he roared. You have finally shown yourself. I underestimated you before, Malekith hissed. But things are different now. He raised his hands. The black and red ether particles surged wildly around his body, forming a tornado of liquid reality. I must thank you for your absence. It gave me time to integrate. Now I have complete control over the reality stone. I am invincible. Malekith's voice boomed, filled with arrogance and the intoxicating rush of infinite power. I originally planned to plunge the 9 realms back into darkness, he declared, his eyes burning with madness. But now I've changed my mind. His gaze swept over Hermione, the professors, and the cowering humans below. I will kill all of you first. I will consume your souls. I will turn this pathetic castle into dust. With the ether, I am a god. Malekith screamed to the heavens. You ants! Prepare to die. Everything in this dimension will be transformed into darkness. Silence followed his proclamation. On the ramparts, Snape's lips twitched. He looked at the screaming alien with profound disdain. Professor McGonagall, Snape drawled, his voice bored. I haven't read in the ancient texts that the ether particle has the side effect of inducing clinical delusions. Have you? McGonagall frowned, adjusting her spectacles as she examined Malekith like a particularly disappointing first-year student. Indeed, Severus, she replied crisply. While the reality stone can distort matter, I've never heard of it affecting the mind so drastically. He seems unhinged. I am the god of the dark world. Malekith roared, sensing their mockery. How dare you ignore me? The 3 professors exchanged glances. Their expressions were identical, the look of teachers dealing with a toddler throwing a tantrum in a supermarket. Simultaneously, they uttered 3 words. Mental illness. Chapter 188, Chapter 187, The Convergence comes to an end. Malekith was furious. The 3 humans in robes were looking at him not with fear, but with the pity one accords a rabid dog. You dare! His eyes practically spat fire. He screamed, his hands clawing at the air. The ether responded to his rage. A tsunami of black and red reality fluid erupted from him, screaming towards the 3 professors with enough force to level a mountain range. The 3 wizards exchanged a single, professional glance. No words were needed. Years of fighting dark arts and managing unruly students had honed their coordination to perfection. Crack! 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 They operate. They reappeared instantly at 3 equidistant points around the swirling ether storm, forming a perfect triangle with Malekith in the center. They raised their wands in unison. Harmonia Nectara Passus. 3 dazzling beams of pure white light shot from the tips of their wands. They didn't strike the ether, they connected with each other, forming a triangular prism of solid light. The barrier expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire chaotic storm. Hum! The air vibrated with a low, resonant frequency. The black and red torrent, which had been thrashing like a living beast, suddenly froze. It was as if time inside the prism had solidified. No matter how Malekith screamed or urged the stone, the ether remained suspended, trapped in a stasis field of ancient containment magic. Malekith's arrogance shattered. He stared at his frozen hands. "That's impossible," he shrieked. "I am the ether. I am infinite." Hermione floated leisurely through the barrier, unaffected by her teacher's spell work. She stopped right in front of the Dark Elf Lord. "Nothing is impossible, Spock," she smiled, her eyes cold. "The Infinity Stones are powerful, yes. But they aren't invincible. And you? You're just a user." She gestured to the 3 professors holding the formation. "And my teachers? They grade on a curve. You're failing." Malekith stared at her, his mind unable to comprehend that he had been checkmated by local Midgardians. Hermione raised her hand, pointing her wand directly at his chest. "Finite incantatum." Malekith's armor, which was formed from hardened ether particles, suddenly began to tremble violently. It wasn't being broken, it was being dismissed. What are you doing?" Malekith screamed in terror. He clawed at his chest, desperately trying to hold onto the power, but it was like trying to hold water in a sieve. The black and red armor peeled away layer by layer, dissolving into harmless mist. It revealed the pale, scarred, pathetic creature underneath. "This is called magic," Hermione said with an innocent, mocking smile. "Never seen it before, have you, you country bumpkin? Stick to your laser guns." Clatter! The last shard of ether armor fell to the pavement with a crisp sound. Malekith stood naked to the wind, stripped of his divinity, stripped of his protection. He looked at Hermione, his body trembling uncontrollably. For the first time in 5,000 years, he felt mortal. Hermione didn't monologue. She didn't hesitate. Avada Kedavra, eating a melon. Flash! A blinding green light washed out the red sky. Malekith's eyes went wide, filled with resentment and despair. The spell hit him center mass. There was no pain, no struggle. The life simply vanished from his eyes. His body went rigid, then toppled backward like a felled tree. He hit the ground with a final thud. The leader of the Dark Elves was dead. "Done," Hermione said, clapping her hands to dust them off. Seeing the threat neutralized, the 3 professors dropped the containment field. They turned their wands on the remaining Dark Elf ground troops. Snape unleashed a torrent of cursed fire. McGonagall transfigured the pavement into stone lions that devoured the aliens. Flitwick cast blasting curses that shattered the enemy lines. It was a clean, efficient purge. The crowd of SHIELD agents and civilians below watched in utter shock. The magic was beautiful and terrifying. They realized then that the witch wasn't an anomaly, she was part of a civilization of monsters. With Malekith dead, the ether particles he had summoned began to go wild. Without a will to direct them, the red fluid surged outward, threatening to consume Greenwich. Hermione frowned. "This thing is pretty fierce. It lacks discipline." She flew up to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, we'll have to trouble you for the cleanup." McGonagall nodded sternly. "Leave it to us, Miss Granger." The 4 wizards Hermione included raised their wands. Reductio! The rampaging ether was compressed by a 4-point gravity well. It screamed silently as it was forced inward, shrinking from a storm to a cloud, to a ball, and finally Ding! A small, perfectly cut red gemstone floated quietly in the air. The reality stone. The surrounding buildings, which had been half-eaten by darkness, rippled. Under the influence of the stone's containment, reality snapped back into place. Bricks reformed. Glass unshattered. The crisis was over. The aftermath. A group of SHIELD agents, led by a cautious Ward and Sky, moved to surround the area, weapons lowered but ready. Professor McGonagall ignored them completely. She looked directly at Hermione, her expression grave. The matter is resolved. The celestial alignment is passing. We are heading back now. What about you? Hermione waved her hand breezily. Professors, you go ahead. I have some Muggle paperwork to finish. I'll be back for dinner. She gestured to the floating red gem. Please take the reality stone back to Hogwarts. Put it in the vault with the others. McGonagall summoned the stone into a velvet pouch. Very well. She hesitated, looking at her student. The sternness in her eyes softened into worry. Hermione, be careful. McGonagall sighed, her voice lowering so only the wizards could hear. You have repeatedly disregarded the Ministry of Magic's prohibitions. You operate in the open. You reveal magic to Muggles. Some people in our world are very dissatisfied. Especially after New York. Although the Ministry has not taken action yet, mostly out of fear of Dumbledore, the conflict is inevitable. Fudge is paranoid. McGonagall stepped closer, her eyes piercing. You know your own identity best, Miss Granger. Your power is growing at a rate that matches the original prophecy. If there is no restraint, the entire wizarding world will fear your existence. They will come for you. Hermione blinked, looking the picture of obedience. I understand, Professor, she said sweetly. I'll be good. I promise not to conquer any governments this week. McGonagall shook her head helplessly at the girl's carefree attitude. She turned to Snape and Flitwick. Crack! They walked back into the spatial rift. The image of Hogwarts Castle shimmered and slowly faded, retreating back into its pocket dimension. The sky cleared. The SHIELD agents stared longingly at the spot where the ruby had disappeared. An infinity stone, Fury thought, watching from his office. Gone. Just like that. They knew they weren't qualified to touch it, but the envy was palpable. They felt a sudden emptiness as the heavy magical pressure lifted. They had glimpsed a world of gods and monsters, and now the door was shut. Coulson rubbed his chin, replaying McGonagall's words. The Ministry of Magic. Prohibitions. The original prophecy. It clicked. Hermione wasn't just a powerful wizard. She was a wizard that other wizards were afraid of. What kind of prophecy scares a society that can hide castles in the sky? Coulson wondered. And is Hermione the hero of that story, or the villain? The reunion. Hermione walked over to where Thor lay. The god of thunder was conscious but battered, leaning against a pile of rubble. She waved her wand. Episki. Ferala. A cool sensation washed over Thor. His broken ribs knit together. The cuts on his face sealed. Thor groaned, shaking his head as he sat up. He opened his eyes and saw a man in a suit standing over him, offering a hand. Thor blinked. He blinked again. Son of Kal. Thor jumped up, ignoring his soreness. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. You were dead. I saw you die. Loki stabbed you. Coulson awkwardly touched his nose. He really didn't know how to explain this to a god who had just lost his brother. Thor, calm down. It's a long story, Coulson said. Technically, I was dead. For a few days. Tahiti is a magical place. He quickly gave a sanitized version of events. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, clapping Coulson on the shoulder with enough force to nearly re-kill him. It is good. A miracle. At least one brother lives today. His expression darkened immediately as he thought of Loki. But my joy is tempered with grief, Thor said, his voice low and heavy. Malekith is dead, but so is Loki. I must return to Asgard. I must report his sacrifice to my father. Hermione nodded, hiding a smirk. Go tell Odin, she thought. Go, Hermione said gently. Give him a warrior's funeral. She waved her wand. Vroom. A golden portal spiraled open, leading directly to the Bifrost Observatory. Thor nodded to them all. He gripped Mjolnir, cast one last longing look at Jane, who was safe with Shield, and stepped through the portal. He had a kingdom to mourn, unaware that the king he was going to see was the very brother he was mourning. Chapter 189, Chapter 188, If you can't be the Dark Lord, make one. Greenwich. The aftermath. Thor paused at the edge of the golden portal, turning back to give Hermione a look of profound, silent gratitude. He gripped Mjolnir, nodded once to Jane, and stepped through. Jane instinctively reached out, her mouth opening to say a final goodbye, but Coulson placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Let him go, Coulson said softly. He has a brother to bury. Vroom. With a final flash of golden light, the portal collapsed into sparks. Thor was gone. A few moments later, the oppressive weight in the atmosphere lifted. The convergence ended. The sky, which had been a fractured kaleidoscope of alien worlds, knitted itself back together. The red clouds faded to grey, then to a calm, post-rain blue. It was as if the apocalypse had simply changed its mind. But the scars remained. The Royal Naval College was a ruin of shattered stone and alien metal. The wreckage of dark elf hero ships lay smoking in the Thames. The corpses of the invaders littered the plaza like broken toys. It was all real. Hermione stood amidst the debris, stretching her arms above her head until her back cracked. Phew, she exhaled, rolling her neck. Finally done. That was a workout. The beautiful, powerful Witch of New York had once again saved the earth from fire and water. As for where the fire and water came from, well, that was a trade secret. The shadows. Tom Cruise Riddle, currently existing in a semi-corporeal state within the folds of Hermione's pocket dimension, watched the scene with a mixture of exhaustion and grudging admiration. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. She has it easy, Tom thought bitterly. She just had to stand there, look pretty, and say a few lines. I had to build the entire set in real time. While Hermione was busy playing hero, Tom had been the stage manager from hell. Upon leaving Svartalfheim, Hermione had tossed him the pendant containing the Reality Stone and the Space Stone. Her orders were simple: build Hogwarts. Make it scary. Make it real. It had been a logistical nightmare. First, he used the Space Stone to forcibly expand the local area, creating a massive undetectable extension charm, a bubble of folded space large enough to house a castle. Then, he used the Reality Stone combined with advanced transfiguration to weave the castle out of thin air, anchoring it to the ley lines of London. Finally, he had to wrangle all those bloody magical creatures Hermione had been breeding in her suitcase, the dragons, the hippogriffs, the spiders, and deploy them like troops. But the hardest part wasn't the set dressing. It was the cast. McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, even Malekith. They weren't illusions. They weren't holograms. Tom looked at the professors as they dissolved into mist, returning to storage. He shuddered. These actors were real people. Or rather, they used to be. They were dark wizards, snatchers, Death Eaters, and criminals that Hermione had hunted down over the years. She hadn't just killed them, she had harvested them. She used their bodies as raw material. She used the Resurrection Stone and Horcrux technology, perfected on poor Coulson, to stabilize their fragmented souls. Then, she overwrote their memories. She injected them with new personalities, crafted from her own recollections of her teachers. They were meat puppets. High-functioning, magic-wielding, soul-grafted zombies with scripted personalities. Malekith was even worse. He was a one-time use prop. Hermione had shattered his mind, shoved a temporary soul fragment into him to make him monologue, and then, when the scene was over, she crushed his Horcrux and fed the energy to herself. Absolutely devilish, Tom thought, shaking his head. Hermione Granger was ruthless. She wasted nothing. Bodies were resources. Souls were batteries. Enemies were actors in her grand play. Damn it, Tom thought, a chill running through his phantom form. If you can't be the Dark Lord, then you should be Hermione Granger. I want to go on stage too. Tom sighed, feeling left out. He resignedly went back to cleaning up the magical residue. However, he had to admit, the performance was a smash hit. The SHIELD agents looked like their brains had been scrambled. The intimidation factor was off the charts. Just then, Hermione's voice rang in his mind, clear and commanding. Tom. How are the preparations for the next scene going? Tom straightened up, switching to professional mode. Don't worry, boss. Everything is ready. With the assistance of the Ministry of Magic liaison, Tom Marvolo Riddle Sr., and the Hydra script, all the actors are in place. We're just waiting for Alexander Pierce to make his move. The world. The exposure of the celestial convergence hit the global news cycle like a meteor. For the second time in 2 years, Earth had been invaded by aliens. And for the second time, the World Security Council had done absolutely nothing but watch. Public opinion, already sour from the attempted nuke on New York, turned venomous. The WSC was branded as useless, a group of old men watching the world burn from their ivory towers. In contrast, the witch was trending. Last time, during the Chitauri invasion, she had been a hooded figure, a mystery. This time, the cameras caught everything. Her face. Her power. Her army of dragons. The image of a teenage girl commanding monsters and staring down an alien warlord went viral instantly. Long live the witch! Magic is real! Hogwarts admissions win! The internet exploded. A cult of personality formed overnight. People began to worship the power of magic. Some even started establishing fringe religions, hailing Hermione as a new deity. Of course, the fear was there too. Pundits on cable news screamed about the threat. If wizards exist, and they have dragons, what happens if they decide to rule us? Is the witch our protector, or our future overlord? Panic and adoration mixed into a potent cocktail. But one thing was universally agreed upon: Thor looked weak. The god of thunder, an avenger, had been ragdolled by Malekith. He had accomplished nothing. It was the witch and her professors who saved the planet. The Avengers' stock plummeted. The witch's stock soared. The business 30,000 feet. Hermione was oblivious to the religious schisms she was causing. She was currently trapped in a window seat, being assaulted by a very enthusiastic hacker. Hermione! Hermione! Sky was practically vibrating. She held Hermione's hand with both of hers, her eyes shining like high beams. You're really a wizard? Like, a wand-waving, potion-brewing, dragon-riding wizard? Wow! That is so cool! That is the coolest thing that has ever happened. Sky looked like she had discovered a new continent. Unlike the rest of the team, who treated Hermione with terrified awe, Sky treated her like a rock star she had just met backstage. So, Sky rattled on, ignoring Hermione's exhausted expression. Can you conjure stuff? Like, anything? Can you conjure a unicorn? Or a pizza? A unicorn eating pizza? Hermione sighed, rubbing her forehead. Sky, I'm tired. I just fought a war. I know, I know. You were amazing. Sky squeezed her hand. But seriously, I want to learn. Can I apply? Is there an online course? I want to be a hacker wizard. I could cast spells with code. Avada Kedavra.exe. Hermione's lips twitched. Hacker wizard? Sky, Hermione interrupted, pulling her hand back gently. I regret to inform you that magic is genetic. It's a bloodline. You can't learn it by hacking the mainframe. Hey? Bloodline inheritance. Sky paused. The excitement drained from her face, replaced by a puppy dog look of devastation. So? I'll never have the chance? I'm just a muggle. She looked at Hermione pitifully. That sucks. That really sucks. Hermione looked at the girl. She saw the inhuman DNA dormant in her cells, waiting for the Turigen crystals. It's all right, Hermione thought. You have other bloodlines. You're going to shake the earth without a wand. But she couldn't say that yet. The next second, Sky bounced back. Her resilience was incredible. It's okay. Sky clapped her hands, her grin returning. Even if I can't cast spells, I can still be your #1 fan. I'll run your fan club. I'll moderate the subreddit. The energetic hacker lunged forward and hugged Hermione tightly, burying her face in Hermione's shoulder. Thank you, Sky whispered, her voice muffling against the fabric. For saving us. For being real. Hermione stiffened for a second, then relaxed. She patted Sky's back awkwardly. You're welcome, Sky, Hermione murmured. Just, don't make me a fan page, okay? Chapter 190, Chapter 189, S.H.I.E.L.Ds New Mission. Little Hermione is actually the famous witch. You all kept this from me. I feel betrayed. Bamboozled. Sky glared at Hermione, feigning anger, her hands on her hips. She looked like a pouty puppy, her large eyes wide with mock indignation. She was wearing a tight-fitting hacker's vest that accentuated her athletic build, her energy infectious. She then looked around the room, accusing everyone. Simmons, Fitz, Ward, and May all looked away, finding sudden interest in the floor tiles or the rivets on the wall. There was a palpable awkwardness, but beneath it, a flash of envy. They envied Sky. She had no clearance, no training, yet she had closed the distance with the terrifying Witch of New York in a matter of hours. While they treated Hermione like a ticking nuclear bomb, Sky treated her like a college roommate. Is this talent? May wondered. Or just a lack of survival instinct? Perhaps there was a reason Coulson had picked this stray up from a van. Clack! Clack! Phil Coulson strode into the command center, his dress shoes clicking on the metal grating. His face was serious, his suit pressed, his demeanor shifting instantly from cool uncle to field commander. He let his gaze linger briefly on Hermione, a silent check-in before addressing the team. Everyone, focus, Coulson announced, his voice cutting through the relaxed atmosphere. We just received intel. We have a lock on Ian Quinn. The mood on the bus shifted instantly. Get ready to move out, Coulson ordered. Wheels up in 20. The objective is to capture Quinn and secure the asset. Sky, who had been clinging to Hermione's arm like a koala, immediately let go and stood up straight. Okay. On it. Her eyes sparkled. Having tasted the adrenaline of field missions, the girl who once lived in a van was starting to crave the action. She forgot, for a moment, that she was just a hacker. Simmons and Fitz exchanged a meaningful glance, a silent conversation held in micro-expressions, and immediately rushed to their lab bench. May and Ward moved to the armory to prep their loadouts. The machine of SHIELD began to turn. Hermione watched them scurry with great interest, munching on a leftover chocolate frog. She followed the crowd into the briefing room, drifting over to Ward. So, she asked casually, leaning against the hollow table. Who is this Quinn guy? And why does he sound like a bad romance novel villain? Ward paused while checking the slide on his pistol. He instinctively wanted to give a redacted answer, old habits die hard. But then he looked at Hermione. She was a level infinity asset. Redacting intel from her was like trying to hide the ocean from a fish. He lowered his voice. Ian Quinn, CEO of Quinn Worldwide. He made his fortune in mining and drifted into tech. He's been secretly funding and researching the Super Soldier Project. He's the wallet behind the headaches we've been having. Hermione picked up the mission dossier Ward had set down. She flipped it open. Project Centipede. She read aloud, her eyes scanning the biological data. Subject analysis. Base, gamma radiation, trace. Serum, super soldier variant, unstable. Catalyst, extremis virus, heat signature detected. Tech, Chitauri metal implant, regulator. Chitauri scrap metal, bootleg super soldier serum, and extremis. Hermione frowned, looking disgusted. What kind of Frankenstein's monster is this? It's practically like an Americano mixed with orange juice and a savory latte. It's alchemical vomit. Who designed this? A blender. Upon hearing the beverage analogy, the team grimaced. They could almost taste the horrific combination. Hermione tapped the word extremis with a manicured fingernail. Speaking of which, she noted idly, didn't I take care of Killian and his extremis warriors? I distinctly remember turning him into a Roman candle. How is there still a virus leaking out? The room went silent. Fitz stopped typing. Simmons dropped a pipette. Ward froze. Even May looked up. You? May asked, her brow furrowing. The official SHIELD report states that Tony Stark Iron Man destroyed Killian at the docks. Hermione blinked, looking genuinely surprised. You didn't know? She shrugged, handing the dossier back to Ward. Oh, that must be standard procedure for the hard-boiled egg. Keeping secrets, rewriting history. Classic fury. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, I did it. Tony was busy catching Pepper. I did the heavy lifting. As usual. The team stared at her. The official story was a lie. The witch had been cleaning up the Avengers' messes from the shadows for longer than they knew. The lab. 5 minutes later, the tension of the reveal had faded into the frantic energy of preparation. Fitz and Simmons were huddled over a workbench, arguing. It was their natural state. Fitz held a sleek, prototype pistol, the ICER, incapacitating cartridge-emitting railgun, or as he insisted on calling it, the night-night gun. Gemma, the anesthetic dosage is still not stable enough. Fitz fiddled with the pressure knob, his Scottish accent thickening with stress. The dendrotoxin delivery system is flawed. Sometimes the kinetic impact knocks them out, and sometimes it's just a tickle. We need consistency. Simmons sighed, leaning over to check the readout on the mass spectrometer. I've optimized the formula, Fitz. The molecular weight is perfectly balanced at $m_W approximate 450 text G/mol to cross the blood-brain barrier. This is the best biochemistry can do without killing the subject. Optimal results? We need absolute control. Fitz waved his hands wildly. What if the target has high body mass? What if they have the centipede serum? What if they develop drug resistance? We need a variable yield. Fitz. Simmons snapped. I am a biochemist, not a miracle worker. I'm not Hermione. I can't just conjure up a solution out of thin air. It's okay. I'm Hermione. I can transform. What do you need? A voice rang right next to their ears. Gah! Fitz and Simmons jumped in unison, nearly knocking over a tray of beakers. They realized they had been so engrossed in their science marriage bickering that they hadn't noticed the witch standing right behind them. You two are so synchronized, Hermione observed with a grin. You could be piloting a Jaeger in Pacific Rim. Are you drift compatible? It's nothing, Hermione. Simmons squeaked, fixing her hair. Just technical issues. Let me see that. Hermione grabbed the night-night gun from Fitz's hand. She waited, looking at the complex mechanical engineering. You want it to knock people out, 100% of the time, regardless of resistance. Yes, Fitz nodded eagerly. But the physics of the delivery system. Physics is boring. Hermione reached into her small beaded bag. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, she pulled out a full-sized, heavy iron alchemy table. It hit the floor with a heavy thud that shook the lab. What the? Fitz stared at the small bag, then the large table. Non-Euclidean geometry. Hermione ignored him. She placed the high-tech guns on the runic surface. She pulled out her wand in one hand and a heavy enchanted smithing hammer in the other. Cover your ears. Bang! Clang! Hiss! Red sparks flew as she hammered the futuristic polymer weapons with ancient tools. She muttered incantations in a language that sounded like grinding stones. The air smelled of ozone and old parchment. All right. 30 seconds later, the guns floated up from the table, glowing with a faint, reddish aura before cooling down to their normal matte black. Done, Hermione said, tossing one to Ward and one to Coulson. I have modified these guns with alchemy. I removed the dendrotoxin necessity. They now contain a compressed stupefy charm, a stunning spell woven into the firing mechanism. She dusted off her hands. Now, unless someone has magic resistance on the level of Thor, anyone who gets shot will immediately fall unconscious. No drug resistance. No body mass calculation. Just sleep. Thor level resistance. Coulson stared at the gun in his hand. His eyes went wide. They had just watched Thor get beaten by the cursed, sure. But they also knew that Thor had tanked the energy of a neutron star, or at least, he would eventually. He was durable. He was a god. If this gun could drop anyone weaker than Thor, that meant Captain America. That meant the Hulk, maybe. That meant every super soldier centipede could throw at them. This. Ward gripped the weapon, feeling the hum of power. This bypasses physical durability entirely. Pretty much, Hermione nodded. It attacks the consciousness directly. Don't aim for the head, you might give them a concussion from the fall. Just shoot the body. This was an epic boost for SHIELD. It turned a tactical stealth weapon into a one-hit KO cannon. Fitz stared at the gun. He looked like his brain was breaking. You just hit it with a hammer, Fitz whispered, horrified. The structure hasn't changed. The rifling is the same. The chemical payload is gone. How does it work? What is the energy source? He looked at Hermione with desperate eyes. Is it fusion? Is it zero-point energy? What is the formula? He was a man of science watching a cheat code being entered into the universe's console. Seeing his existential crisis, Hermione laughed and patted his shoulder. Give up, Fitz. Tony Stark has been trying to scan my gear for years. He's got Jarvis running algorithms 24/7. The result? 0. She smiled mysteriously. The power our clan has inherited for thousands of years isn't something you can crack with a slide rule. Fitz slumped, looking disappointed and fascinated at the same time. He was jealous of Tony Stark, but if even Iron Man couldn't figure it out, maybe he shouldn't feel so bad. All right, the mission is important, Coulson interrupted, holstering his newly enchanted weapon with a confident snap. He looked at his team. They stood taller. They had the witch's blessing. Ask the wizard questions later, Coulson commanded, a smirk playing on his lips. Right now, we have a bad guy to catch. Wheels up. Chapter 191, Chapter 190, Sky gets shot. The team set off into the Italian countryside, their objective, Ian Quinn's villa. Realizing the importance of this mission, Coulson had deployed everyone. Even Simmons and Fitz, who usually stayed safe in the lab, were in the field. It was an all-hands-on-deck situation. Hermione, bored out of her mind, remained on the bus. She sat in the command center with her feet on the console, flipping through Sky's tablet. It was filled with files on C++ syntax, encryption algorithms, and Rising Tide manifesto drafts. "Can't read," Hermione muttered, tossing the tablet aside. She understood code, but only up to the Hello World part. Why learn Python when you can speak Parseltongue? Not long after, the cargo bay ramp lowered with a hydraulic hiss. Coulson and Ward walked in. Their tactical uniforms were covered in dust and grime, and Ward had a tear in his sleeve. They looked disheveled and frustrated. "The extraction didn't go smoothly," Coulson stated, wiping soot from his forehead. "Quinn has security we didn't anticipate." Ward was holding a round, complex metal component. It looked like the heart of a high-tech engine, glowing faintly with blue light. They walked quickly to the large holographic projection table in the center of the room and placed the device on the glass surface. "This is it," Coulson said urgently, pressing a button to activate the room's sensors. Fitz said this component is the key. "Once we understand what this does, we'll know where they moved the rest of the shipment." He nodded to Ward. "Pull up the schematics. I need to clean this wound." Ward nodded seriously. "On it, sir." Coulson walked away to the medical kit. Ward stood in front of the table. He looked at the device. He looked left. He looked right. He looked completely bewildered. Hermione squinted at him from her chair, slowing down her consumption of popcorn. Ward reached out and swiped a few times on the air above the interface. "Holographic desktop, activate." Nothing happened. "Holographic desktop, start," Ward tried again, deeper voice this time. Silence. "Ward." "Hermione." A crow seemed to fly through the high-tech interior of the bus, cawing mockingly. After fumbling for a solid minute, poking the glass like a confused ape, Ward finally found a physical switch on the side. Click. The holographic imaging platform hummed to life. A pale blue light screen projected upwards, scanning the device and displaying a complex 3D wireframe of its internal structure. "Oh," Ward muttered. "So I need to press the power button." Coulson returned, wiping his arm with an alcohol pad. He assumed Ward had been working the whole time. "Well done, Agent Ward. That was fast." Ward puffed out his chest, looking smug. "Just standard procedure, sir." "Zoom in on this area," Coulson pointed to a sector of the schematic. "Let's see if we can identify the chemical payload." Ward frowned. He tapped the air. He pinched his fingers. He swiped. The screen flickered. Instead of zooming in, the schematic flipped upside down. "No, it's this gesture." Ward muttered, trying a two-handed twist. The image shrank until it was the size of a pea. "No. I remember Fitz did it this way." Ward tried to expand it, but accidentally opened the weather app. Coulson stepped in. "Let me try." The two elite agents stood before the multi-million-dollar computer, poking and swiping like two grandfathers trying to use an iPhone. They were sweating profusely. "Damn it," Ward growled, annoyed. "How do I use this thing? Why isn't there a mouse?" "Calm down, Ward," Coulson said, wiping his brow. "Where's the manual? Fitz usually handles the UI." Hermione watched from the side, shaking her head. The second-hand embarrassment was physically painful. She put down her popcorn, dusted off her hands, and walked over. Make way," she sighed, roughly pushing the two grown men aside. "You're embarrassing yourselves." She stood in front of the control panel. Coulson and Ward watched, stunned, as Hermione's slender fingers danced across the light screen. Swipe. Pinch. Rotate. Isolate. Her movements were fluid and precise. She navigated the complex OS like she had written it herself. On the light screen, the schematic expanded, rotated, and dissected itself. The core data storage unit and the chemical dispersal mechanism were clearly marked, magnified, and cross-referenced with S.H.I.E.L.D.S database. The whole process took 4 seconds. Coulson and Ward stared at her, their mouths slightly agape. Hermione, Coulson gasped, you actually know about this high-tech stuff? I thought, magic candles and parchment. Hermione stopped and gave him a withering look. I'm a wizard, Phil, not a savage who just crawled out of a cave. Her voice rose, annoyed. Do you know who my tech support is? Tony Stark. His house is overflowing with these holographic toys. I could use the latest Mark 42 interface with my eyes closed. This. She gestured to the SHIELD table. This is an antique. It's running Windows Vista. Who do you think you are? Coulson and Ward blushed. The shame burned deep. A seasoned spy from the technological world couldn't work the zoom function, while the girl who rode dragons was teaching them IT. Coulson cleared his throat, trying to salvage some dignity. Well done, Hermione. Efficient. He pointed to the enlarged core unit. However, just looking at the structure isn't enough. We need to know the specific purpose. The energy readings are strange, they don't match conventional explosives. Hermione shook her head. I can't read the chemical composition from a hologram. But I know a guy. She pulled out her smartphone, a sleek, heavily modified Stark phone, and dialed a number. The call connected instantly. A lazy, arrogant voice came through the speakers. Hello? Who dares disturb the genius while he's resting his eyes? Hermione rolled her eyes. Get up, Tin Man, get to work. The voice on the other end perked up instantly. Oh? The magical girl? What a rare guest. So, you've sorted out that London mess? I heard you were fighting space elves with dragons? You didn't even invite me. That's rude, Granger. I have a new suit I wanted to test. By the time you flew over in your tin can, Hermione retorted, half the Earth would be dark matter. You're too slow. Hey! The Mark 42 is supersonic. You think everyone can just teleport? Tony Stark argued back. So, what trouble do you have now? Need me to hack the Pentagon again? It's not my problem, Hermione said, glancing at the two embarrassed agents. It's SHIELD. They found a toy they don't understand. They need an adult. Ah, the Boy Scouts, Tony scoffed. Send the data. Hermione swiped the data from the table to her phone. Silence for a few seconds. Interesting, Tony's voice came back, sharp and analytical. It's a chemical release device. But the dispersal mechanism is familiar. It's done, Tony announced. This is a neurotoxin diffusion device. Large scale. It's designed to induce immediate, comatose paralysis. Coulson's face darkened instantly. A neurotoxin diffusion device, he whispered. Like the night-night gun? Like Fitz's design? But on a massive scale. Why would Ian Quinn have that? Ward asked, a shadow crossing his face. Hermione hung up the phone. Isn't it obvious? He's selling it. Or using it. Aren't you going to arrest him right now? She asked, relaxed. Once you catch him, just ask him directly. Use a truth serum. Or a hammer. Beep. 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 The emergency comms rang. Coulson answered immediately. May. Coulson. Melinda May's voice came through, urgent and breathless. The sound of gunfire and shouting echoed in the background. May? Status report. Do you have Quinn? Coulson's heart tightened. We have Quinn in custody. May shouted. But the mission is compromised. She paused, her voice cracking. Sky has been shot. 2 bullets to the stomach. She's bleeding out. We need immediate medical evac. Now.